Raise your fists. So I'll fly away, fly away, we'll fly away, fly away. Oh, you're so cool. I heard you say you gotta live your life in the day. Yeah, I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away, we'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, we'll fly away, we'll fly
I stare and stumble into place. I've tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the half-life, or choose to give
go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
BFX fighting! BFX fighting!
KRX 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs for the AA cast here as we bring you one of probably the most unpredictable days that we're going to have this week. Although it does kind of feel like just in general the LCK has been less than predictable.
Yeah, I wonder if that means we're going to subvert expectations today a little bit by maybe being more predictable.
The problem is, right, I don't know where to start with the predictability. So what day looks predictable? What's the predictable outcome of today?
Yesterday looks predictable
Yeah,
because you already know the outcome.
true.
What happened?
Yeah, so maybe tomorrow it'll be a predictable day.
Maybe.
Is it a prediction when it's yesterday, though? I don't think so. Let's bring up the misunderstandings. Let's have a look at where our teams are standing at the moment as KT still undefeated, 5-0. That's the weirdest part of them. And then we've got KRX and BFX sitting a bit further down when it comes to our standings here. So we'll see whether they can delve away from the Rise group. A victory for KRX would put them ahead of T1.
Yeah, which is, I mean, that is pretty crazy because I think BNK KRX obviously not doing nearly as well as we thought. KT doing extremely well. But I think the thing that is really wild is KRX started week 1 and looked very rough. And I just think the fact that they've pivoted and managed to get to this point where they're now on a 2-win streak, where they're 2-2, one win away from overtaking T1, that is wild to me.
And this is also pretty wild as well, with LazyFeel actually creating some waves. Joining the roster, I think a few of us were feeling like Giu was probably fine, even though they weren't necessarily finding a whole lot of success in comparison to LazyFeel. But LazyFeel's really proven himself here on this squad.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I mean, it's always hard to diagnose what is going wrong with the team, and making that heavy, big decision to sub a player out, it seems like it is working so far. And I know a lot of us are happy to see LazyFeel having so much success.
And we've also got a bit of a coach swap here, as of course Joker moved over from BNK KRX and joined QMDRX here. And they lost both of their coaching staff. Of course, one going to Gen G, the other one going over to KRX. And let's see whether they have the inside knowledge here. As we've seen, Joker has already been really close with his players, you know, discussing strategy, utilizing coach voice more than a lot of others, and so might be able to divulge some of the inside tactics here up against B&K KRX.
Oh, that looks like some studying going on.
So is that guy, he has to study. All right, he's like, his sign says, I'm going to study, you guys win.
A lot of faith in the team.
Yeah.
But also a lot of faith in the ability to study while at LOL Park.
A lot of faith in multitasking.
Yeah.
Which is, look, that's something you probably would like tell your parents when you're leaving. Like, don't worry, I'll study when I get there. But you never would. I think it's crazy that he actually is.
You know, I've done this many times in my school years where I'm like, hey, I'll study a bit and then I'll play some video games for a bit. I'll study a bit while I'm watching something. Now I'm a caster. I think that says everything.
The studying didn't quite happen, but thankfully you did the playing of the video games.
Oh yeah.
Which led you to your debut in 2016, August, if I remember correctly, from a couple of days ago. But our players making their way out into Strategic LOL Park here for our first series of the night. I think a lot of you are probably waiting for our second one, but I think this will be an absolutely delicious appetizer moving towards T1 versus DK a little bit later in the evening. As KRX, this is a team that are on the upswing, which is kind of weird because I think a lot of us had them very far down in our predicted standings for the end of our first two round robins. And B&K KRX, I think they were further up than they were actually landed for a lot of us. I think this is a team that hasn't quite figured themselves out after we thought that they'd figured themselves out.
Yeah, I think that's the crazy thing is that the two teams who didn't change their roster at all with Gen G and B&K KRX came in so strong in LCK Cup.
Yep.
And then now just both.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, Gen G did have a bit of a bounce back yesterday, but it was a bit of a warm-up run for them and HLE moving into their Saturday
I mean, they just keep bouncing back and forth, it feels like. But enough about Gen G. B&K KRX haven't even had that. Haven't had the up and the down.
This might be the swing back.
Maybe.
You know,
and
I need one.
I think this is a match that at the start of the season, start of week one, I think, or even partway through week one, I would have said, well, of course, B&K KRX is going to win, but it doesn't mean much. But with the upswing of KRX, this could be a big takedown, a big reversing of momentum for B&K KRX, but also not an easy target.
Yeah. Right now, KRX have the same scoreline as T1 in the LCK. And that is that's something you can boast about. As you can see here as well, Daystar is back in the mid lane once again. We haven't seen Vikla for quite some time. Feels like they have really settled on Daystar, at least for now.
Yeah, Year of Vikla.
I mean, the Year of Vikla it's just not League of Legends anymore. It's something else, you know? I don't know what else he's into. Maybe one of his other hobbies. Maybe he's a Riftbound guy now. I don't know. I don't know how he managed to get Origin packs. I've been trying, and it's impossible. So maybe he found a way, and he's got a really cool deck that he's utilizing at the moment, and maybe that's where the Year of Vikla has gone. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what it's about,
to him,
why not?
Yeah, the Year of Vikla did not last very long. And let's see whether it is going to be somebody else.
We got a good month of Vikla, you know.
Yeah, it was a good month.
It was a good month. Up
until Hong Kong. And then he did a bit of traveling, and then he didn't come back.
We got a solid month, okay? But it's interesting, both of these teams obviously making roster swaps to try and improve their standing. I think Daystar, I think Vikla, when he was playing well this year, obviously looked revitalized, but I think last year was definitely the weak point of this B&K KRX roster. So, you know, trying to see if Daystar can give them that extra edge, that extra success they can hopefully bank on. And I think you're now at the point, especially when you're looking towards Legend and Rise, and just the season as a whole, they're already in such a rough spot, they can't be affording to give away more wins. Especially against the teams who are also against them in the sort of right side of the bracket. You got to remember that these teams may end up facing each other in the Rise group, and that your standings carry over to the Rise group. So any losses are going to feel pretty permanent. And because our Legend Rise is only a double round robin, a lot less movement, a lot less shifting is going to be able to happen.
Yeah, well, we're into Champion Select here for game number 1. Already, some of the standard bans have been taken away, but Jarvan taking place of Pantheon as far as the jungler of choice to ban away first. The Varus to be taken away as well, very flexible at the moment with how popular it is on the top side of the map with that cheeky little Dusk and Dawn build. And some final bans, could be Orianna Azir, could be a bunch of other stuff. I mean, the Pantheon's still there, the Rise is still there. But Anivia has seen a bit of an upswing as far as the answer to the Rise is concerned. Scout having a lot of success, Chovy as well. And so I don't know whether the blind pick Rise is really something you want to go towards.
You know, the blind pick Rise, it kind of felt like we were getting it, and it just did well no matter... Oh.
Ha! Well, that's a
There were a lot
plan.
of picks to think about, so I understand.
They were thinking about choosing a champion, and instead they chose the client.
Yeah. That's an interesting strategy. We haven't seen that one recently. Have seen it before in the LCK.
Yeah, I've never seen it find success. I've seen it utilized a few times, but it's never really wound out being something that we continue to do. As you can see, UCal may have... I mean, this is what happens when you do spins and flips off your chair all the time. You end up just pulling stuff out. So he's got a little bit of a keyboard issue. We've got Clear over the other side as well. Would not be outdone. Has decided to have a bit of an audio issue as well.
Wow.
My goodness. Players kind of messing up their peripherals all over the place.
I'm just glad we can get them all sorted out before the game even starts.
That is definitely a positive.
Get them out of the way, get them sorted, because you know what would happen if these problems happen in game.
Yeah.
All of KRX would get up and go to the toilet.
Yeah, that'd be the big problem. And in fact, it might happen even without the peripheral situation.
So I don't know the rulings, but did the penalty reset when it went into a regular season?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
I feel like Wolf would know this.
Wolf probably does. I certainly do not, but I would assume that it does reset. Because LCK Cup stats don't even count. So maybe bathroom stats are also independent.
They're not
between
tracked.
leagues. Yeah, that might be how it goes. But I mean,
Honestly,
I'm not entirely sure.
I feel like I see so many stats posted online of players, right? You know, you get like the little, the hexagon things of like the different stats of players. I would love to see the toilet stats. How many times a split players have gone, average, you know, that'd be interesting. And then Wolf knows who to blame specifically, because it always upsets him a lot.
I think it's Diablo and Carrier are leading his watch list at the moment as far as players that have really broken the law when it comes to the toilet issue. I'm a little bit sad as well because we only got through 4 bans. And I was talking to Wadid yesterday. He's got this new thing planned for if we do have a bit of a pause to be able to discuss the draft with a little bit of a lower third on the space.
Yeah, that'd be so much to discuss. Yeah, so you see, interestingly here...
but now, not useful.
So they banned Rumble and Karma. That's, wow, engaging. Rumble, Karma, Varus.
No, they're not engaged champions. How is that engaging?
Well, for the audience. Their brains are going to feel engaged after seeing those bans.
Really?
Here's a little tidbit for you. Did you know that Rumble, Karma, Varus, the top 3 most banned this season?
Wow.
That surprised you.
Watching this draft, I would have never guessed. Well, Pantheon is going to join that list. I imagine he's probably pretty far up there as well.
Interestingly, no mid laners banned at this point.
If they leave Orianna up, they will be able to convince UCal to pick it. I just know it. And so they're not going to do that. They're just going to ban that one away. The Azir is available. The Rise is available. But I don't know whether they're necessarily blind picks that you really want to be going towards, especially with Daystar's propensity to head towards the Akali. That Azir feels a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah. You could play it safe and try and go in a different direction. But
Bird is the word.
Azir.
Maybe Bird really is the word, and there's an Anivia lock-in on the other side. I wonder if Kellen's been practicing his Anivia. Haven't really seen it much from him. There's been, Lehen's obviously leading the charge, Carrier playing it first, but haven't seen it out of Kellen so far. As the Ezreal going to be locked in for Diablo, he definitely loves this champion. Raptor on the Xin Zhao once more.
I assume every supporter's been practicing it at this point.
Oh, they must. It's just whether he's practiced it to a level that they want to play on stage.
Ezreal, big pick for Diablo here, and then the Xin Zhao, especially with the Pantheon and Jarvan gone, has a lot of priority. Bard.
It's Andal's Bard.
Yeah.
This is actually kind of huge. Yeah. Okay, so The Orianna ban is actually kind of costly, as it turns out, because they didn't get to ban the Bard. Now they don't get to lock in a support with the Ezreal, or the Yorick gets to be banned, and so does the Scion.
This is Wadid's favorite.
He hates this lane, doesn't he?
Nico. He's he's going to be here today. He's going to be sitting. He's going to be watching this. He's going to be like, wow, this is my favorite bot lane, and I'm glad they picked it.
Yeah, I really can't wait for him to really talk about how well Diablo and Kellen played with this incredibly good bottom lane.
Yeah. And that's the thing, as you said, huge cost of going the Nico on 3 means that you can't pick the Yorick into the Jace that we've seen so much. So I have no doubt it is going to be that Yorick ban coming through.
It does protect your mid lane, because they now do have to use their bans on the top side of the map. That's almost a guarantee. So the Yorick does go away. I think that Clear is very happy to play Cassante if the Scion is banned, and Scion if the Cassante is banned. So he's not too worried there. Clear has just been a weak side top laner in a lot of their games, just based on Diablo existing on this team. So I don't mind it, but I don't know whether this is necessarily a core that's going to lead to winning.
I think here you could ban Scion if you want to put another towards the top lane, or you could go for that Akali that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it would be a decent one.
Give some protection to Yukal, and they do go for the Akali, giving some defense to the Azir. And also, I feel like the composition, when you already have the Nico, definitely some threat of diving.
Yeah.
When you have this Azir Jace, you want to play at range against this composition, so I think it makes sense. Does mean that BNK KRX could just grab Scion here.
I kind of
this is a different flavor of Scion. It's
Clear just really does like to play the Cassante Scion instead of the Scion.
Yeah.
That's what he prefers to do.
Big tank in the top lane into Jace. Nothing we haven't seen before. And now
Yunara Bard. Or Bunara, as it were.
You know, Yunara Lulu's obviously the one that's...
Wait, or would it be Yard?
I like Yard the most.
Yard would be so much better.
Yard is by far the best.
How far does she dash? About a yard.
Yunara Lulu is the one we've seen the most, but, you know, Yunara's kind of been paired with a lot of things. Pretty much solid in a lot of situations. I think this matchup as well you should be fine in. If the poke lands consistently, might be a little bit of trouble, but if you get wave control, if you get some heals from the Bard, you're chilling. They end up going for the Vi, for Willa.
There's a lot of power in this draft.
CC, yeah. Now for the mid lane pick for Daystar.
Let's see what he does go with. There isn't a massive amount of engage on DRX's side, so you could go for something like a Hwei or a Victor even, if you wanted to really kind of go into that. But instead, it is going to be the Aurora here for Daystar. Does add a little bit of protection, a little bit more difficult to just sweep her up and collect kills with the flash on cooldown. And so Daystar is going to provide a little bit of protection for himself, but also a whole lot of burst damage. And I feel like Aurora Ezreal works similarly to that of like Zoe Ezreal back in the day. A lot of mobility, self-peel, things like this in order to get around the battlefield.
My concern for BNK KRX is that Aurora Ezreal both feel like champions where they kind of want some momentum, and they're so skill shot reliant. I mean, Aurora, if you miss your combo, you're just kind of sitting there for like a good portion of the fight doing nothing. Ezreal, we all know how skill shot reliant he is, and that's all their damage for the most part. So I think BNK KRX definitely have win conditions, but I think they need to get the ball rolling early, and especially this Xin Zhao needs to get things going. On the other side, though, I think with having a Azir, a Yunara, and a Jace, if you get to the later stages, you're in such a fine spot. All you need to do is just kind of stabilize the early game and lean into the later stages.
That being said, this plays into BFX's hands, right? They love fighting over that first scuttle. They love fighting over the second one and the third one. And their composition should be able to benefit from an aggressive playstyle like that. See if it does as we get onto the Rift. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Summoner's Rift here for game number 1 between KRX and Kirum DRX. We have the KRX fans not necessarily getting themselves in order for the fan chant, so we're hoping that this one goes to 3 games to give them a little bit of an opportunity to get their voices loud and, you know, a little bit more coordinated. But they'll have time to do that. This is thankfully a best of 3. And so they've at least got one more game. As Daystar turns up to this mid lane. Have to see how this Aurora is going to do into the Azir matchup this time. Seen it plenty of times.
Yeah, Azir with Airy as well, so really wanted to put down the pressure in those early trades, getting that extra damage with the poke.
So I know Wadid really hates this bottom lane, and I am kind of a guy that does harp on about just personally disliking certain bottom lanes, so I'm not going to blame him for it. But I do think that Diablo and Kellen have been pretty good at playing this one out in the past when they do get their hands on it.
Yeah, and you know, there is a good amount of poke. If you miss the poke, it feels pretty bad, as most poke situations do. But the main thing is keeping Lazyfield off the wave. If you can't stack up his passive and trade with those empowered autos, he's pretty weak. That being said, when you're playing with the Bard, though, he can always just set up the shrines and just heal you. Hard to really make the pressure stick that heavily. And on top of that, as much as you can find pressure in bot lane 2v2, I just feel like with how strong home gods are, it's really hard to fully force someone out of lane.
Well, they're doing their very best right now, as Cannon will be secured here by Diablo. Level 3 is going to be gained pretty soon for this bottom lane. Only a couple of minions left, so they should be able to keep up the pressure. Speaking of pressure, Daystar is in a fair bit of trouble here. Does manage to get that Electrocute proc to even things out momentarily. Looks like Yukal is having an absolutely fine time in here. And that's a bit of a worry here for BNK KRX, as obviously the Azir is going to scale pretty wonderfully moving into the later stages of the game. Getting a free lane is precisely what he would like, as Raptor is level 3, and therefore he is in the bottom lane. Lazyfield does have Andal making his way back, but it's still going to be an attempted dive as Callan's the one to pick up the aggro first, but First Blood goes his way. Flash out for Diablo, and Raptor can just walk it off. A successful dive. 3v2 here for BFX.
This is how you really twist the knife in the matchup, because if the wave crashed there, if Andal's there just to protect you, and it's just a 2v2 playing out, I think Lazyfield would be completely fine. But by getting the dive off, making him miss a ton of CS, ton of farm, and really putting him behind the matchup, it feels great for BNK KRX. Andal even got the stun off onto Kellen. It just still wasn't enough.
Really nicely played. And obviously it's difficult because very squishy bottom laners. You know, Kellen and Diablo in this one. Andal, the magicality of the journey was missing.
Not the longest journey we've seen.
No, maybe it's just an ordinary journey. As Clear is going for a solo kill onto Rich. The flash and the flash to follow. Rich was always going to die there. And Clear is able to pick that one up. Man, this guy's Cassandre. You understand why he picks Cassandre over Sion, right?
Yep, I'm seeing it. And we have seen some of the tanks, like we saw the Sion into Jace get a solo kill earlier in the league. And we're seeing Exante into Jace. If you disrespect these tanks, they can kill you, but it really shouldn't be happening. Really rough for Rich now, but also fair play to Clear. Finding that angle puts him in a great spot in a lane where normally you're just kind of weathering the storm and hoping to outvalue in team fights.
Yeah, and I think this was a capitalization of Clear getting the earlier teleport, Rich greeting for an extra wave before he goes back, and unfortunately was unable to do so. So really beautifully played there for Clear, who misses even that Q3 and still manages to find the angle.
Yeah, and Rich just sticks around for so long.
Yeah.
It just felt like he really disrespected him. Like he stuck around, queued in earlier even. And we got to see the point of view there. That didn't look particularly challenging for Clear.
No,
like he played it well, but he didn't like cheer like, oh, I got him. That was so... It was like, oh.
Yeah, he didn't really look like that, the guy sweating on the keyboard, you know? he did look a little bit more like he was just typing up a document or something like that. It did not look like it was too much of a struggle. So definitely well played, as Diablo is obviously going to Arcane Shift into melee range of anyone who comes towards him. And now you got a Mountain Drake going down. Difficult Drake to kill, but something that BNK KRX will not be challenged doing, especially with Willett just making his way out of base now. So first Dragon going on over, the first 2 kills here for BNK KRX, and they are off to the races here in this early game.
It's some great early momentum, honestly. Said that's kind of what we wanted from the draft. They've found it already. And speaking of found it, found Willett.
Willett does have a decent health bar on him right now, as Andal is going to rotate over, but Daystar was there as well. Looks like Raptor is just going to let him leave because he wanted to pick up this crab. And fighting for crabs is what we were talking about before as well. They would very much like to do that. Unfortunately for Raptor, there are no bad guys, and so he's just going to have to settle with taking it for free.
Yeah, they don't have to fight. Just a freebie, which, as you said, I think maybe a bit disappointing.
Yeah, I imagine they were.
But they'll take it either way. Now looking to apply some pressure, but... You know, Nico got that early kill as well, and it's not as severe as some other games where we saw like the early triple kill on the Nico, but early gold on a Nico support can be so hard to deal with.
It's actually kind of fine, as here's an all-out attempt from Clear. He does get booped back by the Hammer of Rich. Both of them obviously flashing at exactly the same time, so Clear knowing that he had that angle. Wind Becomes Lightning does come in. There's the 3-talon strike, and True Shot Barrage almost just straight up kills Willa. He has to flash to get himself out of the way and loses his blue buff. This pressure is unrelenting from being KRX.
Yeah, I mean, Raptor had ult, so he was ready to rumble though.
Why is Rich continuously getting solo killed, Ox?
I don't
Analyze
have an
it for me, sir.
He's just thinking, wouldn't it be cool if we came back into the series when we were 1-0 down? Dramatic tension.
Well, I mean, that would be that'd be drama.
Or maybe he just doesn't enjoy playing Jace. What? Why was he there?
And why did he walk away? I feel like, you know, even if he had have, like, died underneath the turret, it's likely that Clear dies more if he has to go further under the turret.
I think he just really greeted for the wave. He just really greeted for the wave, and he thought if I clear the wave, he can't dive me. Of course, he was very low, and Clear's very tanky, so that wasn't going to work. But either way, Rich is just not having a great game so far. Clear, on the other hand, seems pretty locked in.
Yeah, locked in for the 1v1s, absolutely. Pathmaker comes through yet again, finds another Q. And
I think the problem with any matchup, but particularly with matchups in a Jace, is when you fall behind, they really start to spiral.
Oh no. Clear Mr. Cannon. It is a Cassante zoning a Jace out of lane.
Yeah, it just
a weird
feels
thing
like,
to see.
Like I think if Clear connects when he has ult, I think he just kills Rich. I actually think he's just dead as soon as he gets his ult back and he connects like a Q3 or something. So, not going to be so fun.
Speaking of fun, Raptor is moving into the mid lane to look for some of that, but looks like UCal will be able to make his way out. And Andal's rotating over alongside Willa. Kellen getting on in there, but it is not really time for the Dragon just yet. Next one going to be a Cloud as, oh dear, we got the Jonas Strong mini zoom. And there's the Pathmaker coming on forward. The all-out brings Rich away as the flash on forward. And Rich is very dead. The turret loses interest and Clear makes it out. That is 3 solo kills!
Yep. Yeah, Clear's really bumping up his solo kill stat right now.
This is some Rascal-esque stuff that we're seeing here.
Also, it's just... Yeah, you hit the Q3, he's just dead.
Huh.
And it is just not going to get better. Clear's going to get so tanky. And we often see the Iceborne Gauntlet early on Cassante, but especially with how this matchup is going. If you get that now, he is just, you can just chain kill him. The slow is going to mess him up.
Well,
I hope that guy in the crowd who is studying is still locked in the studying, because I can guarantee if this was happening, I would be so distracted.
I feel like the studying becomes easier, though, when you don't want to watch. And if you're a DRX fan, then you may not want to watch at this point in time, especially when we're heading towards the top side. Oh, no. There he is. He's not studying at all. Eyes down, sir.
Well, he said he'll study, just win. They're not winning. They're not winning, so he's not studying. It was an agreement. It was a social contract. And so far, KRX DRX have broken it. They need to start winning, and then he can get his studying on.
Oh, he was considering going back to it, but no. He is drawn to the screen. He needs to see how KRX DRX are going to be able to turn this game around.
Honestly, that was how I studied. And again,
like not studying? Is that,
yeah.
Because that was the strategy I used as well. I just didn't lie to myself about it.
That's how we're both casters.
Tell you what, I got some great items in World of Warcraft, though. Okay, Clear is able to chase down Rich once again, and now has a CS lead. I mean, it's an absolute disaster. Second Drake going on over to BNK KRX, and when do we start having conversations about perfect games, Orcs?
I mean, I guess now if you want.
Yeah, I don't need to. We don't need to do it just yet. If it continues this way, maybe we'll go for it. It's BNK KRX. I mean, they're never going to not die in a game. Like, that's
True.
crazy.
I cannot fathom that happening.
Well, there's a pop loss and catches both of them here, and there is the snare as well. True Shot Barrage is gorgeous. And Andal is just going to set up Lazy Feel for a moment, and that means that the skill shots are much easier to hit. Now, Rich, speaking of easier to hit, he is a big target, but he goes all out onto Rich. Just wants one more solo kill as the Pathmaker comes through. Doesn't find the Q, though, and UCal is able to cut him down. Daystar able to utilize the absent Azir, though, to take some plates in the mid lane, and they had to invest a lot to try and kill Clear and destroy the perfect game.
I think that's the problem, is that killing Clear is obviously good, but you don't really change the top lane matchup. It's the Azir who got that gold. Rich gets some from the plates, but he's still behind. You lose a ton of plates mid, lose a ton of plates bot, you get these kills bot as well. BNK KRX's gold lead went up despite the shutdown onto the Cassante, so pretty unfortunate. And I mean, I don't blame Andal for this, because as a bard, what else can you do? But this just lines up for the Mystic Shot.
Yeah.
So
sometimes you have to test the timing.
over.
We've seen a lot of people miss the timing, right?
Yeah.
Diablo doesn't, so it
one
does look silly.
This one was a bit unfortunate for Clear. Just wasn't able quite to stick to the Jace, who just kind of played around in the brush, which was the right call. They even had the Vi there ready if they needed it. But
if you had to go on 1-for-1, it would have been horrific.
they were like 1,400 gold ahead.
Whoa.
Prior to those plays. Now they're 1,800 gold ahead, so...
Diablo just hit every single button, and both of the bottom laners have to leave. Oh, goodness, and they're not even allowed to leave, and the True Shot Barrage connects onto both as well!
Yeah, Lazyfield had no flash, and his ult just came up. So, no way to get away from that one. BNK KRX with a great move.
Diablo didn't miss anything. He literally hit everything.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great macro move by BNK KRX, but it was capitalizing on the fact that Diablo's just pretty cracked.
He is pretty cracked indeed. That's all right. UCal is going to pick up the bunny, and Daystar's like, cool story.
Bunnies are slippery, you know.
They are.
Not the easiest animals to wrangle.
Yeah. Went down the burrow once again, I guess. But yeah, I don't really know what the plan was.
Oh my god.
Raptors, oh dear. Lazy Feel is not having a very good time.
You know, the thing is, right, is I feel like Lazy Feel... It's not a concerted effort to make him suffer, yes.
Yeah.
It's a concerted effort to make him suffer. It feels really bad. He's 0-4-0.
And I imagine he's telling his team, he's like, guys, they keep focusing me, keep winning elsewhere. And Rich is like, about that.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, is that the top lane situation feels more egregious because it was just individual errors. But regardless of whose responsibility it is, the fact of the matter is, BNK KRX are monster ahead.
Yeah.
The only person who's having a great time is UCal.
And, you know, UCal is often exuberant here in the LCK, so we'll see whether he can share some of that energy with the rest of his teammates. Is Clear, I think he can kind of do anything ever, as he flashes on top of Rich once again. Raptor looking for an angle. Oh, Q3 not going to land.
Yeah, Rich did his full combo and broke his shield. Fortunately, Willow was there to help and get some more damage down, but not looking so... Oh my god.
Why does he hits everything? The barrier is there to keep Lazy Feel alive, but I haven't seen Diablo miss an ability. He missed a cannon. He missed a cannon. He misses cannons, not champions, I guess, is what we learned here today. As Rich is at least able to clear out that wave. Does take some Mystic Shot damage, as this Trinity Force has been put to great work here by Diablo so far. And it's a 3,700 gold lead, but it feels like an 8,000 gold lead at this point in the game.
It feels like such a mental edge.
Oh, yeah. This is what happens when you overload the tempo vibes.
Yeah.
It's gone beyond. Well, right now, the Rift Arrow is going to be taken here by Raptor. Should be very comfortably able to do that.
I think the thing we got to think about is at least they did get that single kill, because...
True! There we go.
We would really be revisiting the perfect game conversation a lot at this point if they hadn't.
Yeah, it does take that away from us. which is a little bit of a shame.
We lose that tool.
Yeah, I would have liked to have had that conversation. Rich does cash in his cull, though, and so now the gold lead between the Jace and the Cassante that solo killed him 3 times is only 300, which I feel is unfair. But he has been given a bunch of waves, things like that.
I think the thing is, though...
Yeah, I mean, clear was going to be useful anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that normally Jace wants to be ahead of the curve and then get to team fights and be, like, really strong. Cassante is, like, okay. Like, Cassante Sion, you pick in a Jace and you're okay with being behind just to be useful. If you're ahead, it's like, oh, that's worrying.
See how quickly Willa left. Sees clear, is like, nope.
No,
that is
not
a thing that we're capable of doing.
Dragon up again is an Ocean Soul, so not the craziest priority, but I mean, Clear will be monstrous if he gets it, but I think they will just pick up the 3rd one.
I do feel like the team kind of utilizes it relatively well just because they can elongate fights. You mentioned the fact that they're a team that is largely about burst. Like even Ezreal is a relatively burst AD carry. And so if they can sort of weave in and out, you can utilize some Ocean Soulage just a little. But looks like KRX actually want to fight for this. Is down to 50%. Does go Willa. Lazy Feel is a billion miles away, exactly the way he likes it.
So I think KRX got what they wanted, which was the TP from Clear. Hard, very difficult for them really to fight that one with the deficit they're at now. And especially with it being an Ocean Soul, I'm not too sad about them giving away the Dragon.
Rapid is
like a Hex deck.
hunting right now.
He is looking.
Well, Rift Herald is going to come down here in this mid lane. More plates will fall. Diablo in range. So even more money over to the Ezreal. And down it will go. Andal not going to get flashed on here by Callan. He saves that one for Rich as he looks to continue the punishment. Q3 connects and down goes the Jace. I don't really know how much he's worth right now, but it cannot be that much. 0-4 and not having a great time. But it's close to a 900 gold advantage just for Clear alone. And now he's looking to add Willa to his list of victims. We'll be able to clear out his camp at least as well, as this top lane out of turret has 0 health.
Yeah, it's very low. I mean, it's still tanky enough, especially with no AD on Xante. You can't just walk over and kill it. But the backdoor bonus, I mean, yeah, this play, they go for the engage. CC set up onto the Jace, and also getting the flash from the Yunara feels pretty great. So nicely done there by Kellen. This just feels like a formality, though.
Yeah.
We've seen games with bigger comebacks than this, but it's just feeling rough right now.
It is. It's been feeling rough for a while. And the thing that we do need to study here, right, is the BNK have made quite a few errors in their previous games, especially here in the LCK. LCK Cup definitely looked a whole lot cleaner.
True.
So I think what we can study is how they're going to close out this game. Or we could study what that guy in the audience is studying and try and help him out. Maybe we can have a little seminar afterwards and we can have a review session and figure it out. But now Daystar is going in on top of Rich, as that is not the real Nico. And Rich is going to have to get on out of here. If that was Diablo, they know that it's not him because he hasn't arcane shifted yet.
This feels a little bit uncomfortable.
Well,
I like how Andal's trying to make his way over, but it's just not happening.
Based on the 0-5 now, nature of Rich, I think this might be his comfort zone.
Diablo got 293 gold for the Jace.
That's way too much gold, as Willow's just going to get cut down underneath the turret, going for a dive. That was more like food delivery rather than an attempted assassination.
Yeah. Am I going to criticize that dive? No. At this point...
Maybe we did, Ken.
At this point, the game is looking in a pretty dire spot. I think we might have hit the point where it is give them Soul and flip Elder. I think that's the angle.
Yeah. Or give them Nexus and go next game.
That is also an angle.
Yeah.
It's viable.
Possibility.
We've seen teams lose game 1 and win series before.
It has happened.
So it's definitely a strategy you can pursue. And it would preserve what is left of the KDAs of KRX.
Yeah.
Would prevent Clear getting any more solo kills. He's on 4 this game.
Yeah.
4 for 4.
He just does not need any help in this game.
This early in the season, you know, players, I feel like a high number is like 6.
Yeah.
Like that's a crazy high. He's got 4 from a single game.
I wonder whether we have the stats for Clear solo kills so far.
I wonder the stats. I wonder who was highest in solo kills before this game and how many it was.
I'll have to have a look. I don't know whether I have the stats on hand right now, but maybe we could get Yundo on it.
Yeah, if production can help us, it'd be great to know. Solo kills, highest so far this season.
He's on it. All right, we'll report back to see whether Clear in this game has kind of doubled. He's at least doubled his own solo kills. I don't know how many he's got so far, but the number cannot be too high based on how they've been going.
Could it be his first 4? Like, that wouldn't be that crazy, honestly.
No.
With how BNK4X's initial series have gone. We'll see. We'll find out.
Well, Baron is up for another 2.5 minutes here.
BFX is apparently first with 10, which is actually crazy. But
that is
fair, he's been playing monstrously well. But 10 this quickly is pretty insane.
All right.
Clear so far going into this had 2, so he's tripled it in just this game.
That is nuts. Shio and Chobi both have 6 as well.
So Clear's now tied with that in second.
Perfect is so far ahead when it comes to solo kills. That is ridiculous. All right, Raptor is in a lot of trouble. He's just dead. But the rest of BNK4X are going to turn up. Tempered Fate hits onto only one as Diablo's able to Arcane Shift away. Yucal trying to get some damage down, but this Cassante is basically immovable. And now LazyField finds himself caught out of position. An unlikely miss there on the W, but Daystar comes on over and will be able to take him out. Pop Blossom is going to connect onto 2 as well as Andil has to get out of there. Rich finally finds himself a kill, but it's only onto the support and the flash forward as Clear gets the shutdown. Yucal doing a whole bunch of work as Clear dives on in, and this Cassante saying he's a problem would be an understatement and probably the largest one of the LCK so far.
Yeah.
Outside of KT are looking better than we expected.
That, honestly, from KRX was a pretty insanely well-played team fight. But...
Oh, wait. Oh, he didn't spot him! Neither did Raptor! Oh, they were just glued to the Drake!
You know, we've seen people walk in the brushes with
That's
wards,
mad movie. That's
with
mad movie
control
right
wards and miss them, but a whole bard is pretty exceptional.
He was blending in with all of his chimes.
Yeah, very
He
subtle.
put down a pile of chimes and hit underneath
He just stayed completely still. Yeah, so this fight...
And Raptor obviously didn't see him because he's a dinosaur.
True.
Only sees motion. Yeah, that's...
There you go. This fight was actually really well played by KRX. Unfortunately, you see them hitting Clear, and yet I don't see his health bar really moving. No. That's one of the big barriers. Jabal just chunks LazyField out. And LazyField ends up going down. But like, we're getting some great stuns from Andal throughout this fight. Getting a lot of value here. He gets another one later here. That one there onto the carries. And ultimately, I think KRX did the best considering their deficit.
All right, well, he pressed tab. He was just in the shop. All right, well, we have a bit of a siege here as, oh my goodness, Yucal's getting punished. Crescent Guard comes in just to make sure the Raptor is protected, and down will go Willa. The flash out does get Yucal to relative safety, but he's just going to have to watch as his Nexus goes down. This was an absolute massacre here in game number 1 as BNK4X looking like they're revitalized, at least in this best of 3. Andal going to get punished after getting out scot-free before, as there is the Nexus falling. Man! That was utter domination.
And it felt like for BNK4X in the bot lane, the game plan was back to set up Diablo, shut down the other AD carry, and we know that's worked so well for them time and time again. But the more pressing thing for me is, you know, you can try and resolve a strategy like that that's worked against you for KRX, but that top lane matchup, that was rough.
Oh yeah.
So I think game 2, maybe some reflections on the matchup we want to put Rich into, who obviously had a big struggle there. Clear on great form today, tripling his solo kills in one game.
Not bad at all.
So for KRX's sake, he doesn't move any further up the standings.
He might, like, if he has a back-to-back performance like that, he'll be able to tie with Perfect at top of the standings.
That would be crazy.
That would be pretty impressive. 1 tower and a few kills is all that KRX were able to get. The entire map belonged to BNK4X, but thankfully, it is a best of 3. There's a chance for KRX to find themselves some footing and make their way back into the series.
What's funny is how little damage the junglers did, because this just wasn't...
No.
I mean, there was a bit of the jungle intervention from Raptor around bot lane, but it was just largely a lot of lane diff.
Yep. and a lot of Cassante diff in that one. Right now, I think I understand where the POMs are going to be going, but we'll see whether Game 2 is going to change that as we go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down, the phenomenal bottom lane choice of being KRX, and then we will have game number 2.
아직 없어.
아직
오케이,
없어.
갈게. 벨트. 오케이.
아들 공 빠졌고.
아직 2한 번. 아직 2한 번. 아직 2분 걸렸어.
아지를.
아지를 봐줘. 아지를 올걸.
나이스. 좋다. 아지를 궁 있다.
노플이야, 노플.
끝내자.
아직 노플이야. 나 2, 4초. 아직 2 한번 쓸게.
나이스.
chance to build a home.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello everyone, welcome to Chijijik Law Park here in the space. Digon alongside Wadid and the General Umpty joining us here on Global to break down that last match. It's BNK KRX dispatching Kiwoom DRX 1-0 after the first game. And really, Kiwoom never got going, you know? Kind of tough.
I mean, I was expecting more from them because yesterday when I saw the matchup, I thought it's gonna be really close because BNK KRX definitely they're struggling to find out their playstyle, but right now it seems like they're back on the track. I think draft definitely helps them, and also like for Kiwoom DRX, I think this is not the draft that they can actually neutralize it.
Yeah, I agree with Wadid. I think giving KRX to winning bot lane and then the best jungler for the 1v1 Zinzao was quite tough for them, and then they tried to give the reach top Jace and then giving a prio, but they didn't have a mid-bottom prio to play it. I think it was quite tough to play against the BNK KRX Classic #1.
I think you're being a little kind because they did give him multiple bans on the top side of the map and it still didn't quite work out, which is where we started this game. It starts early on the bottom side of the map and then doesn't get any better on the top either.
So yeah, I mean, if T1 had this draft, I think they could actually do the 2v3 right here much better because I feel like Andel didn't really do anything in this situation. He tried to kill Nico, but it didn't work out. And also on top side, this shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I do believe that Kiwoom DRX knew that KRX is going to try to dive bot or counter jungling the jungle at the early level. But that's why I think Vi is just pathing up and then let bottom just execute well. But it was not happening. And then bottom got smurfed there. So yeah, the game was quite tough for them.
You know, here in Global, we're very lucky to have a great former player from the West, has gotten international experience, won a domestic title overseas. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. We're talking about Umpty. That's right. The General here has a jungle session for us to break down kind of what happened in that last one.
So I would say at the first, like Vi just pathed up, he just ignored everything and then tried to farm. But now that he had to give the resources to the teammates, but you're not level 6, and then Raptor was hunting here for when he is coming up for the crab, and then he kicked the buy here. Yeah, so now Zin just get the crab and being the level 6 with the bot min and XP, and then like everyone is like Kiwoom DRX is like, what should I do? We're so sad. Bottom is losing, jungle is losing, middle is losing. It's just disaster.
I'm crying here. Like definitely, I think also we kind of need to see the Raptors details here. Like he was literally just waiting for Wheeler to show up in the river. He was not the one hitting the scuttle blindly, and I think it was really cool plan from BNK KRX in general, and also like Raptor being so smart about his tempo, and he knows what his limit right now in this matchup, and I think working with the bot lane is definitely what we were expecting from them.
I'm just telling you that Vi just based 3 ties in there and he lost flash, and in 2 minutes he didn't get any single count. That's not playable.
Which is great for Raptor because he's had some tough games recently, and I think a lot of people have been pointing at maybe the substitution in the mid lane with Daystar coming in for Vikla, but Raptor also has had some tough games. What did you like specifically about this one today, and what do you want to see more out of Raptor, Umpty?
Well, I hope he saw my vault. And then he's doing gang, 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 push, kill, you know? I don't know, I hope he saw it. And then like, yeah, but then don't be embarrassed. I know you saw it too. And then you just learned it.
Yeah, I saw it.
It's okay.
Yeah, you're such a content monster. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't think the draft was the issue. I feel like you just gotta play better. I think this is not the game that you can blame on draft. I think like this is so obvious that they could actually just prepare for the dive. But I think they didn't really like get to play the game.
No, definitely not. Again, Kiwoom DRX, they were on the ascendancy. Had won 2 games in a row. Everyone was like, okay, wait a second, maybe this team isn't the unanimous worst boat in the league. And then they get bodied by BNK4X, who were currently rated underneath them. So the wacky standings continue. Let's see if it happens into game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. Absolutely loved having a bit of Umpty's incredible content. He is truly a content monster. We did absolutely nailed it there. We didn't hear enough about how good Ezreal Nico bottom lane is, in my opinion, but that's okay.
Yeah, they kind of glossed over that one, so, you know, hopefully we'll get more on that in the future. I think there's just not enough time to talk about all these amazing things, so... I know you could see Wooded was itching to bring it up.
Oh, this guy was a Prince fan back in the day. That's really cute. Wow, he sniped the other guy's little, like, camera shot. Oh, that is incredibly impressive. We haven't seen that before.
Winning strategy.
I don't know what Udspill means.
I don't know either.
We'll have to learn. Maybe, you know, middle school teacher. Is that actually what that means? Oh, this guy is a middle school teacher. Okay, that's a little. I thought that we'd gotten to the bottom of what that word meant, but I actually have no idea. Maybe someone in chat knows what it means. Let us know if you have any idea. Maybe you have the ability to plug it into a translator. I certainly do not.
I bet it's.
Oh, it's Danish. It is Danish, and it means outplay them.
Oh.
Did you have a chat with them earlier in the day?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, that is so cheeky. Orcs came to work and he was like, I was chatting to Danish people. I'm like, whoa, you were talking to pastry.
I like how I try to play it off and be subtle, like, oh, I don't know. And then I'm like, oh, I just know that's Danish, you know?
All right, here we are, into the draft for game number 2. Kiwoom DRX fans, if you're there, please, just let's hope that you only just turned up. Because the last game, your team didn't. And so this time around, we're hoping that they do. As the camera person certainly did, as we were trying to see what Rich was up to. Willa needs some more water. Hopefully that doesn't mean he just spilt it all over his keyboard, and then we need another peripheral issue. But that's probably not going to happen, as already we do see some differences in bans.
Yeah, so Karma, Varus, Pantheon, Jarvan. Some of the picks that were banned last time that are going to presumably get through, at least 2 of them.
Yep. Let's see what this final ban is going to be from Kiwoom DRX. It will be the Jarvan. So no J4 to be picked up.
Maybe if they're planning to first pick the Karma, they could go Karma Sivir, right?
True.
If they go Karma, then BNK4X go Varus. You go Karma Sivir into Varus, which is Sivir into Varus, really good. Jarvan's not there as a threat into the Sivir. That could be the angle they go for. Oh. Varus is going to get banned here, so don't have that to worry about.
No Ashe Seraphine to worry about either.
Yeah,
the first pick Karma feels pretty good.
Yeah, Karma and Pantheon are the big picks open and available that were banned last time. So I imagine BNK4X will prioritize the Pantheon themselves. And the question is kind of just what do you want to pair that up with? Something we haven't seen looked in that much, but is obviously very strong. Annie.
Yeah, true.
Like a Pantheon Annie would be pretty difficult to play into.
It would mean that you're not protecting your bottom lane very much. So they might be wanting to get something for Diablo and Kellen that can play into a potential Karma Sivir or whatever the Karma lane is going to be. It's not Karma Ezreal, they don't need to worry about that one, but there are still plenty of things that you can make work alongside this champion. She is just very strong. We're having a bit of a zoom in on Kellen, so that is what we're thinking there, but we quickly switch over to Clear as he takes his Renekton.
I mean, this is just, if you want to come back for Rich, you slam Gnar right now.
Oh, yes, you do.
We know he can be great on the Gnar pick. Gnar into Renekton feels really good.
Oh, it's kind of awkward though, isn't it? Because you need to pick up your AD carry to get the best thing for the Karma lane, and now they lock in the Gnar, but that means you can keep banning junglers and you get the Annie. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely trade-offs. Kiwoom DRX having to put the weight of that Gnar pick, having to secure it then. So it means that BNK4X may be feeling confident in Clay. It's like he can play Renekton into Gnar, he's fine with that. We have seen some Renektons have pressure, especially in the early levels, level 3.
What about Daystar's Renekton mid? Because we all know that Annie is a counter pick to Gnar. Zaya showed that yesterday. And if you have a look, he's 100% win rate.
I
on Annie
disagree.
top into Na.
You can't dispute that, actually. So, you know, we could see that come out. And if that was the trap, if that was the baited trap, then very effective.
Absolutely nailed it. Nautilus is going to be taken away. This has been a pretty popular one into a lot of these range supports. We do see it banned away quite a lot, actually, in our second round of bans. So not going to be seeing that. I imagine Diablo and Kellen have got something cooked up. I think they're ready to try something.
The thing is, with an Annie Pantheon, you're already planning to put your pressure down towards bot lane. You're already thinking, hey, we can kill Caitlyn Karma very easily. We can set up, we can gank, we can make plays happen. It just comes down to having a support who can maybe facilitate and follow up on that and can do his best to survive the lane. So we'll see what they put together in that regard. No matter what, in the isolated 2v2, you're probably not going to have the most fun.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to find something that's going to have a ton of fun without really warping your composition in a way you don't want.
Well, they might just go Lucian Nami, but instead the Kalista Renata. So I was thinking that maybe they'd look for a Kalista Renata angle, but then I thought it would be not very good. Diablo's grinning though. And so maybe it's not going to be Renata, maybe it'll be Kalista something else. I just don't think Renata.
And this is the last time we've seen Kalista plus not Renata.
It's been a really long time. I think maybe the last time we saw it was like Kalista Ashe, which was like years ago. The Kalista will be locked in though, and it is Kellen, so he's likely to just lock in Renata anyway. And so maybe it's what you were talking about. You know, it's about facilitating ganks towards that bottom side. We know that Raptor will be able to get there as quickly as he would like. But I'm very worried about the 2v2.
Yeah, the 2v2 not amazing, but the skirmishes, BNK KRX is going to be doing fantastic. The 3v3, even the 4v4, anything towards the bot side of the map, when you get stuck in the river, you know, you talked about them fighting over those skull crabs.
Oh yeah.
They're going to win those fights over those skull crabs. Handily.
Well, let's see whether that is what they're going to go for, is Mundo.
Meldo.
Meldo. Well, that's going to be the choice here.
So, I'm not a huge fan. I don't think Mel performs amazingly into what be like. There's some champions Mel just is like, okay, I'm phenomenal here. I really shut it down. I guess part of the theory is Mel into Renata, which that makes sense.
Yeah.
But everything else, I don't think she does fantastically into. She will have a decent lane into Annie. That is one thing for sure. But the Mundo, especially when you know Pantheon is going to be trying to shut down your bot lane.
Oh, it's Kalista Soraka.
I like this way more.
He locks in the bananas.
Soraka is a really good matchup into Karma because if you trade Q for Q, the Soraka wins.
Yeah.
Not only do you do damage back, which is a bit less than Karma, but you get the healing in return. And you can just out-sustain the Karma's damage. That being said, if you do miss your Qs, if Karma's dodging them, it can be a little tricky, but it's a much better matchup than the Kalista Renata.
It does put a huge target on Kellen's back as well, because I mean, the wish, the fact that you can be an actual ambulance for your teammates is a huge thing. But the problem is everyone's a massive target.
But you have the safety net of the Kalista, who can grab you, pull you in. The extra global pressure of the ult as well, on top of the Pantheon already. I think the Soraka was a much better choice than the Renata here for their composition. And I'm glad this is the time. I asked when was the last time we saw Kalista not with Renata. Well, we can reset that today.
Yeah. And it looks like it might actually work out here. A masterstroke in the draft here for BNK KRX moving into game number 2. I don't know whether this is a more or less inspiring draft out of KRX, but I also think that wait, is he decided he's not going to study? Maybe that's what it was. There are a lot of fans who skipped study.
Yeah, we saw one.
That's what he said. And okay, well, I'll read it out once we get the translation in. But I'm really glad that we've kept up with this story. Let's get on to the Rift here for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't have the translation for you. They just gave up, so never mind. I'm just going to assume that he's decided that via peer pressure, he is also not going to study, because everyone else here is also not studying. And I can confirm I am not studying either.
If they have one of those grade curves, then if no one studies...
Exactly! Even playing field.
Yeah.
And that's why it's difficult here in Korea and everything's so competitive in the educational space, because people do study.
Yeah.
Whereas where I'm from, I mean, you'd be in the minority. Or at least that's the way I felt while I was busy in the majority. Okay, Clear and Rich going at it here, but I imagine Rich is going to feel a bunch better in this matchup. Maybe not straight away, as you can feel a little susceptible.
I mean, normally we
Clear
see,
is
like,
kind of on a tear.
Level 3, level 2 is sometimes where the Renekton has a bit more pressure. But there, that was the level 1. Tanking the minions, just rolling on him, stacking Conqueror. Very aggressive from Clear.
Diablo is starting early and immediately has to get healed, uses his barrier, and at least Kellen has ambulance mode activated.
Doesn't have level 2 yet though, so can't actually heal.
Wait, this
Diablo.
was all in preparation for the level 3 gank, because Andal, I think he smells it, that the Pantheon's making his way in. The flash on over as Kellen doesn't manage to get the snare down, but still LazyField taking so much damage. The flash forward, he gets the slow with the rend, and there is the spear to finish off first blood at 2 minutes.
So this is one of the concerns I had with the Mundo, is that you're into a Pantheon. And this bot lane is heavily swung by ganks. And it's just a no-brainer that Pantheon's going to come bot level 3. What would Mundo really be able to do in return? Not really a ganking jungler. And yes, he scales extremely well, but if this game is over by the time you've scaled up, you're going to be in a rough spot.
Yeah, this is not exactly the start that KRX were looking for, but still early days. And maybe off the back of Yukao getting this counter pick, right? I don't know whether it's necessarily a very clean counter pick, but at least if the stun's coming through on a Q, you can rebut it. Kellen, though, needing to be a little careful here as Willa will turn up. Diablo going to get snared. Briefcase connects. As Diablo doing his very best to get on out of here. A W might be available, but it's not quite going to come in time. And there it is. Briefcase to the back of the head, and that is the answer here from KRX. Very nicely done, because there's also a wave crashing, plates falling down, and all of these minions just going to the wayside.
Yeah, huge punish comes through. Diablo without any summoners is very vulnerable, and I was like, I'm not sure what a Mundo can do early, not exactly a ganking jungler. Well, Willa finds a way to make himself useful and puts this Callista behind.
Very nicely done. Clear also going to interrupt Richard's back here at the same time. Neither top laner using their teleports just yet, as Daystar, nice little avoidance. Doesn't get snared up or anything like that. Yukao still having a pretty good time here in this lane. Diablo will finally make his way back now. No culls to be collected for either of our bottom lane champions. There's just long swords aplenty. LazyField probably wanted to go for a bit of a cheater recall at some point soon, wanting to get a few extra items, as Diablo taking lots of damage here. Man, kind of snared up forever, as they do manage to get that combo of the W. But Raptor, he is back again, and LazyField, he knows that he is just dead. Another kill over to the Pantheon, and I just feel like they can do this all day.
Yeah, on repeat. Very easy to do, and I expect this won't be the last time. Hard as well for KRX's bot lane to play safe in the matchup, because you kind of have to put the pressure down. You have to be threatening, hitting these skill shots. If you play defensive, you are just going to get bullied out.
Well, there is the wave crashing in, so Andal not going to be able to protect that one. And it will be another base collected here for Diablo. We'll see how close he gets to his Berserker's Greaves. The Longsword going to be putting him a little bit further behind on that front. But it is about a 300 gold lead as the dust settles, so not end of the world. It's still a bit of a rough time. And LazyField still has a slight advantage as far as money, so that is certainly good news here for KRX.
Yeah,
man, that snap trap did a whole bunch of work.
So much farm was denied, I think, was the big thing that really put Diablo behind in this matchup. But yeah, if this keeps happening, not going to feel great.
Well, this also doesn't feel all that great as Andal's rotating up. Flash away here as Daystar avoids the Q very nicely. You can see Tibbers getting amongst it. Another stun actually connects as Yukal needs to be really careful. Tibbers is angry. Tibbers will go down though. Turret is actually going to secure the kill, so unfortunately no 50 gold over to Yukal. And as we zoom out, the Drake is still being taken here by BNK4X, and with no Mel able to be involved, that should be just going on over their way. And Clear actually teleporting in to the dragon fight. So Rich up there towards the top side with a bit of free time.
Yeah, so Rich having some low time, which is nice for him. Got the column pocket to scale up, but Dragon secured by BFX after a good early start, especially as it's an Ocean Dragon. Bit of extra sustain in lane, and it means no Ocean Soul. Also, I mean, this is honestly my issue a bit with the Mel this game, is even though the lane is good into the Annie, you can just drop Tibbers on ahead, which is an action you can really spell reflect.
We were talking about the rebuttability of Tibbers, and it's kind of like the predictability of this game is predicting exactly when to press it there. It is largely instant, as we know.
Yeah, and also if you can just kind of like get into their face and just hold it.
Yep. And then they press the button and then look a little silly.
And then they feel worse than if they'd just not pressed it and gotten stunned and then had it for the follow-up.
Yeah.
Which is actually what happened there in that trade in the mid lane before.
Well, let's keep tabs on it. As Kellen and Diablo here, back to even as far as farm is concerned, but you can see LazyFeel not feeling as worried about dying twice here in this lane to these Pantheon gangs.
Yeah, now Pantheon has ult as well, though. So,
he is also doing his bottom lane camps, which might mean that he is just going to kill them. He's on the Krugs right now, might finish that off before he decides to head on over here with that Grand Starfall. But there is a Mundo in the area as well. Yukal going to get a bear dropped on him. That was the rebuttal used a little early this time. And yeah, Daystar is just having a pretty good time.
Yeah, the Tibbers really just shakes his matchup up and makes it so difficult for the Mel. And that's just the Annie style. You just drop Tibbers on your lane opponent repeatedly. You can see Raptor even ulted in there, forced the flash from Yukal.
Oh, yeah.
And managed to pick up a plate. So, honestly, I think that's pretty okay for KRX. You get Raptor's ult down, Yukal loses flash, which isn't ideal. But this frees up LazyFeel and Andal to actually be able to play the bot lane 2v2 without the looming threat of the Pantheon flying in.
Well, now you've got a potential gank angle here as Willa flash briefcases over onto Daystar, who is just dead. Man, that was gorgeous setup here from the KRX jungler. There is Raptor doing some grubs here, as I don't think Willa really knows what's going on, but still. That is KRX moving up to a pretty sizable gold advantage here at this stage of the game, despite the fact that they haven't been able to get any of these objectives. How to find more angles, certainly good here as Grand Starfall from Raptor does come in. They get the flash out of Yukal, like you were talking about before, and the 50 gold goes his way.
It's crazy this was the strategy, it's just weird. Just flash, briefcase, set up the route from the Mel, and there you go. That's all you needed to do.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
I tell you what, it's pretty annoying playing Annie into the Mundo as well if you have stun up. Because you really want to use the stun to stun someone, but if the Mundo is the only thing that you can hit, and then your only form of CC is then eaten by his passive, it's quite annoying. As Clear is going to pop the Dominus and look to try and lock down this Gnar. Over goes Raptor as well, but the hop, skip, and a jump is able to get Rich out of there. And Raptor without turret aggro for at least a while, then decides to take a shot for fun and then make it interesting. Still doesn't go down.
Yeah, a little bit low in the health department there. Raptor playing with fire there. Just didn't quite have the damage to cut through the Gnar. 100-0 from full HP under the tower. So playing a dangerous game, but they will
Oh, just barely. Makes
that looks
way out.
so close.
Kellen didn't have vision. As you saw, there was a control ward for the enemy team in that Dragon Pit, so pretty cute attempt. We do have the scope picked up here for LazyFeel. First item feels pretty good. Diablo, of course, had to take a bit of a detour towards those boots too, so incredibly good on the Callista before he does get that Blade of the Ruin King online. Yukal moves up, grabs another plate, and Daystar's been pretty good at, you know, dodging abilities in lane and things like this, but you can see Yukal with a couple of waves in advantage, being able to get that kill, certainly a huge deal here. So
yeah,
right now, QMDRX with a fair bit of control, despite not having those objectives like we were talking about before. Maybe in 33 seconds time, they're going to be able to lock themselves down an Infernal Drake.
If you look at the map, you can see around the river they have a good amount of vision, but also these super deep wards, way beyond BNK4X board line.
Is crazy.
So when you look at BNK4X, you see Kellen just walk in sweeping. Those wards are so deep, you're not even thinking about sweeping there. And it means that Rich, who has TP, is potentially going to be able to get right behind them as a backline threat. Oh, ult coming in.
Yeah, Grand Starfall comes on over as there is the flash. Decent rebuttal there at the same time, but Yukal able to walk it off. Now Will is making his way in. This 2v2 could be a problem as Kellen able to be here to at least heal up Raptor. And they take down Tibbers yet again.
And this is so good for killing DRX because Yukal has TP. So him being low health is completely meaningless. You can just back off, recall, TP back in, and be fine. And burning the flash Tibbers before the fight for this dragon even starts is a really rough position for BNK KRX to be in. I think with that down, your chances of getting a successful fight here drop massively.
Yeah, really nicely done here for KRX.
Should be looking to recall though.
Well, he's going to get some vision first before he does press that B button. Raptor and Kellen moving on over here. It looks like they might be giving up this dragon. Does feel like they don't have the tempo vibes to get it for themselves. Teleport does come in as there's a flash out from Rich actually. Wanting to get underneath his turret, but the Drake is going to be secured, one apiece, and it's a Chemtech. Ox, I saw you. You are concentrating on the map.
You know what?
But it still just gets through.
They switched to top lane for a second, and it just catches me off guard.
Probably what it was. Well, Fate's Call does come on down here. Flash out from Lazyfield to avoid the knock-up as Raptor moving on in. Andal taking a fair bit of damage as now Willa comes on over. It's the flash forward to get on top, and in comes Clear out of nowhere. Flash does come forward, but Willa is still going to be cut down. And Clear's like, I really want that POM, guys. And I think that play may have helped him earn it.
Great TP flank comes in. You know, BNK KRX immediately... Oh, Andal, you are in trouble.
Yes. It depends what his goals are. If they are using his flash in order to escape, nailed it. Yukal going to rotate on in, though, as Raptor is underneath an enemy turret, does get snared up, and he is very much going to die, as he'll pick up turret aggro and just get exploded. So Yukal is able to get one out on the back end, but still decent trade regardless for BNK KRX.
Yeah, a bit costly in the top lane matchup in terms of Rich getting those plates, but Clear was already ahead before he TP'd down, so he's not feeling too bad about that. Diablo gets his one-item spike, which feels great. This is one of the problems, though, with having, I mean, any range support, particularly Soraka. Throwing this rocket in always feels a little bit crazy.
But if they then get a lot of damage down onto Diablo, Kellen can run out really quickly.
There you go. And Clear here has been really patient with the stun. Gets right under tower, blocks up the Mundo, and then is able to disengage. And it just felt like the perfect flank angle. Honestly, Andal getting away, and the fact that they got Raptor back in return does neutralize that play a little bit, but still very good for BNK KRX.
That's also a flash down for Andal as well, and the Karma is exceptionally killable when she's trying to get vision down. You were talking about deep wards. Well, that might be a thing of the past, as Andal is actually going to be rotating over right here. I'm not sure whether that was a good idea, but he did tether up Diablo. Great avoidance of the Gnar ultimate here from Clear. Just slices out of the way. Now Rich could be in trouble. Able to land a fair bit of damage, though. As we can see in this mid lane, there is more fighting going on. Skirmish is kind of everywhere, as Rich was able to escape from the jaws of the crocodile.
I mean, I'm just kind of amazed. Andal positioned so aggressively and was just able to walk it off. But both teams so close at this point. And Chemtech generally the one that we like the least and generally doesn't have a ton of value.
Hang on a sec. This game's crazy for Chemtech.
That's what I was going to say. But this game is one where you have a lot of shielding and healing for the individual Chemtech dragons, and you have some champions who really will thrive with it. You know, I think Renekton Mundo, the biggest.
Not to mention Soraka, who's just going to be healing up everyone.
Well, that's a downside, because they only get the benefit.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. You want to be under half health. But Kellen's going to be under half health, running around really fast, a little bit more durable.
Imagine if Diablo goes to rend, and as he's about to rend, he gets healed above half and loses the extra damage.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's all right, because he'll never be at that point. He's going to be playing this game on a quarter health. We know that. It's Diablo. That's how he plays the game. As Andal will be taking a bit of pierce damage there, but it looks like Clear should be able to take down this top outer turret. And man, this Renekton is kind of clobbering this Gnar matchup right now. So we're having a look at the gold. The damage is towards Rich.
Being ranged against melee, right?
Yeah, so that should be happening. But the fact that he's 600 gold ahead is just kind of insane.
Clear's having a day.
He is. This is the Clear we've wanted to see for so long after being, you know, touted as a bit of a prodigy in Challenger. Him and Thanatos, we were singing their praises. And Thanatos left us, but Clear wasn't able to find that level of success that we were expecting for him. Maybe now is the time to start it.
I mean, BNK KRX definitely could do with it, with how their season's gone so far.
Yep. Diablo just bouncing around the minion wave, wasn't actually going in aggressively there. Did catch Jonah Strong unawares for a moment. First items completed for our top laners. Rich is going to feel better in the matchup, I could imagine, as time goes on. But it always feels a little bit rough when the Renekton does start somewhat of a snowball. It's all right, Raptor really wants to kill someone. It's been a really long time since he's pressed his R button and flashed. And so he really does want to do that. And there's the R button. Let's see whether he follows that up with that immediate flash. And he does get stunned up. The wish comes down, though, and that's going to keep Diablo alive. He gets taken down so incredibly low, but he's going to live because there's a Soraka on the map. They take out Lazy Feel, but there goes the Annie as well. So 1 for 1 is not really what BNK KRX were looking for here as they eat the honey fruit. And that is a lot of Diablo's health bar sorted out once again. KRX want this, but there is a Mega Cone. The flash forward from Clear. He gets on top of UCal, but cannot quite do enough as Andil gonna go down so incredibly low. The ulti from the Mel secures the Renekton, though, and now Rich is looking to try and take down Diablo. He cannot get over that wall, and it's a double for the Mel. They'll grab their second dragon, and Kiwum DRX looking to make this a tied-up series.
Just a very messy approach from BNK KRX, and we're hitting this point where the Mel is doing a ton of damage, the Mundo is going where he pleases. This was crazy. Lazyfield has flash, and they just throw the Soraka at him. And then they're chasing through while Mundo is just kind of doing a ton of damage to everyone, going by. Rich is ready with Mega, which means Daystar just dies. He's left as the last man in the wreckage. And then even though they have the Soraka healing up, it does take time, and there's still a lot of low health bars here to work through. So just not able to heal quick enough. They go over this engage, Cullen's flash into silence, but unfortunately the damage just isn't there. The Mundo is such a beefcake, even at this early stage, and if Diablo can't start rending targets, then he's not getting the value.
Nicely done, UCal. And UCal just said he feels like he became BDD. Of course, both of them are pretty important to KT just in general, just at different times. So pretty cute as UCal now moving up to 4-0-2. And he is having a great game thus far. I feel like the Mels have really been the beneficiaries of other things happening, and then them being the ones to pick up a lot of the kills.
Yeah. I was also a little concerned because like Mel into Soraka, like popped the ultimate, but everyone had kind of been healed, so wasn't able to get the kill. But still doing a ton of damage there.
Yep. Clear just comes on over and steals it away. Willard decided he would not press Smite, and that may have been an error.
He just thought Clear deserved it.
Yeah. And honestly, based on Clear's performance...
And Clear just ulted and forced UCal's flash, so...
Huh.
Well, resources there.
Certainly good news, but it's a 3,000 gold lead regardless for Kiwum DRX. And they might be able, to get more.
What I will say is a ton of that gold is on the Mel, and the Mel has no flash, and the Crocodile is here.
Clear, yeah, he doesn't have flash either. He does have Slice and Dice and does avoid the briefcase quite nicely. Spots the fact that there is a teleport coming in. Does have Raptor here to help him on the escape as Rich turns up with Mega, but is unable to actually get on top of the Crocodile. Slippery little reptile gets himself out of there.
Clear was just playing so aggressively and just manages to like slide out.
Yeah, how did he do that?
Well, he sliced and he diced.
Ah, that's what it was.
But yeah, pretty chaotic. BNK KRX trying to leverage some advantages. They get the TP from Rich though, so that's a big boon.
Yeah.
Don't have to deal with that now on the side lane, who has overtaken Clear and got some gold and a level advantage. Second item though comes in for Calista though. This is the big spike. This is really where you're feeling good.
And it's Diablo as well. I mean, he was just in the Mad Movie in a game that they lost with his play on Calista. He can certainly make magic happen no matter what the game state. And right now, it is neither here nor there. You know, 2.5k is not the end of the world. That is also going to be diminished here as Clear takes down this bottom outer turret, although Rich might be able to get a bit of a defense happening. So the Crocodile unable to quite finish that one off. But still, a very relevant Croc in this game. And we've seen some of them not quite be able to boast that. So nicely done for Clear so far. But I think they're going to have to stay locked in because BNK FearX's composition isn't exactly the most scaling. Soraka does certainly help out, and the brawling nature of the comp can certainly be augmented by a lot of that healing and things like that, but it does feel like the Mundo is going to become so problematic. Lazyfield's range will become an issue later on in the game as well. So I think they do need to keep their foot on the gas.
I think that's the thing, I said thing like 3 times in that sentence. I think a major thing that I'm thinking of is that Lazyfield has been in a bit of a deficit with him being 0-4-0, and that's meant, you know, BNK FearX, despite losing that fight, still feel okay, but eventually Caitlyn is just going to hit critical mass. It's inevitable, right? You're still getting gold even if you are behind. So I'm concerned about that point of the game. Mundo is really strong right now, really hard to cut through. It's kind of like the top side to just kind of bridge the gap until Lazy feels strong enough to just carry on his own.
Well, let's see whether they can kill Lazyfield a 5th time, as they can. There's not really much of a chance there, as Fate's Call is looking for Andal at the same time. Diablo, of course, is going to flash over the wall to pick up the double kill. Yukal doesn't have enough range, and they are not able to stop this Kalista from just tearing them apart. The bottom lane's now gone, and BK FearX are looking for a Baron.
I don't know why, but I saw him walk up the wall, and I just knew.
Oh, I mean, I know why. It's Diablo. Obviously, that's what he's going to do.
It just, you know, I was like, for a moment, I was like, will he? And it just, yeah. Oh, they're going for the play.
Yeah, Raptor dives on in towards the mini. Now down goes Rich. Yukal in a lot of trouble as well. And like dominoes, they fall. As KRX, they had a lead before. That is now gone. And the Baron is going to be picked up as well.
I think what's actually really obnoxious about BNK FearX's composition is the point-and-click stuns into the silences.
Yeah.
It feels so low counterplay. The fact that like you get the extended silence into the root afterward, and this was a great setup that came in from BNK FearX. The stun comes in, the flash silence that follows means that he's stead. He doesn't get to play the game, doesn't get to push his buttons. And then Diablo, he was walking up the wall, I was like, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course he will.
The only way he doesn't flash that is if he didn't have flash off cooldown.
And then you know he'd try and Q to hop over.
And you know he pressed F anyway.
Yeah. Here, again, it was a great turn onto them, just that decisiveness. I feel like BNK FearX has kind of been lacking.
Yeah.
Since we saw them come back from first stand.
And I don't want to say that this is, you know, a game that is all over as well, because we know that they have been making some pretty weird mistakes, but a bear goes down into this mid lane. Andal taking a fair bit of damage, but you can see Daystar needs to be healed back up here from Callan. But Callan's staying very safe. Does have his Ardent Sensor and his Moonstone. And this Soraka is really starting to get worked on as far as healing everyone forever. Still, the Drake has been started here by Willa, and Grand Starfall is going to bring Raptor into this mid lane. They don't care about dragons right now, but there is a trap that goes down, and Raptor does need to be a little bit careful there, but he's got Kellen, so maybe he doesn't, as the Nara is going to push back Kellen and Diablo. Diablo going to use that as an engage opportunity, though, as he gets out of the way of the Mel, and Rich gets stunned up. Clear looking for an angle. Oh my goodness, look at these health bars. Fantastic ward there from Andal. Spots him out, though, on his approach. The Drake is still up. That is going to be a nice snare onto Diablo, but Kellen's still alive, guys. That means that everyone is able to be healed back up again, and DRX are not as lucky, so they will have to back away. Raptor going to be able to tank that one. The Wish comes out here from Kellen, was holding on to that the entire time, and they will be able to grab their second Drake of the game. And the McHale's comes in for Andal. That is a pretty important buy.
Just feels like in that passage of play, because it was slow, because there was so much time for Kellen to get value in the Soraka, you could see it just started to get less and less favorable for KWM DRX. When they got that Gnar flank in, Diablo actually didn't have ultimate. So they could have turned on a Kellen, but the thing is, it's so hard to have precise timings on ultimates. We have that knowledge, you know, from the spectator point of view, but I think they didn't go on Kellen specifically because they assumed the Kalista ult would come in. And then Kellen being alive is just making these situations so hard to deal with. The Wish as well, when they backed off to the Dragon with low HP and he just pops the Wish, it just kind of shows you how fake the HP bars actually were.
Yeah.
It's like dealing with the Nico and you see like the low HP and then it turns into actually, no, it's full HP. And it was a prank all along.
Yeah, I remember like when we had Soraka metas in the past, I'm going to have to hold that thought, as Diablo could be in a little bit of trouble, or all of KWM DRX could be in trouble as they engage onto Diablo there, with the Soraka in support. Daystar towards the top side of the map, kind of unnoticed, as he's wiping out plates, has Raptor there in tow. and I was going to make a point, but I just cannot remember what I was going to say. Oh yeah, I was talking about Soraka metas back in the day, and that was you always had to kill Soraka first. Every single time. Otherwise, it just feels like all the damage you're doing does nothing at all. And now that supports have so many more resources, it's augmented even further than if it was last year, for example. So I think Kellen is going to have to really start getting targeted here by KRX. And with that Fate's Call, it just makes it so difficult for them to do so.
I think that's just what really makes this combo work so well, is that, I mean, everyone kind of knows, typically bot lane, one of the basic rules of bot lane, you target the AD carry.
Yep.
I know that's like one of those basic rules that aren't actually 100% true all the time, but it's like one of the beginner rules. It's like focus AD carry, except Soraka. Soraka's the exception. It's like, no, you have to focus the Soraka. You can't focus Soraka when you have that ultimate available to the Callisto. It just gives that that insane safety net. And what's crazy is that they haven't been using it in that way.
Nope.
They've been launching Kellen in.
Engage Soraka.
Yeah, and still he's kind of been able to sort of circumvent all these dangers. Still unkilled in this game so far, which is a little bit nutty.
Yeah, 100% kill contribution as well. Obviously, it's pretty easy to do so, as you do have an ability that's just a global heal. So getting assists is pretty comfortable for the Soraka, but the fact that he hasn't died and he's been able to lock down a contribution on absolutely everything just means that BNK KRX have been playing around it really nicely. 2,000 gold lead is now there, 2 minutes on the Drake, 1 minute on the Baron. And it's not exactly a ridiculous lead or anything like that, but I think that BNK KRX have really gotten into the groove as far as this composition is concerned. Willa hits a big spike though. Having the Spirit Visage is going to go a long way for the Mundo.
I mean, Willa's tanky, and also playing as these champions into the Mundo feels a bit uncomfortable because he has that CC immunity on the first CC, so if you try to follow it with the silence, you can kind of just run out. Kalista into Mundo is so hard to judge when you want to rend because you're stacking the spears and you're like, oh, but he's healed.
Yep.
Okay, how many do I need? And if you fail the rend, he's just never dying.
Nope.
So there is tricky aspects to that. Also, Lazyfield, he's got a little bit of a weird way about his build. He bought that slingshot and then it's just kind of holding on. It's just in his back pocket in case he wants to get up to any mischief.
I think he either got told by his teammates that maybe he needs armor penetration because he's a Caitlyn that's extraordinarily far behind, and so needs to move that up the item list as these levels do start coming in.
Maybe he just likes the green.
He just also might like slingshots, and he wants to get that David versus Goliath feel really locked in.
Yeah, that makes sense. If the Nectin jumps onto him, he's just relying on the ancient texts to get him through it.
Exactly. Yeah, BNK KRX are relying on Void strategy as the Baron is going to get started up one more time. No vision here, but KRX is just going to wander on in. Mundo's certainly a champion that's pretty good at doing that. Is clear on a bit of a flank angle. Yeah, Daystar moving in as well as Rich. Will be able to crush on in. Actually uses the ultimate immediately. Ace in the hole comes down and Kellen is looking to be thrown into KRX. There's a brilliant stun from Daystar and down comes the Pantheon looking for Yukal. He flashes away, but it's clear that gets on top of him. Will is dead and BNK KRX, they turn on a dime and wipe them out.
The craziest thing is they throw Kellen at the Mundo to proc the
Engage Soraka!
Engage Soraka is just how to do it, apparently. BNK KRX get a massive team fight win. Only Rich still alive.
And Yukal head in hands there, and honestly, I could understand how he's feeling, right? He was 4-0-2, now 2-2, has done nothing but die over the last few minutes. And honestly, I don't think it's his fault or anything like that. I think the BNK KRX have just been able to utilize this composition so beautifully in this mid to late game, as there is that silence combo. It has to be flashed out of there by Rich, who's doing his best to be frustrating to keep this game alive as Diablo taking big bursts of damage. Kellen running out of health bar here, so it's more difficult to use that W. As a teleport flank angle from Yukal, looking for that opportunity. They look to now turn as Clear goes in, but he does get kited, and with that snare is able to lock down the Crocodile, as Yukal might get the same treatment, and they have created an avenue of escape, which is through the Mel.
Yeah, able to circumvent. Oh, Diablo's still healthy enough.
Yeah, wait, it's BNK KRX, so obviously they are going to continue trying to fight them.
Diablo has like 3 or 4 times the health of Daystar. He's like, no, you tank this. There's still, look, guys, you can retreat.
Yeah.
You're allowed to do that.
But I think maybe they don't want to give up Soul Point, perhaps? Oh, God,
TP's
no.
coming in.
They're
Tibbers is available.
flanking, yeah. In comes a potential bear angle as Daystar, I mean, he might get the UCal treatment, but Diablo is looking to try and get them into position. Raptor goes forward as Kellen doesn't quite find the Q there. They do get some vision in this brush as Daystar was biding his time. Rich dives on top of him. There's the Nara as they turn onto the Annie and take her down. The Wish doesn't do anything at all as Clear has no teleport. He has respawned, but he will not be able to get here as the mid wave is going to get shoved in. And so Soul Point will be the prize here for KUM DRX, and they're not out of this game just yet.
Yeah, I mean, just Rich finding this angle, saw the Annie on the flank with no flash, and just said, I need to shut this down. Able to do so. The reliability of his Narc coming in huge here. And now, potentially looking towards Baron area. No, looks like they won't go for that. Won't want to risk it. We'll just clear up some of the waves outside the base. Third Dragon, you know, don't have Soul yet, but getting some extra healing and shield power, definitely nice with their composition.
Yep.
But ultimately, still at a big deficit in this game, and losing that mid-inhib, a pretty heavy blow.
It is. It is the easiest inhibitor to defend if the Baron is what you're worried about. And so that certainly goes in their favor, but still not a fantastic thing. As Clear is going to shove this wave forward. KRX, they're back out onto the map, looking to try and get at least an avenue of vision towards this Baron pit.
Diablo's so tanky as well. Like,
his Randuin is now completed.
And he has a Negatron Cloak for the Wit's End.
My goodness.
So he has so much resistances that the effective HP the Soraka gives is so valuable.
And now, the Baron is just going to get wiped out. Rich is moving on over. Willa is quite a ways away from the pit right now as Daystar. Ace in the hole does come down. Molten Shield is going to be there. As again, the engaged Soraka gets a double knock up into the silence. Clear on top of them. And the Kalen is just dead. He was standing next to UCal as well, so he gets the same treatment. BK Fearx, they just keep doing it.
Just throw the Soraka in. Absolute no hesitation.
He's a madman. And okay, there's a delicious snap trap there, but Willa, I don't think where he pleases is the Death Chamber, but Diablo wants to send him there anyway.
He's so tanky, level 16
They have no
now.
heal cut. There is no grievous wounds on anyone on BNK, so I think the Mundo is not going to be their target.
I think the Nexus should probably be their target.
That looks like where they're going, as Rich doesn't have a health bar that he can really utilize anymore, as Willa does. He's going to try and do so as he has to flash out of the way. Nexus turret's falling down. Diablo is just bouncing around the enemy base. They will be able to take out the structure. Rich is dead as well. Daystar collects that one. It's going to be one going over to Raptor, and then the Nexus will fall. And BNK Fearx, brilliant back-to-back team fights towards the end of that game, and they secure their 2-0 over KUM DRX today.
A very convincing win, and I think, again, if you looked at the Week 1 performance of KUM DRX, I think this would have been not too much of,
understandable.
of a big win. But I think based on how KUM DRX was playing last week, this is meaningful. This is a big bounce back, I think, for BNK KRX, playing more like we saw from them in the LCK Cup. And we needed some good news for this team, because it has been pretty dire straits so far. So I think the fans can be happy with this one, and especially with how Clear was playing.
Oh, God.
And how the bot lane were just a return to the sort of shenanigans we expect from this team.
I know you wanted to say return to form, but I knew that form was not the word that you would use to describe them. And that is not a slight, that is just Diablo and Kellen and how they play. It is Kellen being a babysitter that's extraordinarily stressed, while there's a very high-energy child just bouncing around the place. It works, man. It works.
I would love to see the comms and just see who was like shouting.
Yeah.
Like was it Diablo being like, I'm throwing you? Or was it Kellen being like, throw me? Or was it both? Was it them together?
Yeah.
Just like in sync, sharing the same brain cell. Like, we go, we go, we go.
Well, I mean, Getting the knock up into the silence as well, like absolutely crazy. The last couple of fights, obviously it was a bit of a misposition. UCal and Daystar sharing pixels is not really, sorry, not Daystar. UCal and Lazyfield sharing pixels is not really what you want to see. However, the way they executed, you just can't help but be impressed by BNK FearX. When they're playing well, they are such a joy to watch. And it all started with Raptor finding this level 3 gank. Like, level 3 ganks have just been the way of this week.
Yeah. And there was that one fight which things went a little bit askew. Like
Yeah, I mean, it was a 4,000 gold lead at one point.
Yeah, found their way back into it. But it just felt like the decisiveness and the refusal to let Lazyfield play the game. And this just kind of felt like a winning strategy against KOMDRX with Lazyfield, is do not let Lazyfield play the game at all.
Yeah, it's worked out. If you have to play 4v5 every single time, you're probably going to be in good standing. As Clearman, I mean, didn't get any attention in his lane in both of the games, to be honest, and just was always doing what he needed to do.
You know what I'm going to say? I think it's a tough POM.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty clear POM.
No, I think it's tough. I think Kellen was pretty...
Yeah, Kellen was pretty good. And you are a bit of a justice for supports guy, so if there is an angle, you are a man who takes it.
Okay, it was Diablo shouting on this one, and then Kellen was like, I'm going.
Yeah. We've always kind of known that that Kellen isn't much of a shot caller, right? That was why there were issues with Kellen in a couple of the teams that he was in, just because they didn't have that voice. I think BNK FearX kind of solves it, as Diablo does 36,000 damage, and his Callista it's so good. And when we saw it locked in, I cringed at first, and then I read the nameplate. I was like, all right, you can do it. You're allowed.
And he definitely showed it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think ultimately there's 3 people who I think could get votes, but I think it's hard to push it away from how convincing Clear was. Game 1,
yeah,
extremely strong. He was 100% player of that match. Game 2, I think there was arguments for other players, but he still had those great flanks in the match and still had a good performance. And I think he was definitely deserving of it.
I think also, this is probably the best form that we've seen Clear in for a really long time.
Yeah.
And that is fantastic to see him living up to a whole lot of that potential that we'd had set out for him for so many years and never really hit it. Today really was that day, and it was great to see. But now it's over to the interview with him, see exactly why he was so good today.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Clear on the side of BNK FearX, who just took a 2-0 victory. Congratulations! You have secured a precious win. How do you feel? We were on a losing streak, and today, it's such a relief that we're able to end that losing streak, and yeah, it feels great. This was the first matchup against KOMDRX this year, so what were you watching out for today? Yeah, I just realized that we were matched up against them for the first time today, and our coaching staff, and also, honestly, since we have the same roster, or they had the same roster, I feel like we actually had a really good understanding of them. So I think our coaching staff was able to give us pretty good strategies. And for game 1, do you know how many solo kills you scored? I think maybe 3. You actually did 4 solo kills, and let's take a look at the highlight. It was a solo kill parade. How did you find this opening? You know, the start wasn't very great, but I think I was lucky and able to get a pick once and just really toppling them over and ruining their balance actually just made it possible for us to actually go ahead and snowball a bunch of times. But in terms of the Jace versus K'Sante matchup, I think I just played really hard, and I felt really lucky. What was your favorite solo kill moment? Was it the first one? The first one was honestly really purely luck. I think I did really well in the rest of the solo kills, actually. And in game 2, Raptor on Pantheon ganked bot twice before the 5-minute mark. So did you hear about it or did you notice it in the top lane? Yeah, just based on the comps and the matchups, I didn't really need help. But around 10 minutes, Raptor, you know, he actually also kind of denied the enemy from taking kills, so it actually made me have a good time during the lane too. And yes, lately he's been coming top pretty often, so he's looking quite handsome lately. And since Daystar has been in the starting lineup for 3 matches in a row, has the team's playstyle shifted? I think there's clear pros and cons, and personally, I feel like whenever we are down in spirits, it just feels like a breath of fresh air. So I think it's really nice that we're able to try to stay on the same page and really work on improving our team synergy. And since you got a POM, I have a personal question, and I recently role swapped to top. Did you hear? Yeah, I actually saw. You know, what is the key point for a newbie top laner? Can you share something? I think for top, you just have to really constantly think about how to bully your lane opponent. So, can you blame your jungle if it doesn't go well? Yeah, I think you can always blame your jungle if it doesn't work out. And your next opponent is the undefeated KT, so what mindset do you have? The KT's on a really good momentum. I just feel like no matter who our opponent is, we are able to win or lose, so we're just going to have to try our best. And that is all from Clear and Back to the Dusk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Yaya, as it is a 2-0 for Clear and BNK KRX. They get the job done. He gets the POM, and it was just this one a little less clean, more entertaining, a little less clean than game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, some ups and downs for BNK KRX, but at the end, the gap on the top side was huge. He was winning the matchup. He was ganking bot lane with the TP, and he still wins the CS. Like, I don't know, man. This guy is everywhere on the Rift, and now, he just nailed it. I really like the point that BNK KRX finally just found something from the top side, because I think they are just relying on bot lane too much, and that was the reason why they were kind of struggle. But right now they're having pretty solid top side, including Daystar as well, so it's looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that Clear is deserved to get this, because especially at the game 2, everyone thinks that it was not very impactful or something. But at the first Dragon, which is for the Mundo's very important time, he just caught the first Dragon stack with his TP at the level 6. And then he still wins the lane with the CS 20 gap, and then gets the 3 turret plates, and the solo kill. I don't know, I think it was really good play from Clear.
I'm kind of surprised that Daystar didn't get any vote, by the way, because I really think that, he kind of showed up his things, in terms of the team fights.
I feel like Daystar might have been a lot of people's second vote, but I can see why the Raptor vote came through.
We don't have Valdez.
That's why. We don't have someone to advocate for him.
Yeah, what can I say? Top die. That's all he said in the game 1 and game 2.
That's weird, because that comes from Impact saying that, who's from NA. Aren't you our EU guy?
Yeah, but I love Impact. Top one? But I love Impact. So whenever I see top gapping that much, I always remind the Impact. So I just use that.
Okay, that's a good top die then. Now here goes it. I'm
yeah, you're gonna do it. You're gonna say, hey.
CS clear, turret plates clear, solo kill clear, TP for first Dragon clear.
All clear.
All clear.
Okay, Claire got the POM for this. I'm happy.
That was good.
That was good.
Our biggest delta between good ones and bad ones. That was a good one. I had to figure out how to say that. Like, something. I looked at Wadid. I was like, Wadid, help me. Give me the words to say properly here.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Chad likes this one. All right. Let's see. Who else did we have here for our comments? Ox was hitting on it. I'm surprised he only got one. Engage Soraka by Kellen. That was nuts.
I mean, I just love this so much because like some teams keep trying Kalista Renata even though you have a bad matchup on support. But this is the proper way to use the Kalista. It enables a lot of different kind of supports, something like Soraka, and so you can actually have a better matchup. And even though it's risky, you are still okay because you have the Kalista ulti. So that was a great idea. And Kellen on the utility support, the enchanters, blessing.
Yeah, I like it. I really like the aggression of the Kalista and then the enchanters. That's as you said. Cloud Templar going with this would be a huge controversy if he doesn't get POM.
Ox.
I guess.
Ox.
Blaming us.
Where? Helios says that too.
Helios, Prince, this is how much you have to play for bot ganks.
I think it's a revenge, right?
Yeah.
The last time.
Wait, I'm waiting for the number 2. Where's the second part of it? Junglers. You all saw this, right? Top ganks aren't needed. There you go. I love this one. The duo have been doing the back-to-back comments really well. It's a little cute. A little cute stuff there by Prince and Helios. As those were our comments, and there was just one moment early on in the game that we just had to take a look at. It just caught my eye here because, you know, here in Global, Valdez hates blast cones. And for a while, Clear was standing on that blast cone thinking, from the top rope, we're going to go onto the back line and kill them all. So would you do it or will you don't it?
I would do it, man. It's always like entertaining. So I would do it. Like no matter what, you gotta give it a try, you know? You gotta test your limits. And I think that was the moment where they could actually like give it a try. And I mean, it's fun.
Humpty?
Just take the blast gun. I'm not saying anything about it. Just take the blast gun and then you just say, I stunned Mel. I stunned Mel. Come, my teammates. And then who cares about the result?
No. Do we have the result ready? Do we have what actually happened after that one? Because he thought about it for like a while. And then this is what happened here.
All right.
Clear, look at him. He's thinking about it.
All right, he's thinking about it.
Thinking about it.
And he's going for it.
Us. Okay.
He's what do? What don't?
Welcome to the rift from the top rope. Here comes the Renekton. I got him, guys.
I got it.
I got him.
Any help?
Oh my God.
Any help?
Look at the Soraka follow-up, man. Kellen is the knower. Kellen just flashes in.
Where's Raptor actually? Ready to run away.
So good.
Golly.
He should took the blast gun together and they're like,
Oh no.
He had ideas of making it into Mad Movie, and instead he made it into what do or what don't. I feel like that's an honor in its own right.
Happens.
BNK KRX, they get themselves the victory back on the winning ways, and Kiwoom DRX, after ripping off 2 wins in a row last week, they struggled today.
Oh yeah, I mean Sandstorm finally like crawling up, and now they're in the 8th place. But I think their performance-wise, I think there's more space to go up. And now Kiwoom DRX seems pretty rough. And whenever you think about the rest of the matchups that they have right now, is such a disaster. It's actually disaster. So I think they should just find something else than the draft. I mean, especially for the draft, I think they should just work on what they are good on right now, because this doesn't work. And I think they have the better way to figure it out. But yeah, today it was not a day for them.
Well, what his point is correct, but I would say if you can't like execute any draft, which is like top carry, jungle carry, mid carry, or bottom carry, or who is being the like defensive side,
yeah,
it is really, really, really tough to draft. I think that's what Kiwoom DRX is in. So they should improve on this one, and the players really have to grind.
All right, well, we'll see what happens there with Kiwoom DRX. Teams that can execute top carry, mid carry, bot carry, like Umpty believe, are D plus Kia and T1. That is our next matchup after the break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK.
젠지가 일황임을 증명을 합니다.
호랑이가 사냥당했습니다.
Lots of dashes here on the Ambessa. Flash on in! And
카나미!
Canyon gets the double impale. Bickler is obliterated.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
The work done that it wanted to, but they do manage to take down the dragon. Delight battle dances his way out of Gumayushi, finds the feather pull. They're looking for the angle. Oh my god! And the wallop as well, and HLE will destroy them. Will walk it off. Scout though, still chasing after him. Let's see who has the deep ball. And it's perfect. That locks it up. Maybe it is the year. Perfect, you absolute madman. Whoa! Use it. He is lurking. Hijack is there for Scout, so effort is not allowed in here. The chains are just going to go straight into the charm. Cease and desist comes down. And Scout, he gets the ulti, but he's too low. And he's going to be taken out by Cuz. BDD gets himself away. The charm with a phenomenal spell shield. And BDD will be able to pick up the kill onto the Yunara. And down will go the Nocturne. KT finding a fantastic fight. Sunk up quite a bit. Chiu is being taxied out of here by Jovi. His hits about half health. Might come down to just a flip on this one. And even the Anivia ult's in there. We get the Bard ult onto 2 and the follow-up on Aduro and onto Ruler as well, who just dies. The Bard gets it! Gets it! As it's stolen away by a Bard. Not out of it yet.
Okay, they haven't given up. They still find a window to win a fight despite this big
Wait a second. Oh my god, Gideon. What is that? That was like his W is not supposed to instantly kill people.
Double kill.
As Teddy's just trying to snipe the egg, does manage to take down Angelus. There it goes, UCal as well. He gets it! They get the soul as Gideon is so massive. And now they can just slow them down as Ezreal scream.
에디. 나도 잘했잖아. 나이스.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the hush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I walked where no one there to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
플러스기아 화이팅!
이거 스매시 플러스기아 화이팅!
T1 이겨나오 T1 화이팅!
파이팅! T1 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our second series of the night here at Chichik Global Park for LCK 2026. I'm still Atlas, still joined by Orcs, and that was an absolutely adorable super carrier to bring us into T1 versus D+ Kia. Now, Orcs, I have a question. That is, how is this one going to go?
I think it's tricky to figure out, honestly, because I think T1, like some of our top teams, hasn't been all smooth sailing, and D+ started off in such a rough state. I just can't believe where they are now. The bounce back has been kind of insane for D+, and honestly, I'm a little worried. Even though they are down in terms of the standings, the resurgence they had is a very good omen for them.
I would agree, and I actually feel like normally, right, when it's T1 versus DK, I normally just like, well, T1 always just beats DK. Last time around, though, in that best of 5, it was a victory for D+ Kia. I don't know whether that is the new rule or whether that was an anomaly, right? And D+ have been getting monkeys off their back, right? Able to take down Gen G very famously after a very, very long time. Maybe they can now find a regular season victory over T1 here as well. As having a look here, this was in fact the last time that they played, and Korea was an absolute mess, but then turned it around so beautifully, finding these angles here. And I feel like if you had have shown me this after a few of Korea's performances after that, I would have been like, well, I guess it didn't really do anything. But more recently, Korea has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I think the thing that really sets the stage for this is that D+ took down Gen G for the first time in 21 outings. Well, I think they'd lost 21 times in a row, so 22nd. And then they went 3 games against KT.
Yep.
So having a close series against KT, who are looking, well, are the strongest team in the league right now. D+ are in terrifying form, and Korea has been at the forefront of that.
And you can see Korea was pretty over the moon after that victory as well. CV Max absolutely overjoyed and celebrating with his team. Let's see whether they can celebrate once again, though, as T1, I feel like, have been slowly steadying the ship, you could say, moving into this particular season. And I think especially off the back of Ona, who has looked kind of unbelievable in a few of his games especially. Let's just see how it is going to go. I think the first man on the line is the one that is going to have a lot of eyes glued to it, because Doran has not necessarily been one to bounce back just yet.
Yeah, Doran not having the best performances so far. We know last year there was a myriad of great performances, but struggling a bit to find his footing. And I think, honestly, pretty hard to place T1 right now. We know where they're probably going to end up, because they almost feel inevitable.
Yeah.
But in terms of right now, they lost to KT, but who hasn't? They beat HLE, but HLE were struggling at the time, but have bounced back. They then got annihilated by Gen G, and we thought that was the return of Gen G, but Gen G is still struggling.
Yeah.
And then they beat DNS, which it feels like a lot of teams are doing that at the moment, so not too impressive. So I think they're kind of just in this nebulous state where they are, you know, even scoreline. They have faced some very strong teams, but I think this is honestly a big test for them up against D+, a team on a bit of a hot form right now.
I do feel like D+, like right now, based on their performance against KT, are looking like the second best team, because they got the closest to beating KT in that series. It didn't necessarily look very clean. It was a lot of fun. They were incredibly long games, but weren't quite able to get over the line. Still, they pushed them the hardest. It's weird that that's the way that I'm sort of grading teams. It's based on how well they've lost against KT.
I think the thing is, early in the season, it is difficult to fully judge where teams are at, but we had LCK Cup, which we thought would help with that. It's just muddied the waters more, because nothing is like LCK Cup.
Nope.
And also, there's been so many upsets. I think things are changing, not even week on week. It's like day by day.
Yep.
It's like
minute on minute.
Your assessments you had 2 days ago may be completely in the bin. And I think it's making it very interesting. Also making it difficult to track and it makes you want to look out for who are going to be the consistent stars.
Yeah.
Who, no matter what happens, the ups and downs of teams aside, they will keep putting in these solid performances. I think for D+, that has been Smash. I think even when they were struggling, he was the standout, and now that they're doing well, he's still continuing to put in some solid reps.
Yeah. Not to mention the fact that it's kind of fun to see FaZe versus Smash here on the LCK stage. We were watching them face off against one another for quite some time prior to this down in Challenger. Diablo was also in there a smattering of the time as well. It was certainly a very exciting time to be having a look at the new prospects, and we're starting to see exactly what that means as they make it to the main stage. And FaZe, of course, a lot more experience on that stage than Smash, also spending some time over in the LPL as well, of course. But this is going to be fun to revisit it this time around.
I think so for sure, and I think FaZe has had some good moments with the team, but also I think struggling to hit that same level that we'd hoped when we saw them in the Casper Cup.
Yeah.
I think that was such a high, and I think we're looking to see that level replicated.
Yeah.
We know what this player is capable of. Definitely seen him have some crazy performances throughout the career. I think kill lead at internationals is still his at like 27 on Clister.
Yep.
Nutty, but just need to see that sort of level. And I think it's kind of true for both of the newer players on the roster. Doran and FaZe, I think, have been the two who are just struggling a little bit at the moment. Maybe the veterans on the team's more used to a bit of tumultuous behavior from the team early in the season.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, players like Faker certainly are very used to everything.
Every single concept, he's seen it all.
There are many, he's been there for many, many years. But D+, they did get right at first selection. They have decided to go with first pick instead of picking blue side like they used to. Going to be going over towards that one, give them a bit more flexibility in the bans, as T1 will be on our blue side to start this one off. And we'll be picking second. So let's see what these bans are going to do as we hop into Champion Select already. Carrier's obligatory Bard ban does have to come in, and that is going to be followed up by things that are less known, you could say.
I mean, Carrier's had a great Bard game that we saw. It was even in the Mad movie, but you're not going to first pick Bard, and you're not going to give Carrier Bard. So
no,
makes sense to take that away. Orianna going to come in quickly as a ban in the mid lane. And we imagine after that, you'll have to pay the typical Karma Rumble are the two that we just always see banned now. Nocturne actually going to come through, which is interesting considering the Orianna is already out the window. We know that Ona is very formidable on Nocturne. We know that they could play Nocturne Nico, and we know that Ona's win rate on Nocturne is pretty absurd. So I think that's the logic of the pick, but again, not something we typically expect to see banned early unless there's the threat of the Orianna pickup. It's normally like, oh, Orianna's open, we'll ban the Nocturne to stop the combo. The fact it's Ori ban into Nocturne ban is a little bit atypical, and now Varus is gone. Rumble Karma is expected.
Do you ban the Karma so that you can get the Rumble?
I mean,
or like force the ban.
Yeah.
And then get something else like an Azir or a Ryze or a Pantheon or a Jarvan.
You could definitely take, I think that avenue, that line of thinking makes a lot of sense. The danger of not banning Karma or Rumble is that if everything's open,
oh god,
T1 get 2 pickups. They actually go for the Azir ban.
Yeah, I think leaving them both up is kind of insane, because then trading 1 for 1, I actually think Karma matches up okay into the Rumble as well with the Mantra Shield in the Inspire.
Yeah, gets everyone off the Equalizer quickly.
Yeah.
Limits the damage impact.
So it might have to be a first pick Karma if both of them are available.
This is them saying we expect D+ to take Karma first pick, and we want to limit the power. So they ban the Ashe away. They're like, you can have it, but we're limiting the power. That being said, Ezreal is available.
Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't work because Ezreal is the best one.
But maybe the plan here is for T1.
Pick the Ezreal.
Maybe we get like an Ezreal Rumble rotation here.
Is it Karma Ashe? Is that what they're looking for instead of, like, we saw the Karma Kate. We saw Caitlyn not have very much fun.
And then you could make Wadid really happy. You could go Ezreal Rumble, and then on 3 you pick Nico, and Wadid would just be... He loves that lane.
I mean, honestly, doesn't sound too bad, as the Ezreal will be denied. Very, very smart stuff here for T1. They have to pick a Rumble, so I'm going to write that down, because if they don't, it would be insane. They are not going to. They're going to pick Pantheon instead, and then give Rumble Jarvan to D+.
Yeah. I mean, the only consideration is maybe with it being Ezreal, you could go for like Xin Zhao instead of Jarvan. Lucid very good in the Xin Zhao, Karma Xin Zhao, very strong pairing. But I mean, either or, both junglers perfectly fine here.
Oh God, no! Don't do that to me, please.
This feels
Rumble.
weird to
Rumble
me.
is up. Jarvan is up. Xin Zhao's up. Don't.
This is them wanting to secure a strong 2v2 before things get banned away. Jin Karma is a very strong lane. You know, we talk about Kate Karma, Ezreal Karma, Jin Karma is another strong one. This Jin with the equalizer is super potent.
That is a good point. So Akshan should be the lock-in here.
It's, yeah.
Wait, you have to pick Rumble, D+. Does she just not want to do it? Does he have an answer to it?
Did they just handshake? Like, let's just not pick it?
Yeah, maybe they confirmed that earlier on. I have absolutely no
this
idea.
is Lucid Xin Zhao, which we did talk about. A pick he's had some massive performances on, but it kind of just puts the...
Is Rumble banned or we just can't see it?
It's kind of passing the hot yodel back to the other team.
Yeah.
With the Rumble. Will T1 pick it up?
I mean, someone should.
It'd be crazy. Like, it is by far the most banned champion, and if it just flies through the second rotation, it would be very funny.
Yeah, well, Ryze is going to be picked up, so it is just going to fly through to the second rotation. Pantheon Ryze has been very, very powerful, but we haven't necessarily seen it be always capable of victory.
Well, what I like here is that T1 are second pick, so they get first dibs on the Rumble, so that means D+ have to ban it, and T1 can ban away, oh, I don't know, Anivia Cassiopeia, or
Seems
TF.
like a decent move. TF obviously into Showmaker is an understandable ban as well.
Yeah, it makes sense if you want to shut down that global pressure, especially Karma TF, very frustrating to play into, the speed up and the stun card.
Yep.
I think the Anivia still could be warranted though.
Maybe T1 don't want to play Rumble. Maybe they're just not interested in it. I'm very confused though, because I felt like the priority on the Rumble should be much higher than it was. Obviously Yuumi needs to be banned. Ezreal Yuumi, one of our favorite lanes here in the LCK. We love that one. That was sarcasm. I was being sarcastic. Anivia going to be taken away, and so the Ryze matchup going to be protected. Is it just another support ban? Maybe that's what D+ are going to do. Maybe they ban the Nami.
I just feel like Rumble hasn't been banned. I don't think we talked about that.
Yeah, they're just not going to ban it, dude. That's just, I don't understand. Maybe they just lock the Rumble on 4. Like, B4.
I would actually love it if we just don't get it. I actually think that would make it really fun. If we just pretend it doesn't
Maybe
exist.
there was just an agreement beforehand. Like, Shiu and Doran are just like, dude, like, I just don't want to play Rumble.
So
like, I'm
bored
just
of
not
Rumble.
into it.
Ezreal Nico,
maybe that is what's happening.
Widid is going to be overjoyed right now.
So psyched about seeing the Ezreal Nico.
Has there been a counter in scrims been prepped for the Rumble? And they're scared of it?
I mean,
they're scared to blind it?
I have to say, Cassiopeia Rumble goes pretty hard here. Like, miasma down, and then you can't flash out of the equalizer if it goes down on top of it and stuff. Be pretty cool. But Rumble doesn't exist in this game.
And
but there it is. Okay, so it's a B5, well, R5, but B5 technically. Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble. Yeah, they can pick that one.
The fact that they get it, obviously it needs to be Alawi instead.
Yeah,
that's a really good point. Blind Alawi is, wait, you just hover the Rumble and then you're not going to lock it in?
Just remind us that it exists.
My lord. Well, there it is. This has been the strangest draft. It's just dodge the Rumble.
What's funny is that everything's been kind of straightforward and normal apart from the Rumble. That's been the one thing that's been like the elephant in the room.
Well, the ambassador for Doran, this has been one of his best champions, and he is going to lock that one in. There is a lot of power on this T1 composition.
I was wondering if like there's been some counter developed in scrims. Remember when we used to have the Galio in the Rumble?
Yeah.
I was like, is there something we don't know? No, because he just picked Ambassador.
He just picked Ambassador.
So T1 have that really strong mid-jungle combo of the Pantheon Ryze that can take over the map. You have good setup in both side lanes. Once Ambassador 6, once Nico, I mean really at any point, but especially when she gets 6. But I think the Rumble for Shiru is going to be a pain point. The Karma Jin is going to be a pain point. And even though the Cassiopeia doesn't always like just crush the lane early, it's a matchup that does give Ryze some problems later on playing into her. And we have seen the Cassiopeia sometimes take over the matchup. So
Not to mention, if you manage to get CC layered on top of Miasma with the Equalizer, like the amount of AoE damage that D+ has in teamfights later on is going to be ridiculous. And getting that setup with a Jhin is something that is relatively reliable, right? And definitely non-committal, which is the biggest deal. So I think that this DK composition has kind of come together really nicely. The order the champions were picked makes absolutely no sense to me, but they got there in the end, and maybe that is the most important. T1 have so much comfort, though. Like, Faker's Rise needs no introduction. Ezreal, Nico are two terrifying picks for both Pays and Carrier. Doran's been brilliant on the Ambessa and the Pantheon for Ona, so could be scary. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of T1 versus D+ Kia. D+ fresh off a best-of-5 victory in the lower bracket of the LCK Cup against T1. It was down to the wire, 5-game series they were able to take. The one previous to that was the 3-0 for T1, nothing to see here. So we can draw the conclusions that we feel like from that one. I do personally feel like this should still feel T1 favored as far as just where these teams are right now. But maybe I'm just wrong.
I really don't know.
It's more like my waters rather than anything that actually proves that that is the case.
I honestly think, I don't think the Genji series was enough to like fully convince me, but the KT series really had me thinking, wow, this team is here to play. Even though they didn't win.
Yeah. I mean, they could have. That was a flip a coin type series, that one.
So we know that T1 are a team who can thrive in chaos, and that definitely was the KRX series, so they are no strangers to it themselves. They could get some good trade-offs here.
Well, meanwhile, here towards the bottom side, Smash arms that 4th bullet and then reloads at them aggressively.
I think this is my concern, is that despite it being a counter matchup in the mid lane, you know, that is often talked about, I actually think the other matchups are a bit more dire. Bot lane in particular is really unfun, because Karma can just shield the poke from the Nico and walk out of it and dodge poke, and it's so easy just to harass them with skill shots. Karma Jin's so obnoxious. But if you get hit by a magic Q, you get rooted out of it.
Yep. And then you get rooted again.
Oh, man.
And then you just take grenades and bullets and a whole clip, and then it's just not a whole lot of fun. As Doran's doing his best here in this top lane, is currently ahead by about a wave, which is pretty impressive. I believe she has been missing a couple of these. Still, I think the Rumble is going to be just fine. I think it's going to be largely about how he plays the team fights as he gets a bit of an overheat here. And Doran is able to flash his way out. And she holds the wave right here.
Yeah, the fact he gets the flash from Doran already feels pretty good. Going to be able to recall, getting a level 4 as well, soak the minions while he's going back. A little bit concerning for Doran. Obviously, Rumble very obnoxious to play into. And the damage, just the base damage he has, I was going to say in his passive with the autos, but just in his kit in general, a lot.
Showmaker coming on over, will be able to grab some crystalline overgrowth, but hasn't had a lot of time to build. Is still looking for that first plate, as he is going to very speedily clear out this wave. Home Guard's going to help Faker get back, so he's going to be back here in this lane very, very quickly, but the crash comes on through comfortably, and at least one of these minions will be going to the wayside. Carrier and Pays just catching waves underneath the turret. This is doing what it says on the tin. Orcs, this bottom lane, the Jhin Karma is just taking full control. And this is one of the first games that we haven't seen a level 3 gank from either jungler.
Yeah.
In what feels like a week.
I mean, that's the thing, is a level 3 gank from the Pantheon. Bot lane could have mixed that up, could have changed things. We also see, you know, the Boots of Swiftness start on Jhin. I hate when you're against this. It's so frustrating. Because on Jhin specifically, like he can go this and like not miss out on like his early curve and be fine.
Yeah.
But especially when you're playing a skill shot focused lane like Ezreal Nico, it's so difficult when suddenly the AD carry you're playing into just has way more movement speed. So the skill shots are way harder to hit, yeah. And especially because you're playing Ezreal, so you have to spend 400 of your gold on mana. So it's not like you can just outstat him.
Yeah.
In that regard.
And you just generally, like, if you're missing skill shots, you're just not doing nearly
So if you miss your Mystic shot, you're in trouble. And also, I mean, look at Paze's items. He has Tear, so no damage on that.
Oh, he's got his Fairy in a bottle.
Fairy in the bottle. And then there's a longsword, you know, so there's something. But yeah, a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, captive audience does get proc there as, Showmaker looking for a little bit of an angle here as Faker has to flash to get himself out of this lane. Uses his Ghost earlier as well, just to make sure that he could escape. Smash locks down that cannon minion, and this is a lot of control from D+ early in this game.
Yeah, both summons secured is huge, actually, to set up for future plays, you know, a gank or maybe just a skirmish around Dragon or Grubs, and Faker is an easy target with those not available. You see Paze and Kerry are trying to fight back as best they can. I mean, that's just Nico and Akama. You throw the Q, she shields the damage and runs out of it.
Huh. Oh, so not only do you guarantee that you don't get hit by the second proc, but you also don't take damage from the first one. Feels great. Korea does use it prior to that next Q coming down, so Korea does have the answer there.
A little bit of damage.
Yeah, but it's 400 gold for DK just kind of passively here at this stage of the game, as the equalizer is going to be thrown down towards his top side. I feel like this is one of the reasons why Rumble is so stupid as well, is that you just get to dodge bad wave states anytime you want.
I mean, Rumble's been so strong for so long.
Flash Petrifying Gaze comes in, and even though Faker was able to not get stunned, he is still very dead. Lucid picks up first blood, and I guess D+ are just still on the same level of form as they were up against KT, regardless of the result. As Lucid is going to have to flash away from Ona, who does get the stun off, but he gets over the wall. Still, Doran is going to come over to assist as Shiu, without an ultimate, is seeing what he can get done. Ona is in there, able to take down the red buff, and Lucid is just straight up dead. The silence comes through onto this Rumble as Ona is in so much trouble. He has to flash away. Shiu misses the flash, and now Doran, he gets poisoned and is looking to try and go back in again by the looks of things. The public execution was on cooldown though. There's a dive here in this bottom lane. The fourth shot, not enough, as Smash is reloading aggressively once more. And Paze is sitting duck underneath this turret. Oh dear, there was no option.
You didn't need the fourth shot. You absolutely did not need it, but it did make sure he was very dead.
He was very dead.
He should spawn with less than full HP. There should be some overkill damage from that one.
Well, there was some positives for DK and some negatives there, but we're going to have a look at Faker coming down to see whether he can grab this kill onto Korea. He's unable to. And he is just going to shove this wave in towards this turret to make sure that it's not frozen on them or something strange like that. Having a look at what happened here to begin with here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, the speed up fourth shot to get the barrier. Gets the root and the ult level up as the root connects. Could use the clone to block one of those shots. Paze is like, you know what? You can tank this, and he technically was correct.
Yeah, I reckon Carrier had his notebook out. He's like, oh, by my calculations, I think I will survive this one. But yeah, he was on 12 HP at the end of that.
Now,
so
honestly, that's
he
11
with a
more
bit
HP.
of wiggle room,
yeah,
actually.
if we're being real.
Yeah.
Okay, so bot lane, running good for D+. On the top side of the map, I think, so Showmaker was obviously trying to push the wave and was low on mana, and they still try to contest the invade. Was a bit messy, and obviously the fail flash from Shu. Don't need to say more about that. So we're seeing some resistance from T1, which is good. Ona's trying to be proactive. He now has his ult available. Finding a good spot to use that though. You'd love to use it bot side. We always love to see the Pantheon ult bot side, but they both have flashes, whereas top side of the map is all flashless. So I think it might be a ult Shu or ult Showmaker angle, just because it's a guaranteed kill. Really, if they're overextended. Whereas bot lane, if you ult bot and they flash out, worst case scenario is they turn it onto you, especially as they have like a Jhin.
They also know that Lucid is towards this bottom side. He's clearing out a ward right now as there is that ultimate that you were talking about. Shiu does get towards his turret as the equalizer is in a pretty good spot. Public execution gets Doran in there. This turret is getting so angry and Shiu survives! Okay!
So I misspoke. I said it was a guaranteed kill. Not quite guaranteed.
16 HP, by the way. That is 15 more than he needed.
Even more than Carrier.
Yeah.
You know, excess, honestly. A little bit close. And I think what Doran was trying to do is he was trying to wait out his cooldowns before he ulted. I think that's why he held the ult. He was like, I need to wait for my cooldowns to be back up. Then he ults when they're back up to lock him down. And it was really close, but...
the turret was still just so incredibly wound up.
Yeah, I think
that it was just a little bit dangerous.
I can't really fault the execution in the play. I think for the most part they did everything they wanted to. I think the problem was it was a bit rushed. He wasn't that overextended. I think they wait till, like if you look at even on the minimap now, the position he's in now, if you ulted then he's just dead.
Yep.
So...
But he's probably there because he can't ult him, because he knows that it's on cooldown.
Yeah. But also, to be fair, if he survives on 16 HP, we can't really fault them.
True. Well, curtains are being called here as Pays is just going to start channeling a back.
Well, he hit...
As Carrier takes all of his health
Ezreal
damage.
4 times. But,
yeah, he
unfortunately,
did.
not the real one.
That was pretty cute. As Carrier is able to prevent him from being interrupted. Smash, though, is still going to be able to get this plate at least.
This is actually part of the issue, is that because Carrier blocked it all, Pays was going to recall anyway. Carrier also has to recall. And then Smash just gets to push the wave in and get another plate. 900 gold lead in the bot lane, by the way, already.
That is, well, actually, it's a bit more than that, isn't it? And even more than that, as it now
he
moves
got
up to 1.4K.
Cashback money came in when he released his Ghost Blade, so...
My goodness. All right, Korea possibly in a little bit of an awkward spot as Carrier gets that Pop Blossom down, but Showmaker comes on over. Flash out from Korea. Petrifying Gaze is fantastic as there's a 3-talent strike onto Ona, and the Twin Fang is able to lock him down. Even more damage coming through the Flash Twin Fang from Showmaker, who comes alive in this mid lane. And she was overheating on the top side of the map, but DK just winning all over the place. That is not going to be a snare, but he's still taking a lot of damage. As, oh dear, we've seen Pays in an awkward spot in this bottom lane before, and that may be revisited here in just a few moments. Q gonna connect there from Korea, and Lucid just walks on down. No need for any wind becoming lightning. He just kills him.
Yep, that's simple. Just a great transition from that mid play into bot. Lucid and Showmaker getting so much value here. The problem is T1 burn a lot of their tools onto Korea, this Karma, and it just means that Showmaker and Lucid are now able to free hit. Korea flashes out so he can still get value shielding. Showmaker gets a great ultimate, and then here, Carrier thinks he's out. Wind becomes lightning, catches him, applies the damage, and the follow-up from Showmaker.
The subterranean Wind becomes lightning. How does it become lightning underground? That's crazy. But very cool. As Showmaker, oh dear, Forbidden Book purchase.
Oh, he undid it. He was so tempted.
Oh, come on. You could tell our graphics team was so excited about it as well immediately.
You know, I love that we get to see that. Oh, we bought. No, never mind. I find those so funny.
I'm pretty sure they were. These are manually done in a lot of those cases, but he does get his quest completion, so some upgraded lucidity on these boots.
I do just like seeing though that the player has gone for this and then gone, okay, never mind. It's nice seeing like the thought process in the moment. Showmaker's like, I could measure. I should really just finish my run.
Yeah, getting a Road of Ages is probably pretty good to start at stacking.
I can get Medjai's next, I am.
Well, Pays is now in this mid lane up against Smash, who is getting closer and closer to his rapid fire cannon. It's not exactly a 2-item spike that we like to talk about, but it is a bridge towards a 3-item that is going to be very dangerous. We saw Gumayushi especially having a day out on the Jhin yesterday.
Do you know what this just brought me back to, though?
Where did it bring
item
back
completions. Do you remember when it was Doran, right? Paused because he was like, oh, my static shiv
didn't go off, because he hadn't built it yet.
He hadn't finished it.
I love that was also the same season that Aiming bought a static shiv and it was illegal to buy it and then had to sell it in the game because he forgot.
Yeah.
Oh, what a time to be alive. All right. Speaking of being alive, Shiyu is down here towards this bottom side of the map with Flash up and available. There is a Pantheon in the area and a Karma with Lucid lurking. He just dashes forward. There's a public execution just to avoid some CC. And Ona able to connect some spears onto some minions, but otherwise not much more than that. Next Drake up in 20 seconds time, which is why we do see some milling about towards this bottom river. And it hasn't spawned just yet. We'll see whether T1 are actually going to go for any sort of fight towards this to try and deny the double dragon.
I think it's so difficult in this position. Already at such a big deficit. 14 minutes, 3,200 gold down. I think you just try and go for a cross map. And if we look at Ona's position, that seems to be the play they're going for. There's Ona and this wayward minion walking towards the top lane. I wonder what that could be.
Yeah. Wow, it's just some of the spaghetti code going wrong, I guess. Couldn't be Carrier. As Lucid just going to start this Drake up by himself. Looks like T1 are not going to try and contest. DK are not going to invest any more resources than they need to in order to take it down. So teleport back from Doran, who does have his Eclipse. It is a big deal. Leandri's not quite done yet here for Xiu. And T1 are just looking for a trade, wanting to grab Shelly. As this is 2 in a row, Ox. I'm sorry, but this is where we have to start drawing the line and saying you've got to work harder.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Is there some hidden value here? I guess there's a Karma on one side. The Eye hasn't been
is pretty good with it.
True. There's Seraph Shields on both mid laners, eventually.
Oh, the Actualizer plus 4 Chemtech Dragon.
There you go.
Imagine Rise, Actualizer, Seraphs, 4 Chemtech Dragons. That would be a shield.
All right. I'm there. The Eye was not picked up, so Shelly is just going to go back to the Void. She's out of a job today, or maybe it's her day off. Not entirely sure. But that is not going to be something that T1 can utilize. So DK were able to get themselves the Drake and deny Shelly, although they weren't able to use it themselves. All right, T1 are going to have to do something at some point to try and pull themselves back into this one. 2.6k is a decent lead. It's not end of the world. But we're heading towards Paze's 2-item spike. The Seraphs is on the way for Faker. Should be done relatively soon, although he only has 2 components.
They have a good amount of pick potential. They have a good amount of trickiness with like the globals and Nico. I think that's the window back into it, is find someone isolated.
What about killing Xiu? As they don't do that. Spear dodge!
There's no way.
Xiu gets out twice in a row, and now Lucid comes down. Petrifying Gaze in for Showmaker, but doesn't get any stuns. As Ona, he's able to do so. His is targeted. Twin Fangs, though, are going to lock down the Pantheon. Doran is now in so much trouble. It's the flash forward. He lands the poison. True Shot Barrage comes on through. Showmaker avoids it, though, and another Noxious Blast is going to connect as Korea holding Carrier in position as there's just random supportal combat coming on down. As Showmaker will crash this wave. Miasma comes in. Doran going to have a difficult time dashing around that one as this turret is just going to go. Korea flashes. Down goes the Ambessa. And Paze is going to have to get his dancing shoes on and flashes to get out of the way of that third bullet. And will keep himself alive. But this is not T1 getting themselves back into the game. This is DK doubling down on a winning situation.
It was a catastrophe everywhere on the map for T1. You know, they go for this pick attempt. Let's see the health that he goes down to.
I feel like he casually said, Pantheon is ganking me. He's like, Ambessa doesn't have ult. And then they proceeded to kill both of them. Eventually, having a look in live, they were looking for a little bit more, but it's Ona that is in a little bit of trouble there as we do come back. Ona does have some help from Paze, but the Deadly Flourish comes down and Smash without a curtain call. Does mean he's a little less dangerous from that range. True Shot Barrage not exactly doing much of anything at all. Getting closer to the 2 items, but the problem is like these tier items for both the Rise and the Ezreal are really important, and neither of them are very close to being done outside of all of those stacks.
I think it's not as bad for Rise.
Yeah, true.
Because it's 3 items.
As long as he has the tier.
Yeah, but also like his 3rd item is so big that like even if you're a bit behind the curve on your 2nd item, it's not the end of the world. But for Ezreal, we always talk about the 2-item spike. And Jhin on like 3-4 items is really where he starts to come alive, and you start to feel less regret about the early items he bought, like Amplifier Cannon.
Yeah, exactly.
So the fact that Paze doesn't have his 2-item completed, you know, by the time he has the Mirror Mana, which is a spike, you really want to, you know, we saw the previous game.
Yeah, as soon as Diablo hit it, it became a completely different champion.
By that point, if you look at what Smash has, he might just have, hopefully, IE finished. I know he has an extra dagger in his pocket.
Yeah, I think he just wanted a dagger.
Just wanted a faster movement speed when he's autoing.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. He wanted to add to that weird Jhin calculation of his damage.
Yeah, I mean, if he's building Stormrazor here, that may be an avenue to want into the game.
Yeah, I think so too, and I'm a little bit worried about it, but DK looking to come up and defend this outer turret that is very, very low. And there is Ona making his way forward. Lucid is on in there, but that's a beautiful public execution. And they lock down Showmaker here. Even Carrier was in position to augment this. That does mean that, oh, never mind. I thought that Smash was the one that was able to push his advantage, but Pays takes matters into his own hands.
It's
what
interesting
on that bottom side.
Smash has a rapid fire cannon, and yet he doesn't fire very rapidly.
Yeah, it's not that. Faker is also able to take some extra plates here on this top side in this inner turret.
I think that was a great play for T1. You know, this is what they need to do with the composition. They have the pick potential, the global potential. The play for Shibu got counteracted, and on top of that, they just unfortunately didn't kill him by 20 damage. But here, they managed to punish Showmaker, get a tower too, and close the gold lead. And when you think about it, if you actually look at the difference between each person on the scoreboard, it's only really Jin who has a sizable lead. If they explode Smash at the start of the fight, you kind of just wipe it away.
Yeah, he's also Jin.
Yeah.
So it's not as dangerous.
Also, Jin might be building a Stormrazor third.
Yeah. And so maybe they were banking on that. Maybe they know Smash's tendencies for Stormrazors, as he was a former T1 player.
Oh, a little ult to check Baron.
That's an odd maneuver.
They were really scared of the T1 Baron there.
Yeah, Showmaker was also a little bit scared of Faker as he flashes out of the way. It could have been multiple people coming, I guess. So he doesn't want to risk it. Does use that flash, but that means that no flash petrifying gaze or anything like that, as DK kind of shaking here a little bit. The tempo vibes are teetering back towards T1.
The pace of the game has slowed down, and I think they're struggling to find ways to freely push waves. And set up without being threatened by these globals. And now Showmaker's down flash. He's an even bigger target. Dragon's in 4 minute 20, and that will be Soul. But again, it's just not a crazy Soul.
No.
Sometimes it's a Soul, and it's like, oh, if they get it, the game's over. This isn't that case. It's a little bit concerning.
Yeah, there are, like, Xin Zhao, I think, uses it relatively well.
That's the thing. It's like, uses it well, but it's like, you know...
It's not a game breaker.
Yeah, it's like when a team gets Hextech Soul, I feel like oftentimes you just want to FF.
Yeah. Although we have seen it lose.
True.
It's happened
It's possible
before.
to lose. I mean, every Soul, I think, it's not guaranteed, but it's just the odds, right? And I think Chemtech Soul here not going to give the most insane odds, which is why D+ really need to play this next bit of the game carefully. They're still ahead. They're still in a great position. But a couple of mistakes, we've seen how T1 can turn a game around.
Well, they're going to try and turn it around once again with a gank onto Xiu, and it's not going to work.
Yeah, I actually love how he played that. Because
I think 4th time is the charm.
Doran and Ona, Doran threw out the ult, and he could flash it. You know, I think he should have waited for the stun before he ulted to guarantee the CC layering. But maybe was concerned if he left it too long, then Shiwa just flashes on the tower, and they don't want to go on the tower against him. Either way, Shiwa makes it out, did a good job of getting pressure in the side lane. And then with turn, D+ will put some pressure down top.
Yeah, Showmaker does have his Rod of Ages completed, so has that level advantage, moving towards level 16. A relatively rapid pace, although he's only a third of the way through right now. Baron has spawned, as you mentioned before. They do have to be a bit cognizant of T1's propensity to head over there. But it's T1 that has to check it. A lot of vision available here for D+ in this area. We'll be able to take that one down. So, Xiu here just continuing to farm things out, probably feeling pretty comfortable, although he did have to flash earlier on. He's been able to deny so many of these ganks. I didn't know that Rumble was a champion that is picked to absorb pressure in a side lane. I mean, that's not normally what I associate him with.
Earlier, though. I mean, not so much the side lane, but like he's been meta for so long, even through like the lane swap meta, because he's just so good.
Yeah.
Playing defensively.
Oh dear, Carrier gonna have to pretty defensively hold here, but they might actually be able to turn it into an engage onto Lucid, but the Crescent Guard, so incredibly powerful. Career down very, very low. As the curtain call in a choke point is not exactly what they wanted to deal with, and the Equalizer is going to break up the fight. Still, it doesn't get a whole lot of value as Lucid dashing forward, flashes in, and the double snare is going to mean the disengage here for T1. Deadly Flourish, it's not quite over just yet, although, as I say that, it is. And D+ unable to get any kills.
Yeah, I think the fact that T1 got out of that situation, you know, definitely was a delicate one. I think Doran coming in and just creating so much space and denying the Jin ults. Faker also 8-1 just completely with a Seraph shield that I was pretty worried when I was going towards him, but...
It's Stormrazor Jin as well, so he should be doing so much damage over the Ewoks.
Yes, all of the damage.
He's feeling energized.
Well, if you think about it, next he can go Infinity Edge. Then he can go LDR.
I was going to say, he's probably going to have to go LDR next, isn't he? It's like 25 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the sad last Whisper item purchase into 5th item IE.
Maybe he'll go LDR, then he'll be like, you know what? I need a GA.
Oh, no.
And then final item, final item IE.
No. He's like, no, but I need a QSS because I took barrier. So he needs to go Mercurial Scimitar last item. And then he remembers that he actually has a quest, so he has room for another item.
Honestly, respect it. If you're never going to build IE, fair play. But if you're going to build IE, you should have had it already.
Yeah, probably should have built that one third.
But it's okay.
That's all right. Maybe Widid and Umpty can go over it on the space after this game.
Yeah, after they finish talking about Widid in particular, how much he loves Nico.
Yeah, Nico Ezreal.
Yeah.
Although he probably likes this game more because Nico Ezreal are losing right now.
He's going to be so happy about this.
Well, I mean, this is like, for me and Widid, it's like really hard, right? Because I have to watch Jin and he has to watch Ezreal Nico. Like, it's a tough bottom lane to observe.
Yeah, but your hated pick is winning, so you feel way worse.
I do feel worse. As Doran, he might feel worse than me as he's just getting chain CC'd. The rest of his teammates just have to kind of watch.
They kind of felt a bit apprehensive about going into that, understandably, but they do chunk Doran out, but they don't actually manage to kill him or really burn any resources from T1. Doran doesn't have TP though, so you can't really reset easily. And Dragon is going down pretty quickly.
Yeah, Harpoon's connecting onto Pays here at the same time as Grand Starfall does come in. No steal for Ona though, unfortunately, as the Soul is going to come on through. Doran gets in there with the public execution, but Kerry is dead already. It's a double for Smash as Showmaker Mega Blast goes for the disengage and avoids getting speared from the heavens. That's going to mean the career takes down Ona. 4 on the floor, Pays the last man standing. And D+ get the Soul. They're looking for Baron, and this might just be game.
They throw everything at Showmaker trying to take him down. He's able to survive, flashes out, and the rest of the team are just there to clean up the melee that follows. Now with Soul in hand, Baron going to be picked up. I think this game is feeling pretty doomed for T1.
It really is. Shio also just going to get started on this inner turret towards the bottom side of the map, not even going to wait for the Baron, and he isn't required to do so as Pays with True Shot Barrage is going to see whether he can get this snipe. Let's see how it goes. Decent amount of value, but
honestly,
yeah, outsmiting Smite these days is hard.
Yeah, it's so hard with a 1400 Smite, but a decent effort. But here, so they go fully onto Showmaker, but unfortunately he has Flash, so they get a lot of damage down onto him. The miasma's good. He's buying time. He doesn't have ult, but he is able to disengage, and then this Blast Cone even saves him from Ona. The final stab that would have taken him down. Even dodges a spear there as well. Chemtech Soul, I think, doing a bit to help him out at that low HP.
Love to see it.
D+ now in a great position. Even if Showmaker died to Ona, still hugely winning.
And we know now, because Smash picked up a couple of kills, he is going to go for the Grievous Wounds, the Mortal Reminder, and the Armor Penetration as item number 4. So the IE still isn't there yet, but he maybe he's just maybe he doesn't feel like he needs it. Maybe that's just the way of things. Maybe I don't know how to build Jin.
Maybe he likes things with a finite number of edges.
Yeah. Now, honestly, Infinity is hard to wrap your head around.
It is. You know, honestly, if his aversion to the Infinite is why he didn't go for it, I get it.
Same.
It's daunting.
Yeah, and I honestly, I respect it. He doesn't want to stare into the abyss. As Faker is taking a fair bit of damage here from Showmaker, but dealing a bit back himself, as there are 2 Siege minions. So it's just very hard to get rid of them. As Pays can at least throw Mystic Shots their way. Does get rid of one of them there, but I mean, it's just next minion wave, and they are able to take down this turret. No worries. The 4-1 working out nicely as Shiu getting a shove into this mid lane as the Equalizer goes down, but doesn't really do too much. Ona pretty happy just to have that cooldown.
Yeah, the fake out of the Realm Warp from Faker, not wanting to commit with members of D+ there to respond, but it just means another tower going down.
Yeah, it is a trade of ultis, I guess. And
so
the Realm Warp there.
2,500 gold on that Baron power play. Oh, that's just change places.
Trade of teleports.
Yep.
Showmaker shows up. That is going to deny the turret and continue the push. 8.7 thousand gold, the lead here for D+. And if you're a T1 fan, and I know there's a few of you, I think you're hanging your hat on a potential Elder flip. We have 40 seconds left. And we were talking about this in the previous series. We didn't get it because not enough Drakes died, I feel. But this is definitely on the cards. 2.5 minutes is not that long. I think T1 should be able to hold out. Their base is still alive. full plates on all of their inhibitor turrets.
The Baron's nearly gone as well, so they will get this tower in the bot lane, but that should be the last one they take on this push. And
Actualizer's done.
True, big spikes. Some big spikes coming through for both Faker and Pays.
All right, let's see whether they can keep themselves alive, though, and actually be able to get into position, because there is so much vision.
The other issue is approaching the dragon and having vision of it. They can kind of skip it and just ult in with a Realm Warp and the Grand Starfall, but not
that might be
best things.
Yeah, the problem is you're kind of diving into a blender there, aren't you? Because you put the Miasma down, you put the Equalizer on top of it, there's captive audiences all over the place.
Yeah, the Miasma,
you down.
For where you land, Showmaker's been doing that a couple of times this game. Very annoying.
Yeah.
Very annoying.
Works very well into Pantheon at the same time. So, tough times. As now Faker could be in trouble. He's going to try and Realm Warp his way out. He's going to successfully do so. But Showmaker was there to catch him. Petrifying Gaze catches him looking back. And the Noxious Blast are going to connect. Dash Cannon forward there as Smash walks over and just hits him with a couple of bullets. Saved a fourth one there for his former mid laner.
And that's a big reason. Everyone loves the Cassiopeia into Rise, is when he's casting those spells that forced looking at the Cassiopeia. Can time it to get the ult off. Really well played by Showmaker to get that. And what could have been an escape for Faker ends up being a death, ends up being a punish. An opportunity to try and push this wave in, but I think without the Baron minions, you're not going to get much progress.
Yeah, 1 minute. And the Elder is up and available as well. So if they do push too far and get punished, then it could be almost game losing. And I think D+ not going to be taking risks that they can't afford to take. Not in this game.
Yeah, you see pings coming out from D+. Carrier's going on a solo mission to get some wards up. You have to do this. You have to not only do this, but try and get some sneaky wards in that aren't going to get swept. They've already found one. The control ward in the pit is not going to be long for this world.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take that one down. Although they haven't seen it just yet. Ward has survived for a very long time. They will be able to sweep though.
Oh, they've pinged it now. They've seen it now. There's a ward in that Tri-Brush as well. Limited vision, definitely, for T1 in this situation. Is it enough, is the question. Doran doesn't quite have his TP back yet, so a TP flank isn't on the cards right now. And Elder spawns.
All right, Mega Cone just going to get exploded there by Showmaker.
Our face checking Cassiopeia is just miserable.
Yeah, I just feel like face checking this team in general is really difficult. However, they have a Nico. Shape Splitter is very, very good at doing exactly that without sacrificing yourself.
They did nerf it to have longer cooldown, though. The cooldown starts when it dies, not when you press it, so don't have as much availability as before. Keep scouting. I like this wraparound, though, not just going straight through them.
Yeah.
It seems like D+, they won't start the Elder. They will just look to fight, which I think is the right call.
Yeah, Shu getting that wave shoved in. Smash doing the same thing in the mid lane. And this is an 8,000 gold lead. Bounties are up. DK's wallets are very hefty. Some supporter combat towards the north, but T1 not going to engage on anything on the bottom side as Faker is dealing with that mid lane wave. And DK very patient. Don't want to start off this Drake without a plan. They have so much dragon damage, though, just with Cassiopeia there as well as Lucid and Shiu. Let's see whether T1 can do it. Owner can always get in. We know that. As he ults into the backline to Smash, flashes out of the way. He gets cleansed. Decent dodges there at the same time, avoids the snare. As Doran wants to get on top of him, the Deadly Flourish comes down and connects onto Carrier, and then he's able to outplay. Now the curtains are being called, but he immediately has to stop it. As Faker was looking to get on top of him, it just doesn't matter. As D+ will ace them and look to push down the mid lane.
Smash with the fancy footwork to dodge away from his old teammates. Able to survive the fight and turn it around onto T1. 17-2 the kill score, and they're going to be able to take game one.
Damn. Well, we did think that perhaps there was a little bit of a whoopsie done as far as the draft was concerned, but honestly, I'm blown away with how well D+ held onto that snowball and never let it dissipate. This was pedal to the metal League of Legends from them the entire time, and they'll take down the Nexus and put themselves 1-0 in this series.
I think, you know, beating Genji, getting a close series against KT, they've been in terrifying form, and this match against T1 was a pretty crushing victory. And the thing is, T1 were trying stuff. A lot of moments where they were close, to getting someone in terms of HP, the amount of attempts on Shiwoo's life. I think that's why it feels frustrating, because I don't think T1 are playing terribly. I just think D+ have leveled up.
Yeah.
And it's a hard team to match at the moment. I think, as you said, draft didn't do them any favors, but I think T1 need to step up if they're going to be able to take a game or the series off D+ right now.
Yeah, you can see Korea deep in thought there. Yeah, Korea. When there's Korea versus Carrier, it's very difficult for my brain. And yeah, the attempts on Shiu, they were unending. There was the Orianna ban, the Varus ban, the Caitlyn ban, the TF ban, the Anivia ban, and then no Rumble ban to come on through. And then he got to play it and then survived forever in this one. Didn't do all that much damage. That belongs to Showmaker for his team. And T1 honestly shared a lot of the load as far as damage was concerned. But D+, you can see it there in the gold graph. They got to about that 8,000 gold lead. They held on to it, and then they found their moment, and they struck. And it looked real good when they did it as well. So CV Max will be able to get them ready for game number 2. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to take a short break. When we get back to space, going to break that one down. And we'll have the second game in the series. We'll see you there.
천천히.
야, 여기.
반대. 야, 위에 뚫렸다, 얘들아. 위에 봐줘야 돼, 위에 봐줘야 돼.
놔줘. 다 팔았어.
야, 다 팔았어. 위에. 이제.
야, 싸움 이겨. 다 팔았어.
봐줘.
아, 괜찮아, 잡았어.
이제 잡았어. 여기 위에. 야, 깜짝.
아, 괜찮아, 봤어.
아, 나 미칼 지렸네.
마지막 무빙 참. 야, 끝내자.
미칼 지렸잖아.
아, 근데 얘들아, 바로 좀 더 써야 되지 않아?
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Last cone disengages, engages, failed ganks on the top side of the map, and a draft to talk about probably for the next couple of weeks. It is 1-0 D plus Kia over T1. Welcome back to the space. Let's get straight to it. Why was Rumble picked in the second round, Wadid?
I don't know.
Please tell me, Umpty, tell me how this happens.
So there is several things to talk about in the draft, but before we talk about the draft, I think the game was so one-sided, and I didn't really expect that. I mean, we all knew that DK, after them winning Genji, even though they lost to KT, their form was on point, but I didn't expect this to come, you know? And also, I think, yeah, the draft, I really don't know what happened to T1 because they decide to pick 3 losing lanes because they literally just gave up Karma and just picked Ezreal into it, and then they just let them have the free priority on the bot lane. And also, they still managed to get the better matchup on the mid lane with the Cassiopeia and Rumble R5. I mean, how? Explain. How?
Okay, so I will explain. I will explain here.
Why?
I will try to explain.
All right.
Okay, so they took the Karma.
Yeah.
So T1 thought if they give Israel Karma, there's no bot lane that they could play. So
because it's too risky.
Yeah, so it does make sense. They took the Israel and then they took the Pantheon. If they, at least that for the case, in the case that they took the Rumble, then we can counter with the Pantheon plus something, which is Jace. But now they didn't pick the Rumble. Now they thought, well, actually, what about playing the Pantheon Rise OP here? And then they go down and ban the champions and the VS for Rise. And now they didn't pick the Rumble at 4. This one,
I picked the Nico.
So I think they still had the idea about, yeah, if they pick Rumble, we can still hunt him down because we have Rise and Pantheon, and if we pick Ambessa onto it, then maybe we can just like chain killing on the top, right? Because we have so many tools to lock him down. But I think the issue begins with the situation where Cassiopeia managed to get the double kill in the mid lane. I think that was the most crucial event that happened. And I think after that, Rise was kind of like not existing in that game anymore. And then you can't really punish the Rumble, and they tried to still, but I think Xiu managed to just run out like several times, and I think this draft didn't make any sense.
Yeah, again, we saw in the ProView replay 24 HP on one of those ganks, but there were multiple times he escaped. But before all that happened, let's take a look at that mid lane, at that clear in the mid lane that you're talking about.
So the Lucid was showing at the dragon with the sweeping the pink ward. So they thought that they are hitting the dragon, and the Pantheon was having the level 6 timing with the crab. But now Lucid decided to just go to mid gank and killing the Ryze, which is Showmaker played the lane really well, so Faker didn't have a flash and ghost. So they tried this, but now Faker dies.
Yeah.
So the mid lane is quite crashed, but they still had the play to put something to do because Rumble is no ult, Zenzao is level 5. So Owner and Doran decided to play the 2v3 here.
But I think Lucid kind of outplayed so many times. So first time he juked the Drake and ganked the mid lane, and the second time I think even though he dies here, he bought enough time for the teammate to come and collapse on the targets. Yeah, unfortunately you flash into the wall, but I think it still works for Cassiopeia. I think now after this, like Showmaker and Xiu, I think they still manage to have some enough of space that they can have for the rest of the game. And I think it kind of connects to the next highlight as well, that T1, they tried to do so many things, but I think like so many times it's just misaligned here.
Yeah, Umpty, you were saying maybe the attention here is not correct in terms of where Owner needed to be.
Yes, I think the Faker and KRX is aligned here, that Faker was pushing the lane and giving the body already there, and they thought that KRX was illegal to be here. But Owner was quite late because he was sweeping the ward. I think the older priority was a little bit misaligned.
But I kind of want to blame Owner for this one because he already saw the miasma right there, so there is no point to flash in there because we already know that Karma is not gonna die there. Like you just don't have enough damage, and after all, I think it's just painful to watch as a like AD carry here because you have nothing to do, nothing to deal with, and also like we don't have anything else. But like we kind of need to like highlight the plays on the top side. Xiu, I think he juked so many ganks from the Pantheon and Ambessa. I think it was kind of surprising that he didn't die at all for this game because it was the draft plan that the T1 had is just hunt down the Rumble and get some free kills on that. But I think because Xiu just played perfectly, I think T1 draft looked kind of like dumb, you know.
Speaking of that, I actually think that T1 played the draft really badly because they had the Ryze Pantheon and the Ambessa, which is the locked-in killing Rumble, right?
Yeah.
But they actually played like a Pantheon Ambessa, not a Pantheon Ryze Ambessa. They actually didn't use Ryze. I think the Ryze Cassiopeia, the matchup is actually a handshake. So if Ryze used the Ghost, Cassiopeia have to use the flash, now lose the flash. After that, Pantheon is gonna kill free. So that's how the matchup goes, but they actually didn't try anything at the middle.
So that means it feels like it's a huge draft gap, but in fact, T1 just didn't really execute it well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that draft was quite hard, but
it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I don't think even they executed to try to win the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that's my point.
Yeah, D plus Kia making some chaos and forcing T1 to adjust to them, and that led to a game 1 win for D plus. Let's see what T1 has in store here for game number 2.
Thank you very much. This is the LCP LJL president, was that? He's a caster. Okay, very cool. So over here to check out some LCK, seeing whether he can bring back some of the strategies, see whether the LCP can challenge, which I'm a little bit afraid of, because honestly, LCP have been pretty good.
We've been getting challenged by a lot of regions recently. We've been getting challenged by a lot of regions recently.
Yes!
It would be better if they stopped challenging us.
Stop challenging, please. But, thankfully, we don't have any LEC casters here at this point in time.
I saw one in the space. We did?
Stop it. Okay.
He needs to stop it.
He has never casted in the LEC, all right?
He tries to. He wants to, you can tell.
I can tell. And I don't want to give him any of that leeway, all right? That is not a dream that we're allowed to exist in his brain. He belongs to the LCK. All right, let's get into pick and ban here for game number 2. D+ Kia now on the blue side. They do like it there. And first pick will go over to T1, see what they're going to use that on, as our bans have now started once again. No rumbles to worry about because, of course, that mistake happened in game number 1. And we'll see whether any other whoopsies will occur here in game number 2.
Also, no Jin. I know you're really upset about that one.
Yeah. would really like another Ezreal Nico game, and that one is also gone.
So many just amazing picks out the window.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy there. The Azir is probably going to be banned on 3 by D+. But what is the ban here for T1? Is my question. We did see a Caitlyn ban very early.
I feel like the Caitlyn was specifically because the Karma was open. The fact the Sion is banned, maybe setting up for a Jace.
Why did I write down Ornn when I saw Sion? Maybe because they're the same color and my brain isn't good. One last ban. Could it be the Azir? Could it be the Jace? Could it be something like that? Just have to have a look.
I think they're doing this in this smart way where it's like, you know, you obviously want to ban the Azir, but then we get the Jace in a super powerful spot. What they could do is ban neither.
Yeah.
And then T1 have to choose. Do they want the Jace without the side into it? But the thing is, there are other picks in the Jace, right? We've seen Cassante into it.
Yorick, still up.
Yeah, so I think you just go for the Azir.
Well, how is Showmaker's Akali these days? We know that it used to be unbelievable, but he has had a bit of a hiatus on the pick over the last little while.
There's another pick he's happy to bring out into Azir. I don't know if we'll get it right now. But
Swain?
No.
Oh, he did used to do that.
The LeBlanc.
Ah, that's a good one.
Is something he's been leaning on, and honestly even drawn some bans when the Azir's been open, and it looks like he might just pick it here, actually.
Wow, I can't believe you were right and my Swain prediction was wrong. That's crazy.
They're both from Noxus, right?
True.
So, on theme, at least.
Yeah. But it is going to be LeBlanc this time. Makes complete sense, as Showmaker is incredible LeBlanc player. Will they be locking in a jungler here as well? We are zooming in on Lucid on the screen right now.
Go, I mean, Vi works, Nocturne works, Wukong works. We'll settle on the Vi. That point-and-click CC, obviously a lot of value.
Yep,
Hold them still, and LeBlanc, not quite Vi Ahri, but she'll pretty easily be able to get to wherever you are and follow up with the damage.
Now, Ona not going to be picking up a Xin Zhao, which is what we expect alongside the Azir most of the time, but his Nocturne is available. They could even go Aurora top lane if they wanted to. The Nocturne Aurora has been pretty scary, but it would be blind. You don't necessarily want to do that. Blind Jace is going to be the thing instead. I just feel like Yorick fits into this D+ composition already really, really well. And so it's a little scary to pick it with that Yorick available.
Yeah, and my concern with going like a tank here is that with LeBlanc mid and then a tank
damage.
top. I mean, they'd have a lot of lockdown with Cassante, but it puts a lot of pressure on Smash into like a Nocturne Jace. If Smash gets hit by a Shock Blast, is your team fight just over?
Yeah.
Like that could be a question, so...
I would have much preferred to see the Yorick
we
in that
saw
case.
A certain Cassante player have a clear advantage in this matchup.
Indeed. I don't know whether Clear versus Rich is going to go the same way as Shia versus Doran. I know Doran has had his whoopsies in the past, but I don't know whether that is going to be today. And I like Jace Azir. I actually feel like when Azir is successful, it's often augmented with a bit of extra damage from the top side of the map. And so they do have that blueprint already. Let's see. Next round of bans, the Renata going to be taken away. Going to deny that from Carrier to just get rid of the potential Kalista angle. As there is Ashe taken away as well.
Yeah, hammering away a lot of the pairings. Do we end up seeing like a Nami, a Lulu? Are these next on the chopping block?
I feel like Lulu ban would make a fair bit of sense.
I feel like in this situation, you know, obviously D+ are the first ones to get priority on the next pick, but they also don't get to pick a pair together.
Yeah.
So whatever they pick, you have the risk of they'll steal away whatever typically goes with it. You know, you take Nami, they take Corki. I guess you can go Lucian Nami then, but...
Nautilus.
Okay, the Nautilus comes through. Maybe they are going to try and just pick up Yunara here on 4.
Could be an option. Let's see what the ban is going to be from T1.
The thing is, if you go Yunara, Lulu Nocturne, really fearsome. And obviously a few good pairings with the Lulu.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can play Lulu Aphelios and Lulu Yanara. There are different Lulu combos that you can do towards the bottom side. So I think locking that one in makes the most sense to me. Yanara are going to be taken away, so they're going to at least limit the power there. But I still wouldn't mind them just snap locking Lulu to give a lot of power, because Vi has a way in and a way to deliver those wild growth knockups really effectively as well. I think there is certainly some merit there, but let's see what they do decide to do. I haven't been able to predict these drafts between these two teams so far today.
We have 4 support bans from T+, and 3 AD carry bans from T1.
Wow, never mind, they are going to do it.
They are just going to slam that Lulu. So, consistent follow-up on the Vi makes Nocturne's job a lot harder, but it does reduce your follow-up on the engage a bit, and you got to remember that you're dealing into a Jace. If this Jace gets fed and he's just poking you out, might be harder to find some recourse against it with a Lulu in this situation.
Is it just like Corki Nami or something like that? Going for, like, let's dominate lane as much as possible?
Caitlyn and Nivea?
Caitlyn Lux. Oh, wow.
Bringing out the classics.
Exactly. And I mean, when Carrier plays Lux, it used to be one of the scariest times to be an opponent in the game. And we haven't seen it for a really long time.
This is the kind of mix-up where you're like, look, we need something that can survive lane, and then you end up playing MF Lulu, and you're like, oh, man.
That feels terrible.
Even if you win lane, like, what was the point?
Well, we're going to maybe find out. I think it's a bit of a masterstroke, though, with the Caitlyn Lux lane.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by this D+ pickup that they end up here. DMF, I just struggle to see, like, you have Vi into MF ult, sure, but, like, MF Lulu doesn't really sync that well. You have only 2 damage threats, really, on this composition with the MF LeBlanc, and one of them really needs to be ahead of the curve. I mean, to be honest, both of them kind of do.
Yeah.
And the MF is going to be behind. Like, that's just going to happen. So I think T+, if they snowball, sure, but otherwise, I think T1 are going to have firm control of the game. They're going to have Prio across lanes, and then a Nocturne just to be there to support it all. It should be really easy, and if the enemy team engages, you just turn off the lights and just fire artillery cannons at them.
Not to mention, if you see a Misfortune trying to get into position for a bullet time, then you just turn off the lights again and dive on top. And that should work out. So a much better looking draft here from T1 in game number 2. But it was the gameplay as well that wasn't necessarily up to par the first time around. Hopefully, they've shaken their sillies out and they are ready to find a victory here in game number 2 to bring us the distance in our final series of the day. We would like that. I think we deserve as much D+ versus T1 as possible. Let's get into the rift for game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2. D+ Kia leading at 1-0 right now over T1. And we have some doubts about how this DK draft is going to go. It's Aftershock Cassante as well, who's expecting to have a horrible time in lane. I'm, cautious at how this one's going to look. But there we go. Double up damage is going to connect, and then Korea loses half of his health bar.
That's not a good start. I didn't really expect anything else, but it's
I was going to say, what does a good start look like?
Not getting hit by the Peacemaker, I think. The thing with Lux, it's kind of Karma-esque in the sense that, I mean, okay, one thing that she doesn't have that Karma has is the defensive shielding. Lux W just isn't as good as Karma Shield, doesn't give you the movement speed, and the like immediate on-demand power because you have to wait for it to come back. But what she has in similarity to Karma is the very, very hard to dodge big AoE damage ability.
That slows you down.
Yeah, so Keria has Comet, and because you're slowed, you get hit by the Comet, has Scorch. And actually double check me on Scorch, but I'm 90% sure he did.
Oh god, the combos.
Honestly, you can also, yeah, there it is, there's Scorch. You can also go Cheap Shot and have all 3 runes proc on an E and just be like undodgeable damage. Didn't do that, because obviously free boots and the extra summoner cooldown makes a lot of sense, but I've seen that build, and it's just like you can't dodge the E and all 3 of the runes proc, and you're like, cool. that's really enjoyable. I'm having fun playing the game.
Doesn't sound very interactive, as now the turret will be taking a whole bunch of damage. Korea going to be helping Smash out here as far as clearing out the wave, but first plate is going to be going at 2.5 minutes. And I don't think I see it getting much better from here.
Yeah, not the best start overall. Not too many positive things to say.
Yeah.
But Showmaker's doing pretty good mid.
There you go. That's something.
But we're staying torch bot.
Yeah.
Watch the suffering.
Well, Smash, he's got his strut. He's trying to strut his stuff. And it's just not a good time.
I think one thing is, especially because we have specifically the Lulu and not like a Bard or a Nico or just a traditional engage support, you're not getting the 3 camp in a bot from Lucid. Because I think if we had something like that, even though you'd be pressured in a similar way, you could just 3 camp in a bot, set up the gang, burn sums at minimum, probably get a kill with how they're playing. But the reason Pays and Kerry are playing so aggressive here is because there's just no... What is a Lulu going to do? Slow you with a Glitter Lance off a minion? And then if Lucid goes in and no one is there, the game is over. If everyone is not there, you still probably don't get kills.
Wow, really nice trade there from Showmaker. I think that I imagine most people are much more interested in watching any lane other than this bottom lane, outside of T1 fans that just want to watch them having a good time.
He's missed a cannon though.
Ooh, that's a negative. Having a look at that 85% win rate though on Carrier's Lux is certainly very nice. Shiu going to get a bit of a boot back here.
Oh, the aftershock comes in, so he can't be dove.
There you go. High value. And he's, within touching distance of the Jace. That's what we want to see. Hasn't got enough solo kills to really be considered a great performance by today's standards, but still doing just fine. But yeah, this is not the let's start a snowball and win the game for D+ that they really need this time around. Looking for that double up onto Pays, did not quite find it. And so yeah, it is currently T1 just kind of winning everywhere. And even though no First Bloods have gone down just yet, they just continue to play like this. This composition is going to age quite nicely.
Yeah. At least they're doing a decent job of trying to trade back, but it's just so difficult. And it's kind of just Smash alone. You really don't have a ton of help from the Lulu other than the occasional shield.
Yeah.
But if the Lulu walks up and gets bound by the all, as I was saying.
Speaking of being bound, that is all of the damage. There's the headshot. Losing Singularity pops, and Korea goes home.
Ow.
Yeah,
honestly,
use heal as well.
The thing is, you may think, wow, this looks really tough. This looks really rough. This isn't as bad as it can get, because...
They're not dead.
Well, yeah, because what's going to happen is they're going to recall, they're going to buy, and suddenly you eat a binding, you just die.
Yeah.
Like, you just are dead on the back of it. Because right now, with no AD really, other than the Doran's Blade, no AP behind Carrier of any sorts, it's like, there's just not that much damage. Now you're going to get some oomph behind it. When Pays buys, yeah, that's a BF sword, that'll do.
Good lord. Well, I mean, at least Smash gets his BF sword, but he also can't walk
Carrier,
as fast.
Not to feel left out, double amp to him. He's like, we are winning this lane. My next combo is going to kill him. I'm going to be level 6. That Lulu is dead. And Korea makes a decision to wander somewhere else. Honestly, great decision.
Yeah.
Good call.
Not being in that lane sounds like a great idea.
I'd probably just be somewhere else too.
Well, Owner is actually going to be able to push Lucid away here. Secures his Raptor camp quite comfortably. And Faker going to take some damage from Showmaker. Chains do not proc, so... Not going to take that full combo. We'll be able to stick around here for the moment, but you can see 11 CS the lead for the LeBlanc, doing what it's supposed to. As, yeah, Smash has to walk to Narnia in order to be safe, and he's not safe there.
Oh. Even with Barrier, that's still a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, he's about half health, and it's just, this is the problem. It's not going to get better. They can press the attack as well. He's not really able to press much attacking actually, at this point in time.
Yeah. 3 autos. Good luck getting those off.
Yeah. Maybe later when they're distracted killing someone else. That might be an opportunity, but I don't know whether that's going to happen. As here on the top side, at least she was able to walk up in the lane.
Lucid does have ult now, though, so they see an angle.
Ooh. There is also Showmaker moving his way over. Owner wants to be able to take this and will be able to collect it there. Good smite.
Okay, well... I think one of the problems, though, is as much as... Oh, no.
Oh, no, he's caught again. And net connects. There's the headshot. Has to flash. Carrier finds it. And actually, it's the first blood going over to FaZe. They did have to invest a fair bit as Doran's flashed out of the way. Great Q going to connect from Shiu here. Trying to do his best clear impression, but you can see actually has flash advantage now in the 1v1.
Yeah, that's the difference the item buys makes in the all-in. So, honestly, tiny little bit misplayed at the end because I had to both flash for it.
Oh yeah,
that's my only criticism. But otherwise, no notes. Pretty flawless from FaZe and Carrier, especially FaZe get the maximum amount of headshots trapped down, does the net, auto, second auto. And I think Carrier maybe cancelled an auto there.
I think Carrier tried to auto, but the bullet from the Caitlyn goes a little faster.
I think he cancelled an auto and then flashed after.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. If there'd only been one flash, would have been flawless. But either way, still a shoot to kill and just showing this is how it's going to go from now on. You eat a binding, you're just dead.
Yep. Showmaker doesn't quite find the chains.
Because that was without Luxalt, which they now have.
Well, now they've got Ace in the hole as well, which is just going to be even more unavoidable damage. At least Smash is able to walk out of that Lucent Singularity this time. But I feel like we have contested every single Raptor camp. This time Lucid's able to win a Smite fight.
This is the problem, is that like Lucid's like, cool, I'm contesting Raptors, but like you'd really love him to be ganking bot, but if you go bot, Nocturne's coming too.
Yeah.
And that's just not going to be a good time. So.
And if he doesn't, he takes all of your things. As one of the grubs will go over to Lucid. You can see Shiu pushed up in this lane. Owner is looking to make his way in. See whether he does hit an ulti or anything like that, as right now he's moving over towards these grubs to try and take down Lucid. Baker comes on in. Emperor's Divide is going to go wide there as the Paranoia is on top of Lucid for now, but Showmaker's making his way over. Still, Doran gets on in there. There is the cease and desist as Shiu comes in, gives over that shield, and Showmaker's going to have to get himself out of there. Does get the chain down, and Pathmaker is going to make a path for Shiu to try and get himself out. Lucid actually very cheekily is looking for a crab. I don't know whether that's quite legal, as he is just going to have to Vault Break his way over that wall. So no one dead, as Shiu is actually going to look to re-engage one more time. There's the all-out as he pulls Doran over, turns his attention towards Owner now, as he's doing so much damage. Vault Breaker comes in, and that is going to be the kill onto Doran. Shiu playing like a madman.
Yeah, nice pick coming in from Shiu, and I think T1 getting a little bit overconfident there, hanging around, not respecting the ult off the Cassante, which can just easily set up onto the likes of Jace. This was a pretty chaotic fight. Like, we have Faker trying to all-in, Showmaker, Doran's trying to run down. We have Owner all-inning on a Lucid. And then here, Lucid's ult actually interrupts Doran's to the skies that was going to land on him. So he doesn't take as much damage as he would have otherwise.
Whoa. There's stuff happening in live as well. The final spark does go wide.
Oh,
the
no.
Light binding, loses Singularity, everything, and the bullet time will at least clear out the wave. And the replay will continue as Doran does die there once again. But yeah, DK...
they still had heal and wild growth, but definitely a recall angle.
100%. That gold lead is going to extend their phase as well. And T1 will be starting off their second dragon of the game. Not going to be another Chemtech ult. Seen a few of those so far today.
I've locked in.
Yeah, nicely done. Thank you, Ox.
Oh.
And Showmaker is going to get snared. Chains will connect, but he has to get the heck out of dodge.
The clone ate the trap.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah. Actually saved him quite a bit there.
This will clear out a ward, but he will not be able to stop this dragon.
I think he may have died. Not 100% certain.
When does it get better? Here for D+.
I think they have decent pick potential. And if they play around top side, that's where I can get better. But,
Ooh, Lucid actually looking to come in here. As Vault Breaker going to get charged. Carrier with a heal for the movement speed to get himself out of the way. Cease and desist was up there for Lucid. Carrier did have flash, so could have gotten towards the turret there, I believe, which is why Lucid wasn't pulling the trigger immediately. Still, I mean, showing signs of life here. The gold lead is under 1,000.
But look at the bot lane lead.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so dire. Okay, Showmaker is in a decent spot at least, so if he finds something, if he makes something happen, that can be the angle.
Well, Stormrazor is done for Pays.
Okay. And it's Hextech Soul. Definitely the soul you want if you've been crushing bot like this.
Yes. It feels pretty good for T1 if this time around they're able to collect Assault. And with 2 Drakes in pocket, certainly feeling very good about that. 4 minutes until we'll see any real thing develop there. As Lucid wanting to start a bit of a fight here as Faker possibly out of position. Doran there. He's going to walk on in though. And T1 are just going to back away, playing it safe.
I think it's such a danger for Lucid to try. Oh,
the light binding tries to catch him, but he does make it far enough away.
Such a danger for Lucid to commit an ult in this situation because everyone has flashes and they might just flash away and take you with them into where you don't want to be.
Pei's actually taking a lot of damage there, so good trade for Smash. As, yeah, Korea also taking too much damage. Another chain connects onto Faker, but he's going to be okay for the moment. Nash's Tooth almost done. Does have some shoes for himself as well. As Korea walks over a control ward, but doesn't seem too bothered about it. Heal has to come out to dodge the light binding. And the DK bottom lane will live to see another day. As Ona is going to come in and try and kill Showmaker. There is the paranoia, and he's just dead. I feel like Showmaker just kept walking towards him when maybe he shouldn't have.
Good comms between Faker and Ona to be like, you know, Showmaker's ult is down. And that was a difference maker. Normally, you know, you have ult in LeBlanc, it's so hard to find a kill, have the second dash available, but even with Flash that ends up going down, just a bit overconfident, hanging around after some heavy trades with Faker, and gets punished for it. And it's unfortunate because that was the point of pressure.
Yeah.
D+ was the mid lane. And if Showmaker's going down there, definitely a worrying omen.
Well, Lucid is going to be spotted here momentarily. Lucid Singularity pretty good at finding that as Showmaker actually dashing forward, does have the ultimate this time as the chains will connect and gets the flash out of Faker. And so Showmaker will have his flash a little bit before his opposition. Maybe there's an angle towards trying to get a kill onto this Azir at some point in this game. In the next 5 minutes, she will move down towards this bottom side. All quests complete, so we're going to have a look at this replay.
Showmaker just pushed up, killing the ward. That distortion felt a little short as well, that first one. Like you didn't get like the full distance from it. But I don't know how much difference it would have made. Ona still had flash in pocket, so.
And ulti, so there's too many things.
Yeah.
So Lucid back to farming. He'll be able to clear out his camps once again. Ona doing the same thing, 1-0-0, Hexplate now done. Lucid also has his first item complete as well. 1.5k is the lead. It's almost entirely towards that bottom side. Why did I say entirely so weird? I have no idea.
I don't know.
Like it builds suspense.
Sometimes you do just say things weird, but I assume that's because you're Australian.
Yeah, that was like I've said entirely before, and then I just decided to say entirely that time. I don't know why.
Do you know that thing where you just hear a word too much or you say a word too much?
Oh yeah, it just doesn't have any meaning anymore.
It just, you can't make sense of it.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm sure that's not how you say it or spell it, or...
Do you know what's one for me? There's 2 words actually that have done that. The first one is news, as I'm going to have to break that for a moment. As Ona takes a bit of damage here. It's not going to be a full-on fight breaking out, so I get to talk about my silly thing once again. Yeah, the word news.
Yeah.
It just ends up sounding like a plural of new, which doesn't really make much sense. It's just very odd. And then there's obviously just funny sounding words like jungle, which if you say too many times,
I mean, I guess news is kind of a plural of news. You know, it is the
I guess it is. You see new stuff.
Yeah.
But it's just never really how how the words really works. So maybe that's actually exactly what it is.
If you think of it in that way, if you think of it as like news.
Yeah,
it sounds weird to say.
Anyway.
New stuff. New stuff. That's what it's short for.
Maybe it's an acronym. I just have no idea what the acronym could possibly be. As anyway, Shiyu is rotating up towards this dragon, which has spawned. I think contesting for Hextech Soul Point's probably going to be a good idea, as they do get the irremovable vision of this Rift Scuttler, but I just don't know whether that's going to be enough, as T1 do have a fair bit of control, especially if Keria and Pei's are in the area. Still, they're not. So D+ are able to walk up, get some control here. And Showmaker versus Faker now moving towards the top lane this time, and Showmaker taking the worst end of that trade. Should be able to home guard back towards the mid lane though.
A lot of vision set up by D+ though around this dragon area. So T1 need to kind of move in and clear a lot of this out. But I think having control of the area first for this T1 comp really important. Trying to get set up in advance. You open up and expose yourself to flanks from Showmaker and Shu. If you rush in, if you don't have vision, if you don't have your flanks covered, if you don't have just good setup in general, if you're trying to rush in late, it can be really dangerous. And that's an avenue where I can see D+ getting back into the game, because getting onto these squishy backliners definitely is the winning plan. Right now, though, T1 starting up the Dragon. D+ TPing in, they are looking to approach.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of an angle here, as it's down to about 3,000, but Lucid gets into the back of the pit. The flash forward, as the bullet time is just hitting nothing at all, but it's broken apart T1 for now. Ona right underneath the Dragon, and it's going to be stolen away by Lucid. Showmaker, though, is going to die, and the flash in from Shu, the beautiful Empress Divide to disengage, though, and the final spark from Carrier will be the last little gasp. So Drake traded for Showmaker. I think D+ probably going to be okay with that.
Yeah, very happy. They also have this angle on mid. Should be able to get a good amount of damage on the tower here. TP going to come through. Can they just dive this?
Well, they're going to look for the angle towards Doran, who does get polymorphed immediately, but they're focused on taking down the turret. They will be able to grab that, some guaranteed gold.
That was so dangerous for Doran. They had Vial available. He is a bit bulky with Black Cleaver, though, so I guess they just didn't want to risk it. Take the tower, back away. But if you think about the end result, they got Dragon.
Yeah.
They got that mid tower. They did lose bot, but I think D+ pretty happy with how things played out overall.
Yeah, she also looking for a bit of an angle here, but once again, some action. Cease and desist onto Pays as they dive in. The Wild Growth, fantastic, but Pays gets over the wall, and he'll find so much damage there. DK will also get career caught, and there is not a whole lot he can do outside of flashing away. Smash able to absorb the ulti from Pays. And T1 will be able to strike back, even though it was Lucid that tried to go in.
Trying to go into Pays with his lack of flash. Oh
dear, there is the paranoia coming down. Flash out immediately, and they do get a big shield. Brilliantly done there from Korea and from Smash. And Korea, calculated, is able to keep himself alive as Showmaker is angry after that death. Somehow, that shock blast was extended enough in order to pick him up as he distorts back. But still, just going to be Ona falling down. So both junglers getting traded, and I really wanted to talk about our news thing that we were talking about before, but there's been way too much action, and now there's a replay.
Yeah, so we see in this situation, they try and engage onto Pays, get his flash initially, and then the Dragon ends up going down to 22 HP before Lucid gets it. Doran just solo Showmaker on the flank, but at this point, T1 kind of disengages. A great ult from Faker to achieve that, but it kind of stops the fight in their tracks. And then here, Lucid sees Pays, says, hey, no flash, we can go for this. But it's very good peel, and the net over the wall just completely disrupts the play. Obviously, Showmaker being a LeBlanc doesn't have to stay engaged, but Korea gets caught by Carrier's binding and nearly pays for it. This, though, perhaps a step too far.
Yeah, one could say that. As, I mean, they had 4 people here. Paranoia comes in, and as soon as you press that button, you really do want to go in.
Perhaps a flying forward towards the enemy team too far.
Yeah, perhaps. That's about that much distance. Is the blue buff going to be secured here? Do I have a minute? Because Chad had some great examples of some acronyms that news could be.
Oh, yeah?
And I think that that's beautiful. For example, we had infamous Uber come up with notable events, weather, and sports.
Oh.
See?
That sounds like it could be legitimate.
I would believe that.
That sounds like the sort of thing that you believe, but it's a backronym, you know?
Right? And Harris says north, south, east, west. And it's info from all over. See, that's all the way around. Isn't that beautiful? Man.
Not in the right order, though.
And Talamir says, new entertaining world stories. Another thing that it could be. These are wonderful.
Are we sure these aren't real?
I can't believe I had to wait like 25 minutes in order to talk about it because there was so much action for that brief period of time. It was very frustrating.
I'm feeling a little convinced by some of these, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Oh, so good. Anyway, thank you so much, chat, for your acronyms. You can keep them coming if the action is going to abate once again. But I have a feeling that it's not. Still, DK managing to get themselves a Drake, maybe. That puts them into touching distance, but we kind of want DK to lose. And I know that sounds like I'm a biased commentator, and I guess I am, because I do just want 3 games. Just think that we deserve it.
Yeah.
So there's a minute's time, and that's when T1 can potentially lock down a soul point and try and even out the series.
45 seconds on that. Showmaker putting some pressure down the sideline, does have that TP. Vision setup in the area is heavily favored towards T1 with that triangle control wards in the area. This one feels a lot harder for D+ to push into. Also, Pays, he's gone straight for the damage items. IE with the crit cloak in pocket, he's like, I want big crits.
Well, he is also going to have some attack speed built up relatively soon as well, and that's going to make him all the more terrifying. By the way, I think the actual definition of news is actually just the plural of new things.
Oh.
So that's what I said.
I like the acronyms, you know?
Yeah, I think the acronyms are better. So I think I'd like to retroactively just go back and change how it's supposed to work.
That's what people do. That's what acronyms are.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things where people have done that and said, oh, engage coming in.
Yeah, a bit of paranoia here from Ona, who is a little bit by himself, but so is Lucid, who is going to get cut up. The wild growth, not enough, as Faker is going to grab that kill. Meanwhile, Carrier doing a whole lot of work, and Korea is going to have to get himself out. No flash available, or no flash able to be used. And Showmaker was in the top lane this entire time. Teleport from Faker will be able to answer that, so they're not even able to make the cross-map play, and T1 will get that soul point.
Pretty hard for D+ to approach that one, trying to get their way in, but the vision setup, the control was there, and T1's composition thrives when they're the ones who can lock down whoever's approaching. Third Dragon in pocket, with there being a Hextech Soul, very scary. But they're TPing in, they want to contest this Baron.
Yeah, double teleports do bring Shiu and Showmaker over. And the traps were set up, but they're a little bit far away. As Showmaker gets in there, that's a lot of damage. They want to try and get rid of Ona or Shiu.
Oh, look at Smash.
He's a brick wall, he flashes in, the bullet time comes down. It's Ona that locks up the Baron, but can they keep themselves alive? That's the question. It's Shiu that goes down, and T1 build the Phalanx, and it's so difficult. Lucid has found his way in. No one pays. It's going to get locked down by Showmaker. It's a bit of a shooting gallery now, but they've taken out the Misfortune, who is going for a weird sort of flank angle. Still, Showmaker gets on over towards Doran, and Doran just wants to take him down. The hammer comes in, and T1 will win the fight and secure the Baron.
I feel like there was so much setup to that Baron from D+, like the loop around, the long flank from Smash, all to just get wiped completely from it. And here, they try and push in aggressively, but the binding comes in, the shuffle from Fake is great, and there's just nowhere Lucid could go. You know, trying to contest the Banana Brush when there's a control ward for the other team in it, and then Korea just gets caught up in the aftermath. But here, look at Smash going on this long flank, and he tries to go for this ult, but the setup doesn't connect. Like, Chiu actually knocks Pays out of it.
Yeah, I feel like if he had ulted the Baron, maybe it would have been a better idea. They didn't have any flash, any smite in there though, so that was almost definitely going to Ona.
You can see
Smashes is in such an awkward position.
That's the sort of play you go for, and you say, "Oh, watch this,"
and we did.
Yeah, and then it didn't work out. You could see the idea though. You could see what he was going for.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it stayed in his mind, and the actual play was a lot less impressive. So now T1 with Baron in hand, pushing in.
And their composition does a lot of sieging quite well. Caitlyn certainly built for it, but Jace is also able to do so much damage to these structures if given any time at all. And D+ kind of caught reeling at this point. And the comeback mechanics of this composition are few and far between. As Showmaker, that was the choice that he probably wouldn't make again, as he's just dead. Distorting into a trap. That cupcake must have looked so good.
Ona just pressuring the side wave with the
I like how you just no comment on that one at all.
No.
Just leave it.
Yeah.
Let that one lie.
Let that one, I think you said enough.
Yeah, that's probably true. Well, the base is going to get broken, and so is this inhibitor. And Lucid defending this mid-inner turret, but I don't think for very long, as there aren't very many plates remaining there. Doran over here. Should be able to take this one out. And Carrier looks for a little bit of a light binding opportunity, but doesn't quite find it. So the skies is interrupted there by Lucid as Korea comes over. But with the rest of T1 turning up and Faker on a pretty good angle to get a shuffle, I don't think they want to be making this play.
A lot of damage done in terms of structures. 5,000 Baron power play. Was kind of helped out by the fact that they won a fight immediately after the Baron.
Yeah.
But even so, it's a lot of gold for a team who already had a lot of gold. It must have been delicious.
It must have been. I really hope that it was, because it cost him a lot. It's pretty expensive. Infinity Edge is on the way here for Smash. Just don't know what it really does. As T1, they're just hex skating back towards the D+ base to look for anything else that they can get done. There is a top outer turret that only has 1 plate remaining, but some bounty gold. But do they ever get there? Probably not. Is what I'm assuming.
There's an IE picked up for Smash. Is this the comeback?
Yeah, totally. I was thinking about being honest, and then I was like, no, let's see whether we can try and drill some drama in here.
Yeah, well, it's Dragon in 40 seconds. It is a Hextech Soul. But you see, because all of T1 are on the top side, maybe this is a chance for D+ to get a little bit of vision over there.
There you go.
They're going to push the mid wave up. Maybe get a way to sneak in. If Showmaker comes out, full combo out of a brush, he could kill
Carrier.
Someone.
Maybe.
No, Carrier has
he's got an arm guard. Okay, never mind. It's not Faker because he's got his Zhonya's.
Let's go with Pays.
Yeah, there we go.
Killing the 80 carry, always good.
Well, Owner and Faker took a little bit of damage there from D+. As Shiu is teleported in, does have his big old shield. Actually, some nice footwork there as well, as Dash Cannon can augment the damage here of Showmaker, but Shiu is now going to get cut up. My goodness, when Pays really wants to start killing you, he will certainly do so, as Lucid tanks up that ulti from Pays. Carrier round the back of the pit here isn't exactly all that valuable, but Showmaker is going to be able to find Doran. He goes to the skies, might just be able to take out this LeBlanc, but he's not going to be able to do so. Still, she does die. Emperor's Divide is not going to connect onto too much more than just Lucid, as now Pays could be in trouble. Shiu looking to try and find it, but he blast codes to get himself out, and now Faker against the world. He goes golden and gives Owner the space to go ballistic. Flashes to the side, denies Shiu, and there is the GOAT. Ladies and gentlemen, locking down the ace and securing the 3rd game of the series.
A scrappy fight, and D+ really try their best to make it happen, but unfortunately the gold isn't there, but Faker is, and he shuts down any attempt. Going to be going to a game 3 in the series, and honestly, game 1 was 17-2, game 2 15-4. Seem pretty dominant both games so far.
Yeah, let's see what happens in game number 3. Man, I'm very interested to see whether T1 can ride this momentum or whether D+ can utilize their right of first selection in order to find a victory here. Both times, though, I feel like the drafts were a bit wonky. T1 able to really just play through an absolutely dominant bottom side of the map. Watching Carrier play Lux is still an absolute joy, and ticking that win rate a little bit closer to 86% rather than 85 after this game 2 win. TV Max, not exactly psyched about how this one's going, but needs to think positively moving towards a 3rd game so that his players can find a potential victory. Going the distance has been something that D+ are very used to so far this season.
Oh yeah, I mean the last time these two teams matched up against each other, it went the distance.
Oh yeah.
It was an absolute slugfest, so not a big surprise it ends up going the distance today, but I'm hoping. Sometimes we get that game 1 one-sided, game 2 one-sided, and then game 3, that's the close one. That's the absolute battle to see who comes out on top. As you said, I think draft has really skewed things, both games, towards one side. So reevaluating, a lot of picks taken away already out of the equation with Fearless.
Yeah.
See who can get the edge this time around.
A lot of big picks are now taken away as well, notably the Nocturne and the Azir. The Caitlyn's a big one. The Lulu as well being taken away is kind of huge. But it is now time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that game down. And then we'll have game number 3, the final one of the day.
터치 살짝 봤어.
확인.
끝.
나 토스 3초.
계속 폭행하면 돼.
터치 뚫어줄게. 터치 뚫었어 일단.
나 일단 더 갈게.
나 딴테 왜 해줘? 그냥 계속 포킹 해봐. 얘네가 박아야 돼. 얘네가 박아야
나
돼.
지금 각 좋긴 한데.
천천히 천천히.
용 끄면 도망가?
불 한번 꺼줄래? 르랑 피해.
맞아.
리포 봤어 나?
가자.
나가자. 리포 노플. 리포 룰루 노플 아래 가자.
끝을.
리포 룰루 아래 노플.
Every second, every hour, I can't be tamed. Got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour, every tamed. Got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray. When they see the gray. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite. I'm unbreakable. Can't hold me down. I'm unstoppable. I feel it now. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop me now. Nothing can stop me. I'm unbreakable.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Good luck to all of our friends heading on over to Lille for the Riftbound Regional, as hopefully they'll have just as much cinema as we've had here. It is D+ and T1 going the distance, and we'll be playing in a Game 3. Degon here alongside Wadid and Umpty. T1, they had control of it, and just like in Game 1, there was one big final fight that could have been risky and flipped it all over, but eventually T1 show their class and why Faker is the GOAT.
I mean, man, I thought it's gonna be like one-sided, you know, after that early leads from the bot lane, but I think their top side, man, DK, they had such a great skirmishes around the Raptor side, and I think it was quite surprising that the T1 actually managed to finish this out cleanly, because I think so many times DK pulled off like so many good team fights, but at the end, yeah, like Faker cleans it up. But I think it all started from the draft here, so I think it was kind of a question mark on the Lulu pick from DK side, because you're not really getting anything because they already banned Yunara, so you don't really have a good pair. And I think counter it with the Kate and Lux was quite a genius idea from T1 right here.
I agree. I think speaking of the Kate Lux, I thought that DK should pick the Rushinami side, which is the very good with the Vi and LeBlanc, and then yeah, as a team comp. And I was like, have no idea if DK plays the Rushinami or like Lucian Milio type of pick, then what is T1 gonna play at 4-5? But they just picked Caitlyn Lux, and then it was quite tough.
And on top of that, they had the Nocturne for the protection. So I think like it looked perfect, but I think it was quite tough though because of their top side picks, something like LeBlanc and Vi and Kazante. I'm not even sure if this matchup is good for Jace right now, because it seems like it's kind of rough for them. But anyways, I think T1 in general, it was really good decision to have some aggressive picks on the bot lane, and it pulled off. You know, like Caitlyn having such a huge early item power spike into Misfortune. He didn't even get to play the game smash. You know, like he tried to, but I think it was really rough.
Yeah, again, maybe this is okay in your solo queue game when you are just like, all right, I guess the laning phase is over. In pro play, makes it so difficult to have the impact that these top mechanical beasts can have that we've seen both from Smash and from Pays. But in this one, the Misfortune on the back foot as we take a look at our first highlight here. Yet again, the Misfortune not really having that much impact in it.
Yeah, I think for this one, this is the fight where T1 could actually lose the game from here, because not only they got stolen the Drake, but also the fight. I think it was so lucky that he didn't get ulted by Vi here. Lucid didn't manage to ult here, and also Faker saves the day with his ultimate here. Otherwise, I think T1 would actually lose so hard and lose the mid turret as well. But at the end, they didn't lose the member of the team, and they just saved the day here.
Yeah, I think it was quite lucky for Diplexia that they couldn't get any single kills with their good initiated there. But as the result, they can see like Diplexia took the dragon, they took the mid turret. If actually T1 lost the fight and lost the members there, they could actually lose the game here and then lose the day.
Oh man, Faker, he literally just barely saved the day there.
Yeah, on the Azir that he's so known for and has been kind of going a little bit out of the meta recently, more so in there, showing exactly why it's been. Then this next one starts at the Drake, finishes at the Bear.
So I think it was a really good engage point when Vi's Q was charging and finishing. So they engage, the Nocturne just go into the MF, so everyone couldn't like cover the Vi, so Vi was just dying as a load. And then they kicked it and they just take the dragon there. And then if we fast forward to the Baron side, like I could see what Diplexia wanted to do. And then that was quite good angle. Like MF was flanking, which is not usual, but it was actually good angle.
It was so close though. Look at Smasher. If he angled in the right direction, man, he could finish the 3 targets. But it was so unfortunate, and I think T1 at the end, they're just playing on edge. Again, even though they had a great lead in the game, I think it was so close. And look at Doran here. He's gonna flash on a perfect timing, and then he finishes up the LeBlanc by himself. Oh man, T1 Circus once again hits the DK right here.
That Circus was really great. Like if Kate just died at MF ult, and then MF got the aggro of Azir there, then Doran is gonna die there. Like, Yeah.
Again, like just how close this game was on just the misses, which is why those were two of the highlights. This one, there's no way to miss it. For those of you in chat, get the IAS ready because it's called Faker Senpai.
Oh my god, the Faker Senpai, man. Just look at him left and right and up and down. He's gonna finish up all the target. He's just going in. Oh my god, oh my god. Whenever I see Azir, I just want to play League of Legends, you know? He's just motivation all my life. And he's gonna finish the target and you might think he's gonna die here. But you know what? He is unkillable Demon King. He's gonna flash out! And he doesn't die here! That's just crazy, man!
Good trade for me.
Very impressive that he didn't press flash first. He pressed E and then waited for the Kasanka's Q.
I mean, you might think Azir is outdated, but it doesn't work for him. So do not open Azir once again against Faker, man.
Now, these games have started with a one-sided early lead by one squad into a final fight. A little heartbreak there for the other squad. Will this one be a close one? Who will run away with the victory? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Atlas and Ox.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. Really did enjoy with Dudes glazing, and Faker had an incredible performance in that game as well. As
I also like the fact that Wadid was saying
there he is,
not to leave Azir open again. I don't think Faker's going to get Azir again this series.
No, I don't think so either.
Happen, so.
I think, you know, maybe they'll just take it away and make sure that one doesn't happen. As Fearless will be able to do that for him. That's the joke that Orcs just made. It was a very funny one.
Thank you for explaining my joke. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Just in case someone out there didn't get it.
Yeah.
Or is this just their first time tuning in since we introduced Fearless? You just had to lay it on them. So thank you for the support.
You're welcome.
So looks like Orianna Bard going to continue being banned away to no surprise. There's still like Varus that's been taken out. After that, I think it's less fixed. Ashe going to get taken away again. It was taken away second rotation last time. Trimming out the power of some of these bot lanes. A lot of range supports have already gone.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that we have a situation where both Karma and Rumble are gone for the pool already, because normally...
Yeah, you still have to be banning them, right?
Yeah. Most ban picks in our league I mean, Rumble by far, but Karma is slightly ahead of Varus. Varus will keep getting banned.
So last time there was a Scion ban, there was a Jarvan ban, Poppy was taken away as well. There's a few of these things that do need to be addressed. I don't know whether the Poppy ban really needs a revisit,
yeah,
but maybe the Jarvan.
I think maybe the Poppy was specifically because it was good into a lot of champs like Vi, Cassante, right? I think the Scion was because they wanted to go the Jace. It feels like D+ is just heavily limiting the power of these bot lane pairings. Obviously playing the Kate Lux put some fear into them.
Oh, I'm really worried that Career is like, give me the Nautilus, we're going to set up for some engage, and they're going to go head first into Anivia.
There's no way.
I for some reason feel like that might happen. Well, Yanara is going to be taken away, so Jarvan is a likely first pick, and that will at least distract them from the potential Nautilus angle.
Annie's also available.
Oh, that's a good one.
With the mid pool thinned out, I think could be a decent amount of priority. Might end up with like Annie Aurora matchup. Obviously, Aurora can be flexed, but I think Annie's just been so strong recently.
And that is going to be the lock-in. Showmaker, no stranger to this pick either, does really like to take it early in draft. And so T1, it's now their turn to respond. I imagine a Jarvan and a something is probably going to be the
Jarvan maybe. You can technically flex Aurora, but it's probably just going to go into Annie. Aurora has kind of been like the de facto, this is what you play into Annie that we've seen in the LCK.
Yep.
So we'll see if that just ends up being the case in this situation. Starting off with a Gnar pickup though, for Doran. Gnar obviously a pick that's been very successful so far in the LCK.
Yeah.
I mean, historically, but specifically this season, it's been doing really well. So it's going to be the Narvin.
All right.
I remember this was like the OG combo when Gnar first released, because you'd like slam them into the... I mean, they were both just strong.
You just Cataclysm and then ultimate in any direction you want on the Gnar, and it was free.
Yeah, it was pretty bonkers.
The Lucid was a real big fan of the Jungle Z when it first came out, or when it first started to be a thing. It's weird to say when it first came out. That was before he started playing League of Legends. It's going to be a Lee Sin instead, though.
Okay, you have the point-and-click CC already from the Annie in the mid lane. In terms of top lane, some of the options have gone away.
Yorick.
There is the Renekton, which, you know, a lot of people favor the Gnar into the Renekton, but we have seen people play the Renekton into Gnar, and, you know, you have the setup for the Lee Sin. You could just turn him into orange buff.
Oh,
instead,
dear.
Looks like she was going to go for the Vayne into the Gnar.
That's scary. Because as soon as you put a Vayne in the top lane, it just makes your comp look wonky.
Yeah, no, I agree. But also, I mean, into Gnar, great matchup. Obviously, Gnar likes to play into melee, so he can outrange. He does have short range himself, so Vayne should be able to bully him quite a bit. But also into Jarvan. Trying to do anything to a Vayne as a Jarvan feels so pointless. And if you ever Cataclysm her...
She just condemns you.
Yeah. So, not the most fun for Owner in this situation. For T1, just going to take the Aurora into the Annie. Not much of a surprise there. Didn't want to prioritize it in those first two because they wanted to secure the Gnar, which in hindsight, they might regret a little bit now.
We have seen Blind Gnar being picked up more and more throughout, especially this week of the LCK, just with the amount of success that it's had. Sivir, though, going to be banned away from the Jarvan
Yeah, that's
side.
weird. I don't think that needed a ban. I think you're not really going to play Sivir into Jarvan. Most teams have a big aversion to that for good reason, but I guess just really wanted to make sure, like, definitely make sure they don't play it.
Yeah. They could play a Ziggs comp. I feel like a Ziggs Pike would actually be really funny here. Maybe a Ziggs and something that's tanky.
Funny or good?
Funny. Maybe a Mel bottom lane would be fun too. But instead, Nautilus is going to be taken away. I'm glad, because running that Nautilus into a potential Anivia would be a very scary thing.
I think Kalista Renata still being available.
See? T1 agree with me.
Yeah.
It could be funny.
They see that.
No funny allowed.
Kalista Renata is something that could be on the cards. Especially like these compositions are pretty short ranged. And we've seen it rising in priority since Kalista got those buffs. I think of all the pairings that have been taken away now that we've seen, like, you know, the fact that Seraphim's gone.
Yeah, I think banning it away is smart.
Corki Nami. Kalista Renata kind of stands out as one of the last ones left, and that's also being taken away. Really trimming the pool right now.
Zeri. Is it just give me the Zeri Yuumi? It seems frightening. But they don't have a lot of, you know, the Nautilus and Vi are both gone.
Oh, Lucian. And then
Lucian Sona?
You leave yourself open to go Braum or Milio. So you have those two options. No, instead they're going for the Pike.
All right.
A pick carrier is pretty known for.
Yeah, he's pretty good at this one.
A lot of roaming potential. And it looks like so often I feel like we see Corki into Jarvan. Just you can Valk out the Cataclysm. It's that simple.
Yep.
Pretty stable pick.
I don't know whether it's like awe-inspiring, you know? This sort of choice doesn't exactly make me feel, oh, this rounds out the draft. But it is fine. See what Korea's going to play, though. I think this is the big part.
Something with CC to set up the Lee Sin and also just help with engage, because right now...
Nah, give me the Sona. I want Flash Crescendo into Bear into kick a priority target.
Okay.
That's the plan. It also denies... well, actually, no, they switched to Pike, so it doesn't actually matter. Let's see what he does decide to go with, though. They are waiting out the clock. And it's Poppy. Okay.
I think Poppy has some decent interactions in some of the T1 champions. Not as reliable as some other engage supports, but, you know, if you're playing well, if you get like a big ult, if you knock someone into terrain... And
good matchup into Pike, too.
Yeah, and there will be terrain made in fights. That is a guarantee. So definitely can have some value there.
Wait, Mel Pike for T1? I don't think they need to do that. They can just play an AD carry, I think.
Yeah.
It's Mel Pike, never mind.
Mel Pike, okay.
All right, let's see how that goes into this Poppy Corki lane.
Wait, if you reflect the Poppy ult, do you just knock them back to base?
I think so.
I assume so.
Yeah.
I do think that Mel, not the best, specifically into Annie. We kind of saw that earlier today when we had Mel into Annie. because you can kind of just drop tippers on ahead, and it's really hard to like wait it out. But pretty good until like Lee Sin.
Yeah. Can you also, and I imagine this would be very hard to do, but you could rebut Condemn to knock a Vayne into a wall.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
Yeah. I mean,
You'd ever
Condemn
get
has
that
a little bit of a like sort of wind-up thing. It's very short.
Yeah,
but
it's short, but it is there. I think it would be possible. It's just whether you're ever in a position where that's something that you're paying attention to when you're in a team fight against this team. There's probably a lot of things flying around, and I imagine the Mel probably going to be a bit of an anti-Poppy type scenario in this game. But we'll just have to see, as these drafts a little bit weird on both sides.
This feels like a Game 5 draft.
Oh, yeah.
And we're in Game 3. Yeah, a lot of chaotic energy from both these teams, but it's going to be fun, I have no doubt. Got to see what they're going to be able to do on the Rift.
Exactly. Let's do it. Let's jump into the Rift for the final game of the day. Oh, high value flag. Getting a lot of information there. Zona discovers that there are bad guys walking into his area of the map. Is this the first time we've seen Korea play Poppy so far this season? I think it might be.
Yes, it is.
Well, there you go. Faker getting electrocuted because he took some damage from the Molten Shield. That feels not so good. Faker has been not necessarily praised for his Aurora play either.
Going into today, I mean, this is no longer true, but going into today, he had played 11 unique champions. Like, he played them all just one game each.
My goodness.
And then today, he played Karma and Lulu, which he'd already played.
All right.
But that was pretty cool.
So now 12 unique champions.
Yeah.
Damn, impressive. Maybe you only just realized what Fearless meant and it didn't go from game to game.
Oh, right.
Yeah. And so now he's like, oh, so I can replay them. That's kind of cool. That might explain some of the drafts.
Just challenging himself, you know?
There we go. Oh, now thinking about trying to find an angle towards Pays, but they do manage to hit that level 2.
A lot of poke from the Mel.
Yeah. Ooh, almost gets the snare onto Smash there as well, as there is death from below. No, not death from below. Atlas, it's a bone skewer. And gets the flash out of Smash.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. That no Valkyrie available for Smash is a point when he's vulnerable. And connected. Oh.
Whoa, okay. Flash in from Pays. And decent steadfast presence is going to come on through. The barriers down as well. But there's first blood over to the Mel. And Kerry is able to walk it off.
What's interesting there is that Korea tried to peel with a steadfast presence and, you know, did as much as he could.
Showmaker is 1 Q away from killing Faker, as Owner is also in a little bit of trouble here. See whether another Q is going to connect as Lucid throws it out and doesn't quite land it. So will be now backing away.
Bit dangerous to go for that one again.
Yeah.
For Lucid, so we'll back away. Top lane, bit of a disaster so far for Doran.
And it should be.
He went cloth armor, all potions. Honestly, I respect it.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Isn't it crazy that the guy called Doran didn't build the Doran's item?
He didn't. He doesn't need to sell it later, you know, so he gets full value from his money, I guess. Do you remember like the Vlad 9 potion start back in the day?
I remember what was it? The Garen double rejuvenation bead.
Yeah, and Chovy did that for mid-Vi back in the day as well and tried to make that popular. Everyone else was playing it in solo queue. We thought we were going to see it Worlds that year, and then it just never happened, which is good. Oh, no, it was Aurelia. I think it was Aurelia mid. It was either that or Vi. Never mind. As that is going to be another bone skewer connecting, and Showmaker gets caught by the flash from Carrier.
You know, something I was going to say earlier was Korea used his steadfast presence to peel for Smash, and it grounded Carrier, and I think it kind of resulted in Carrier not flashing when he would have otherwise, and they still got the kill. But this is what happens when Carrier still has his flash. He goes mid, makes a play like that.
And he's also giving the kills to the rest of his teammates as well, so it's going to make Showmaker's time, a whole lot worse. Showmaker was actually having a decent time in the lane against Faker.
Yeah.
And it is now just kind of doomed, right? He's 600 gold behind down Flash. Faker still has his because KRX came to his lane and flashed himself. As Ona's also going to be able to take the Raptors. This is going horribly wrong for DK already.
So this is our play. This is a great flash route, and then so the Steadfast Presence comes in, grounds Carrier so he can't flash to secure the kill where he might have otherwise. Maybe not, I don't know. But either way, still saves our summoner.
Oh, that sidestep from Shiu doesn't actually matter, but it looked pretty cool. Okay. And Doran going to be able to lock down that kill. Carrier is everywhere. Ping pong Foss Bomb. That was so cool. You missed, you were looking at your notes. You didn't see the ping pong Foss Bomb.
I didn't. I was thinking, is it just a guaranteed Carrier POM?
Yes.
I think it might be.
It could definitely be that. Although, game number 2 had a pretty good Faker performance, so we'll see whether Faker can find some more angles in this game.
It's like he gets a kill bot lane, goes mid, gets a kill, goes top, gets a kill.
Yeah, you can't really get much better than that. He's like looking for a hook, finds hook.
Thing is, he sends it out early, because if he gets stunned, it cancels the hook, but he sends it out, so like it's flying as the stun comes in. Just literally does everything right.
Yep. And then goes to the top lane, does everything right there as well.
Oh my god, he even...
It's not great, because it'll lose patience, but they spot that the camp is still up.
Well, he just wanted to reassure Doran that it's still there. The Krug Lord was concerned a little bit.
Ah, makes sense. All right.
Check on them for me, please. Carrier's like, okay, I've got you.
Tibbers up and available here for Showmaker. No flash though, but Korea might be able to deliver an Aurora towards Tibbers' range.
I think it's very hard to gank an Aurora.
Yeah, Korea learnt that as he wanders towards the top side of the map. It's going to be a Corki versus Mel bottom lane matchup. Hopefully Jonas Strong does find the, it does go down towards the bottom lane if there is ever more phosphorus bomb ping pong. So I do think that animation looked fantastic.
I think the thing with bot lane is that Mal's just going to be able to one-shot the wave and be very non-interactive.
It is less fun. As Tibbers is going to get drawn back there. Oh, and he just walks the 50 gold to Faker? Don't know whether that was the right idea. As Lucid's moving in, Carrier is in a precarious position. Or are DK in a precarious position as Ona is going to flag and drag in, not able to secure the Raptor, and Lucid does safeguard out. That looked a little dicey for a moment.
Yeah, Carrier was playing a dangerous game there against the terrain with the Poppy, but I guess was ready to dash over the wall if needed. Either way, just a little camp steal from Lucid. They're trying to get set up around the Dragon area.
Yeah, there's no extra ping pongs yet. We will keep you updated if we do get another Foss Bomb ping pong. And Carrier is looking to come up and kill Shiu once again. And I think that may just happen as, he realizes there's no way out and he is just going to be taken down. Carrier is just everywhere on this map today.
Yeah, I think it's just an easy POM.
Yeah. At this point, I mean, they do have to win.
They win the game.
Yeah. That's looking like it might be not that.
It's a great
much
start.
Of a stretch.
It's a pretty good start so far. Top lane, which was a lane that was really going badly, now 500 gold up thanks to kills. Catching up with the CS department as well. Mid lane is ahead, bot lane is ahead. Would you believe all lanes are ahead?
Hey, but Lucid has killed more camps. Haha, and wards. As he does manage to take that one down. He's going to pop on over towards Korea now. As Doran is wandering back towards lane, he's going to bypass the jungle momentarily. Zona just going to wander in. He's thinking about contesting, but just going to pick up the aggro of these last couple of grubs. It might just be a 1 for 2 in favor of T1 as far as that is concerned. Carrier once again passing by. And Showmaker does pay the respect. We'll be backing away.
I hope everyone in T+ is paying him a lot of respect.
Yes.
For the impact he's had so far. Korea and Lucid just moving together, trying to get vision control of the... Oh, they're going for this blue. There's a lot of T1 members in the vicinity.
Yeah, Showmaker does have his stun at the ready. Faker rotating over. Stun going to get flashed there by Korea as Doran and Shiu fighting towards that top side. Condemn going to be used to nullify the ultimate from the Gnar. Not too much more going to happen. Does feel like as this game goes on, the Nah and the Condemn will have about the same cooldown as Oldia. Wallop connects, and the stun is going to get tumbled, but the Bone Skewer won't get dodged, and Doran gets another one against this Vayne top. Shiu is just having a horrible time.
Bit of a Pike masterclass going on right now. Nice setup on that one from Doran, to be fair. But yeah, this one feels... This one, the tempo vibes are very much in favor of one team.
Yes, I would say that it's not even, it's like a, tempo guarantee.
I was hoping for the game 3 being the close one. You know, when we get the game 1 and 2 on one-sided.
It's close to a perfect game.
This one doesn't feel very close at the moment. Yeah, close to a perfect game, but not because they got one grub.
Yeah, no, grubs don't count. Oh, it was almost +1 ping pong! But we didn't get it. Faker goes between worlds. Showmaker gets slowed down momentarily and will take a fair bit of damage.
What's your modern take on a perfect game? Because we've had different perspectives.
Grubs don't count. Everything else is fine. Plates also don't count. Just turrets, kills, dragons, herald, baron.
Okay.
Yeah. It's old school. Otherwise, you have to nullify all other perfect games that have ever happened. And we don't want to do that.
I don't think so. It's perfect game relative to the game state at the time.
Nah. Because otherwise it just gets too difficult to ever have a perfect.
Because the argument I've heard is a scoreboard perfect game. Is that if it's on the scoreboard, you know, so the one grub is on the scoreboard.
Well, Shiu is going to condemn one and then still just get killed by Keria again. Oh, never mind. Oh,
man, the minion for the level 6.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, just give him the POM. I don't even care if DK wins this game. I'm still giving it to Keria. I can't give it to anyone. I don't have a vote. As he's going to stun up Korea as he moves in. Faker looking to join the show, though, as the drill doesn't land, but Death from Below is going to connect onto the Annie. And, okay, maybe he's going to get something done, as that was an odd maneuver. A double kill from the grave there from Showmaker.
Well, at least we can definitely say it's not a perfect game now.
Yes, can confirm.
Under anyone's metric.
Oh, in the meantime, oh, yes, the Force Bomb ping pong, baby!
That was a rocket, to be fair.
It was a Force Bomb as well, wasn't it?
The Force Bomb didn't get ping ponged.
Ah, what a shame.
It was still a rocket ping pong.
There was still some ping ponging going on. And having the extra comet there as well just means that there's more
also
things in the sky.
The fact it's arcade, quirky,
yeah,
adds to it, I think.
Good vibes.
Like a game of Pong.
I do want to say a huge thank you to the production team for giving us the ping pong regardless, as Lucid does get the kickback, and that will be a dead Doran. So 3 swift kills, one after another for DK. As Keria is he's not perturbed by dying in the top lane and will just go and kill Showmaker again, although Korea does come on over. Now Keria could be in a little bit of trouble between the worlds as Showmaker one auto away from dead and will die. Success once again as Keria moves into the mid lane. 2, 1, and 6. 100% kill contribution here on the Pike.
A little bit irritating to deal with, I won't lie. I think D+ getting a bit sick of this Pike. I'm personally wondering what the solo laners of D+, maybe they typed something in old chat, maybe they went to the bathroom between games and said something to Keria, but it seems like he's angry with them.
Yeah.
Getting the level up on the minion to get the ult, that was slick. That's mean.
Revolting. Yeah, Doran is pretty happy with the amount of attention that he's picking up there towards the top side. As Keria also peeling to the rest of his teammates, as Doran is able to just go 1v1 against Showmaker. And does miss the drill, which is, I think, a large reason why multiple people die.
Yeah, and here, I think Keria was just like, they expect one of us in the wreckage.
Smash just getting some value out of his Valkyrie here on this bottom lane. But 3.5k gold advantage here at 13.5 minutes into the game. Feels pretty good if you're a T1 fan. And 2-0-1 for Faker. This Aurora is doing fantastically. And this Vayne...
Oh, also the Umbral Glaive and Bloodsong. That first auto is actually going to do so much damage.
Yep. And also, you'll never be able to see him coming because he gets to clear out all of the vision forever.
There's nothing more annoying than like when a Pike just like W's up to you and just starts, especially because they all have Hail of Blades, just goes like, ah!
Yeah.
Just jabs you 3 times.
Well, Drake also going to go on over, as I guess there are dragons in this game. Second one going to be a Chemtech, so we're not going to be dealing with Chemtech souls, as Faker going to interrupt a back with a dash cannon. Showmaker is booking it towards his bottom lane.
He has ult too. He can definitely stop him again.
Yep. But now Faker could be in a little bit of trouble as he gets stunned up. Does get to the other side of the world, but the Pyroblast will follow him, and he's just dead.
He did stop his recall.
Honestly, mission successful.
In terms of what he wanted to achieve, he absolutely achieved it. Just potentially misaligned with some other goals, like maintaining our gold lead.
Yeah, living.
Yeah.
The gold lead is still there. It's just a little smaller than it was previously. As Pays will interrupt Lucid's back. Might want to...
A lot of recall interruption going on.
Yeah, it seems to be... We're trying to battle for the tempo. As this is a bit sad for Korea, but looks pretty good for Carrier, who's done a lot more damage, but also has made a whole bunch more money. I feel like this really doesn't tell the story of just how well he's doing outside of that 100% kill contribution, 8 out of 8. We'll now come over and clear out this Herald Pit, utilizing that Umbral Glaive very nicely. As all right, Korea is going to spot Faker. Flash heroic charge to get that stun into the wall. Is Showmaker going to be able to layer that CC? Carrier moving up, though. Steadfast Presence does come down, but the ulti in point-blank range, absolutely beautiful. 1-for-1 so far, as Carrier gets exhausted, but it wasn't quite enough to stop the Poppy from dying. Still, Smash comes over, and remember, Pyke can go from hard carrying the game to just exploding in the blink of an eye very, very quickly.
That's very true. A lot of champions on D+ who could just explode him quite comfortably. Also, playing Pyke into Poppy, if you do misstep, you will just get exploded. You will just get locked into place and then exploded.
Yep.
Stunned into a wall, Steadfast Presence, can't escape, dead. They are trying to go for the Herald. This seems a bit ambitious.
Yeah, Lucid is going to spot them as Shelly loses interest in fighting T1 for now, as Korea on a control ward, sidesteps, does get a stun onto Pays there into the wall, but I mean, Korea is very dead. And there's the flash in the double stun from Showmaker to take down the Jarvan. And now Faker is moving in. That should cause D+ to back away. We do have the top laners just fighting on the bottom side, both of them with teleports now. Obviously, Doran's is a little bit better. But Showmaker going to have his back stopped. Wow, it's all about just denying resets.
Just stop them from recalling. That's the game plan. Keep doing it enough, and eventually you take the Nexus. But,
yeah, because they then cannot recall. As Carrier just going to get sidestepped there by Smash. And Pays now going to try his hand at it, as it is going to be the secure by Lucid. And Faker just going to wander away. So, Rift Herald taken, Eye goes over. And they will be able to use that to try and knock down one of these turrets. First turret did get taken on the top side of the map for D+.
Lucid is pretty strong right now. And has the Eclipse in pocket. So, doing a good amount of damage here. Goes for Pays. Pays flashing out, Rocket Belt in the way. Had the turnaround damage with the ultimate, but then that combo from Showmaker. Unfortunately, they aren't able to get Carrier as well. But still some good return, a good return kill. Definitely needed.
Yep.
State of the game at the moment, very T1 favored.
Although the gold lead has been consistently getting less big-ish over the last 7 minutes. I mean, I just want this to be a competitive game. You promised it to me, Orcs. Earlier on, you said this was going to be the close one, okay?
I thought it would, you know.
I mean, Lucid's 750 gold ahead.
Lucid's doing good. And also, you know, they have a big gold lead, but it's Pyke gold.
Yeah.
Pyke gold's a little fake on Pyke specifically. Like, he has a 1.2k gold lead over Poppy. What does that really mean?
Oh, interrupted immediately. Tibbs is real mad, but does get stunned up.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, what does that gold really mean? When
the walk up and get exploded situation is a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, so a little dangerous.
If he didn't have no treads, by the way, he was dead. Of 100%. So, goodbye. Very, very good. Goodbye, as in good B-U-Y. Like, good purchase.
Oh.
I wasn't saying goodbye. He's still here.
Also, it was good buy Carrier.
Yeah. It was good buy Carrier to buy the item for Carrier?
Yes.
So it was a good buy.
He didn't say goodbye.
Buy Carrier.
Because it was good by Carrier to have a goodbye.
Yeah. Goodbye.
What a language.
I do not want to be in this conversation anymore. All right. That's what we've got to, as we need another team fight as the Bone Skewer goes wide, so we're going to get denied. Still, there is a Chemtech Dragon up and available. And Carrier is in the back of the pit, does just skate his way out. And D+ with a little bit of control. I feel like they've got a little bit of their mojo back in this game.
TP's coming in. 2-1, wanna contest this.
Yeah, Pay's coming over. There is...
Doran has Mega, he's here.
Yep, he's wandering up, but he's a little bit early, you could say. There is the eviction of the Jarvan. That should guarantee the Drake, and there it goes over to D+. As now the heroic charge, and they blow up the orange buff before he can do anything at all. Now Faker is getting cornered. Korea moving up to him, but maybe he's going up a little bit too far. Between worlds goes Faker. But they're not going to be able to do anything here, and down went Doran. They get themselves the Rift Herald now as the kick was so weird there from Lucid, not quite able to make the play, and he will just fall. Rift Herald does get a charge, so there is that.
Oh, he wanted the montage kick. He tried so hard, but Pays pre-rooted him when he went in.
Aha!
And unfortunately, didn't get to do the kick flash, so he just kicked.
Yeah. Pays is now potentially just, not able to play ping pong with that one. You only have one rebuttal for quite a few seconds. And yeah, that is a lot of money over to Smash.
So they do at least get Pays. So we'll see the replay. Part of the problem here, Ona gets knocked away from the fog of war, Banana Rush control going big here. And then Doran, his Mega times out just as he goes in. Like he gets his ult, and then he's mini-gnaw as he gets smashed in the wall in one shot. And then here, so Lucid goes in on the minion, and watch the root.
Oh no!
So unfortunate, because obviously you can't kick flash if he's rooted there.
Yeah.
Just great from Pays to prevent that, and also very unfortunate for Lucid.
Yeah, because it would have been very, very cool.
It would have been slick. Saw the vision.
Well, and then they do get their revenge. So there is that as well. The gold lead now slipping down to about 2,500.
I wonder if he flashed a little sooner to dodge the root. Then he wouldn't have been able to kick flash, but he would have been able to get a kick. Maybe the angle wouldn't have been great. Obviously, talking in retrospect,
Carrier does make his way down, but Doran is still taking so much damage here. Tiv is still chasing as Korea comes over, lights him in fire, throws a buckler at him, and makes his way out. They take the turret as well as the rest of T1 are turning up, but they don't have their top laner anymore. And D+ happy to take the 4 versus 5, or maybe it's a 4v4 as there's a Corki in the mid lane. In goes Ona, and he's pretty tanky. Flash out from Lucid, the Bone Skewer connects as Carrier turns the montage back on. He'll find another one with the help of Faker, and she falls, and just give this man the POM. I don't care. It doesn't matter who wins, just give it to Carrier.
Just when D+ look like they're going to be able to turn it around, T1 come back huge, and it's the Pyke again. It honestly feels like this pick, it's so easy to just stop being useless when it gets to team fights.
Yep.
Not in this case. Doran, unfortunately, pinned against a wall, stunned twice in a row. And then, yeah, the flaming buckler to take him out.
Very cute by Carrier.
But,
by Korea.
Yeah, Carrier gets this sick. I mean, it comes a little bit later. They focus damage on a Lucid. But Carrier ends up getting this sick Bone Skewer into ult.
This Bone Skewer was revolting.
Ult's prepped up for it. And then he goes to the E ult to extend it with the flash as well. To get the stun on the vein.
My lord. That was beautifully played.
You know what?
What?
I think Carrier ain't pretty good at Pyke.
Huh. Well, the more you know. That's why we come to work every day.
Yeah, to learn new things.
Learn new things, exactly.
Learn new information.
We also learned that Rumble and Karma should be banned.
Oh, yeah. True.
As well. Like, we've learned a lot of things today.
The thing is, the gold lead isn't crazy right now, still. And again,
I mean, it's gone down.
1.4k of it is on the Pyke over the Poppy, which... how much... Like, you know, Pyke's always going to have a gold lead. It feels a bit, like, fake, you know?
Yeah. There's also a lot of it on Aurora versus Annie, and I feel like Annie will always have a fair bit of value, just in general.
Yeah,
like being able to drop bears.
Smash has 3 items completed.
He's
so I don't know.
Scary.
This game, T1, they've had the tempo vibes, they've been in control, but it's not as clear cut. Especially, I mean, you think about the previous 2 games, 17-2, 15-4. This game is still closer. It is a lot closer, even though we had like the triple lane gank.
I mean, the early game was not. The early game was way further one-sided. But DK have been able to turn it around. now looking for this third dragon of the game. One apiece for both of our teams right now. It's Bone Skewer getting charged. Carrier just going to clear out some vision though.
Now the vision's gone, kind of hard to move back in. They don't really have anyone who can like go forward and face check.
Well, maybe it's Showmaker who dash cannons his way in. Career as well, might be able to look for something, and Shiu going down extremely low against Faker, who just gets knocked into the wall. Shiu looking for the angle here, and Faker taken down with the silver bolts. Lucid not even able to come on over there, and the Korean cards, I can hear them in the background. Shiu! As he manages to pick that one up. Carrier, though, looking to try and shut him down, and that he will do immediately. As Flag and Drag, great buffer there from Ona, but Doran doesn't find any joy with the ulti, as the Poppycopter is just unable to really get off the ground, and now Carrier looking for his next target. Still, Korea is surprisingly tanky, as the Drake is secured here by Lucid. Ona down exceptionally, he lands the Q! How did you connect that? Lucid, you madman! And now Korea has taken some Hex Gates to get himself in. Pays looks for the ulti, but doesn't find the damage, and it's Carrier versus the world! Feels like it's been that this whole game long, but this time I don't think the smart money's on him. As D+ somehow find a huge team fight. Yeah, Faker is going to make his way back in. Showmaker just executes Carrier, and Smash with the Valkyrie will be able to get away from the Aurora. So a delayed pseudo-ace in the team fight, I guess, theoretically.
I think a big aspect of this was Faker being down at the start of the fight. You know, the two people with gold leads with a Pike, which is kind of fake, and the Aurora. So Aurora...
He also condemned him into his own wall so that he'd be back on the other side as Faker dies again, this time just to Lucid.
Yeah, him going down twice. Gold lead only 300 now. They're going straight towards Baron. Ona's going to make his way over here, but you're playing into Poppy, and you have no flash. It's going to be so hard to approach right now.
Not to mention, there's now a Vayne that's joined in, and this Baron is not going to last another 5 seconds. So Ona is not going to be able to get here in time. That is a guaranteed Baron. No smite even required by Lucid.
Yeah, they only used Career Smite on it in the end. D+ now with the gold lead. The first time in this game.
Yeah, and they've got a Baron to use as well to try and grab even more money.
This ends up being a 4v5, 4v4 fight, sorry, because the Vayne dies at the start. But I think not having the Aurora is such a big cost. That Sonic Wave was crazy. And then here, just Smash and Showmaker just moving up and free hitting. They take out the knob. Hayes tries to burst, but doesn't quite have the damage. And they're able to finish off all the carries.
Oh, so Lucid just hit him with a Q, and Faker didn't have a turret, so he died.
Yep, that was enough.
It's exactly what you were talking about, right? Aurora, after you've pressed all your buttons, you really are just kind of hopping around, hoping that they don't hurt you.
Yeah, yeah.
Lucid did. Okay, Carrier wants to find an angle towards this Vayne, who is looking way tankier than any Vaynes I've ever seen, as he uses the ulti to try and get in there. Does manage to get the stun down, and Faker picks it up. Carrier can still do it if there's someone isolated in a side lane. The problem is now they're against Baroned up minions that are going to take down an inner turret in that mid lane. Still, the gold lead does swing back towards T1, and that Rebel Baron power play is at like 200, so it's really not much of anything at all. 2-7-2 here for Shiu. He is not having very much fun, although he did manage to win a 1v1, so that was cool.
Yeah, the E, ult, flash to get the stun, setting it up for the Aurora. 15-15 in kill score. This game has delivered. It has been the close game we're hoping for.
I mean, the gold is completely tied up. It's 2 Drakes to 1. If T1 gets the next dragon, it's going to be even more even. Absolutely crazy. 1 minute left on this Baron, but it hasn't really done anything, right? We saw actually Doran able to push up the bottom lane entirely. Top lane is pretty much neutralized. They did get the inner turret in mid, and I believe it was traded relatively well.
There's a Pike hiding there.
Showmaker is going to dash cannon around him, throws the bear backwards. That was kind of cool. As Ona comes in with the Cataclysm, down goes Carrier as the Annie deals with it, as Faker's also going to get taken out. As Lucid looks for the angle. Pay's doing a lot of work here. Does manage to take down the Poppy, but it's a double for Smash. And it's Doran that's throwing back his Yordle Breather, and Lucid flashing on top. And the sneaky Demon Hunter is making her way down. She's not required. The Yordle in a plane is going to be enough to deal with it. That's going to be the ace. And D+ still have 20 seconds of Baron to use.
Yeah, Smash able just to clean up that fight, crushing T1. They were so so focused on getting this pick on a Showmaker, but Showmaker's still got good value. Just drop Tibbers on top of the Pike and let the Corki free hit. And I feel like Smash is just so slowly ramped up to be more and more relevant as this game has gone on. So they're trying to fish for Showmaker here. He runs into the minions with the Rocket Belt so he can't get immediately targeted, drops the Tibbers on a carrier, gets as much damage off as he can. But it's when Smash joins the fight, like Lucid kills Faker, but just this damage from the Corki immediately annihilates 2 targets.
And like Pays used his ultimate, right? And he got an execute onto a Poppy and the Poppy support. Like that's the only kill that they managed to find, and that's not enough. You need to have a little bit more impact than that.
Yeah, and the problem is I think they're seeing that like one team has this 4.5 item AD carry and the other team doesn't.
Yep. And also Showmaker might be a little girl, but he's also a very big aeroplane. Do you get it?
No.
He's a 747.
Oh.
That's the Boeing International plane.
Yeah.
Quite large.
Yeah. Thank you.
Although I think they use 777.
He's down 90 farm, but you know,
he's a big plane. It doesn't matter.
He did that on purpose.
Yeah. Okay, that's enough of that. I still think that there is a decent chance for T1 if they can get their ducks in a row, find themselves a team fight. The problem is Kerry is going to have to do more of that absolutely insane outplay Pike stuff.
I think
if they're going to
kill Smash, I think he is going to be the focus target from now on. I don't think you can get away with just killing other people for picks, because every time I've seen him go for picks, it has evolved into a full team fight. And as long as Smash is alive, I think you're going to have... I mean, he's so much stronger than he was in the last fight. Like, he's completed IE and the Last Whisper since the last fight. He is monstrously strong.
He's pretty scary. I do think if they hit him with everything, though, he still dies.
If he runs out of health, he also dies.
Ah, right. Well, they have to watch out for that. T1 now on the defensive. Stormrazor completed here for Shiu. It's 3 items done for the Vayne. Does have a slight gold lead as well, but it's mainly Lucid that's really far ahead in this game alongside Smash. And we'll be able to steal away a blue buff. Blue buff pretty valuable when you've got a couple of mages that do want to be carrying team fights. And Ono not going to be able to secure that one for his team. Shiu moving through his jungle. We'll be able to move towards his top side. 30 seconds on the Baron, that's why we see some milling about here from DK.
Yep, trying to control the vision, secure it, and just deny any access. And the thing is, there's no wards anywhere close to the Baron. Like, the ideal is you get a window on their reset where you get some deep wards in and, you know, threaten a TP flank or something they don't sweep. There's just nothing. Like, you're going to have to push up mid and then rotate over. That's your only real avenue in this situation. Kerry he is doing some deep warding. He is fishing.
Oh, actually avoids all of the vision, but then doesn't avoid the Poppy as he gets slammed into the wall, and Carrier, guys, is very dead. And that's what happens if you get spotted out, as now Ona is trying to deal with Shiu, and he fails the flash over the wall. I think even if he does manage to get that flash, he is still dead. Vayne is very good at hunting down her target, and maybe off the back of those 2 kills, they can break open the base once again here in this mid lane. I don't know whether... Can they push for an end? They can't push for an end, right? Not against Aurora Mel.
There's too much wave clear. They can do a lot of damage. They can take 2 inhibitors, though.
The Baron is up, so they could have moved back as... All right, that was fun. Sometimes Korea wants to press his buttons, and that is one of those times.
Just a bit of a zoning ult, you know.
You said that too nonchalantly. I don't think that's allowed. As Doran is going to usher them out. And
Baker's going to recall. There's actually, even though Carrier died, he got the wards down to threaten like a TP flank and see where they're going as they retreat.
Shiu does have his
on
quest
vision now, and they will have... They can have some semblance of an idea those wards are there because they saw Carrier around there. Like, they know she was just recalled now. They have an idea of positions. They even know Smash is here doing the Raptors. Okay. They cleared the ward out.
Owner and Carrier in the area. We'll be able to lock down the red buff. Oh yeah, I was a bit scared of that one as well.
Dangerous game.
Well, Smash now. Lord Doms or a Mortal Reminder will be completed on this back, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Lord Doms does come in. And Showmaker just going to clear up this wave as the Super Minions start to conga line down. 1 minute until the Hextech Dragon for D+. That's Hextech Dragon with a Vayne and a Corki and an Annie. That's a lot of value that you can get.
It's pretty good. It's pretty solid. No pressure to necessarily do anything. They do want to secure some vision around Baron, as there's no need for them to trade Dragon for Baron. But if they get the Soul, it's there for the rest of the game, and it's so strong. So I think that should definitely be the focus. That being said, if T1 overcommit to the Dragon, D+ get Baron, that could be decent. But I still think focus point should be getting Soul right now for D+.
Depends how they feel about scaling into this game, right? If they do get to a very late game scenario, maybe D+ are kind of happy with how that one goes. As T1 getting themselves set up, the Poppycopter comes on through, pays, not going to get the rebuttal, and out goes the jungler. So Baron is just secured. My goodness, it lasted for about 2.5 seconds. I guess that's what happens when Shiu's there from the beginning, as he's going to find Carrier as well. Silver bolts, another bullet, and down goes the Pike. Shiu actually is just a hunter in this game.
Yeah.
It's so lore accurate, and we're now going into like a Vayne season as well. Isn't it cool? It's just really on theme. Wonder whether they did some sort of agreement for this headline match. Yeah, he's actually just going to be able to grab this inhibitor. That's 2 of them down. Pays is teleporting back, so might be able to take out the wave, but it's Baroned minions, so it's more difficult to take down. Doran will now turn up, as Smash is also here. Owner's going to get hit with a bear, though. And as an Australian, I know how bad that can get. As Shiu, final hour comes in, flashes out of the way, but he is still in a lot of trouble. Oh my God, Smash! Massive amounts of damage, picks up the triple, and that is all she wrote. D+ will be taking down T1 in 3 games and continue their winning streak.
I think with the manner in which they took down Gen G, they challenged KT, I don't think this outcome is a huge surprise, but it just shows the leveling up that D+ went through.
Yeah, and also the tenacity that they have. The ability to bounce back, to lose a game, and then retain form, because they have been a team prone to tilt in the past. And I say continue the winning streak, I mean just against T1, because of taking them down in that last best of 5, now being able to bring that forward here into the LCK regular season. Shiu was one of the most dangerous 2-7-2 Vaynes that I've seen in a very long time. And if you guys were playing Vayne spotting, please make sure that you drink a lot of water and take care of yourself, okay? Because that might have been a tough one. Still, incredible play from D+ to be able to navigate the game with that team composition. Obviously, you know, a Pike can fall off later on in the game, but Smash kept his head on his shoulders after a difficult game too, and really came back swinging in that one.
I'm pondering my POM right now.
It's Lucid. Is it? I was really sure about it in the game. I'm not sure about it as much anymore. Ion's waiting for you though, dude. You really have to get that done.
I have this crazy...
Are you just trying to give it to Korea? Are you trying to justify giving it to Korea?
It's crazier than that.
Just give it to Shiu?
Yeah.
I mean, Shiu did find some angles. I wouldn't hate that. I'd hate the Korea vote more than the Shiu vote, I'd tell you that much. Showmaker also had a great Cassiopeia game.
I just think he had... They wanted to kill it.
Yeah, in game number 1 especially.
Game number 3, both
that
games.
That was probably Shiu.
Both games, I think, they were out to kill Shiu. And he managed to be incredibly useful in both games.
Tell you what, though, I still want to give it to Carrier.
Yeah, I mean, Carrier was on fire on this Pike, which kind of feels frustrating because you do all this and lose. It's like, what more can you do? I think part of it is, even though they got this massive early game, transitioning this composition in the later stages, you can see the difficulty. They didn't get enough of an advantage when you're into like the Corki and the Vayne, which would be problems later on. But it's showing, I think, reminding you...
Oh my God, Lucid!
I think it's reminding you that this is not, you know, a T1 who are playing badly. This is a T1 who are doing stuff like what Carrier did in this Pike game and then still losing. That D+ are just that good. Even though T1 put up a lot of resistance. I think that is how I view this series.
I mean, do you know what it feels like to me? It feels like D+, They were in the Rise group, they did their time. And they grew like the hyperbolic Rise group time chamber. And maybe they're ready to be legends once again. As we have a listen, Smash actually doing a lot of the shot calling, which is kind of crazy. But also just probably wanting to come down and get a few of these kills.
Oh, when he goes in here, the damage.
Just disgusting.
I love how excited they get at all these big wins, you know?
And Shoemaker as well, really you can see it on his face, looks like he's along for the ride as they managed to take down the Nexus in the end. And T1 had so much control throughout that game. D+ found their angle to get back in off the back of beautiful setups. I also believe that Korea with this Poppy pick later on in the game, the problem is Pyke is so good early, Poppy isn't. Poppy late game, though, will always have so much value, and he managed to get so many snipes onto Owner specifically around so many of these objective fights, and without the Jarvan, it's so hard for this comp to play the game as she picks it up. Oh my goodness, the master of deception on the Rumble.
This is going to be the most aura any play of the match KDA setup has one of the best, you know. The fact that 4-7-5 win. Because we've had like the game lost for the bad KDA, but the 4-7-5 win. You know, this shows, this is for the people who, they just look at like the post-match graphics. No, you gotta watch this one.
Yeah, that definitely sells that for me. Wow, what a series. We've had some banger second series over the last few days, and this is certainly one of them. Hopefully, it switches to first series for tomorrow, as our Saturday showdown is going to be HLE versus Gen G. A banger in the past, and hopefully a banger once again in the future, as a lot of shews erupt from the crowd. Looking forward to hearing from him here as we prepare for the interview. It's going to be coming up in a couple of seconds' time. Shew, just really fun to watch today. Let's say that.
I mean, they had beef with him. And I feel like it's not settled after today. You know?
I would say not.
No.
So looking forward to round 2 to see when T+ and T1 will match up again. But ladies and gentlemen, that is enough for us. Let's throw it over to Dia for the translation of the interview with Shiu.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Seer for the POM interview translation, joined by Shiu, our POM on the side of D+ Kia. Wow, all the fans are going Shiu. After going the full distance, you defeated T1. How does it feel? You know, T1 as a team is not an easy opponent, and just playing out today's match, I just felt like it was quite challenging at some moments. And in the end, getting that 2-1 victory feels amazing. First Gen G and now T1. You keep leveling up with each win. So what aspect has improved the team spirit? Well, first of all, I don't know about the driving key force, but I think in the last 1 to 2 weeks, it just feels like we're clicking a lot better as a team. I think that's what has impacted our performance the most. And let's talk about the game. In Game 1, the 100% draft presence Rumble was let through, but at first neither team seemed to care until D+ Kia last picked him. So can you walk us through the draft? I think the enemy champions were Rise and Pantheon. And that's why I didn't really want to play Rumble. It's just low mobility champion. But because the enemy ended up not taking Rumble, I think I just wanted to think after picking him. And I think it was just a necessary pick in the end. We had to make that move. And in Game 1, the enemy kept focusing your Rumble down, but your dribble and juggling was just on point, so you kept escaping a close call. How was it like for you? I think survivability in that game honestly, it was a must. I think when being up against the comp that the enemy had. So I think I just had to really stay calm. And I think my teammates actually did really well for me as well. And after dropping game 2, what did you focus on in game 3? I felt like in game 2, it felt so winnable. But personally, there are a lot of disappointing moments. If I had used TP in level 3 quickly, I think it would have actually given us a lot of edge. And I felt like, objective control around Drake was a bit lacking. And also not being able to do too well with my ults. And for game 3, I think what was on my mind was that as long as I played really hard, that we would be able to win. And in game 3, with the Pyke being loose, he kept coming top. And you must have had a pretty rough time. So how was it playing it out? Yeah, it was Vayne versus Gnar. And I just felt like I could actually deny my lane opponent pretty well in that matchup, but it didn't really work out because obviously that Pyke was unleashed and he just kept coming top. Even when I tried to play safe, it just felt like I was losing out and I was just constantly in a disadvantage and I ended up dying. So in the end, it looks like DK was able to turn everything around with sheer force. So how did you look to overcome this crisis? Honestly, personally, because I was dying a lot, it just felt pretty bad at first, but I think I just had a feeling that we would win in the end. So you just had that feeling, huh? Yeah, I think even when we are at a disadvantage and we were behind, I just felt like there would be an opening for us to actually come back. And next up, your opponent will be Hanjin Brion. Any word? I just feel like Brion has a high ceiling. So I want to make sure that I'm well prepared from the laning phase and make flawless plays in terms of macro as well. And I think we will definitely be able to win against them. Congratulations on today's win and the POM. And that's it from Shu. And back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for that translation. I felt like there was a lot that Shu wanted to say, and he took his time figuring that one out. So shout outs to Deer for that translation there, as it was a back and forth skirmish heavy game here by T1, but ultimately they fall short. D plus Kia now in a 2-game winning streak against T1 across all competitions here, and it's pretty good.
What did I just watch?
Okay.
What just happened? All I saw was Keria popping up, Pyke killing bot lane, killing mid lane, killing top Vayne 3 times in a row, and DK wins. What the heck just happened? I don't know, man. Even Keria cannot win it with the Pyke, and now, I don't know. What can I say?
Well, I think if I say as a DK side here, I think DK actually played, at the early game, it was quite unplayable, but Showmaker actually played really well when he was giving resources to the CU, and then he just, when Smash was holding the turret at the ball side alone, and Owner and Faker was trying to dive him, the Smash was and then Showmaker just appeared. He just threw the mid turret and he just come from the base, and then everyone couldn't predict, and then Faker just died there. I think the game started from there.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. The flash after the Annie Q chased him down and then killed him, and then the momentum that Keria was able to build suddenly stopped. And you asked a great question earlier, hey, what was Owner doing? Owner was following Keria, but then when Keria stopped, felt like Owner stopped, and then the momentum shifted there, ultimately going the way of D plus Kia in a great series. Let's take a look at the POM. This was the hipster vote. Okay.
What do you mean?
Soup Chijijik? media being like, you know what?
It's just so clear.
Suffering through the top lane. Don't worry about 272. Don't worry about that. He has so much impact on the game.
It's not his fault, you know? Like, where's my team? Where's my team? Like, literally enemy jungle and enemy support is camping top lane. And like for game 1, yes, I mean, I could handle, but for game 3, I'm playing top lane.
Honestly, he could have said it in game 1 as well.
Yes.
On the Rumble, dodging the Pantheon, dodging the Mbessa ult. Like,
yeah, I mean,
that's a pretty good comment.
Yeah, she didn't do anything wrong. He just played the top lane, and it was just a normal experience that you can have in solo queue.
What'd you have, Umti?
Well, I felt like I can do this all day. You know, she was like,
I don't think she will think that. You know,
no, she was like,
saw the interview. He was like,
saw the interview.
I'm ready for a rest.
I saw the Rumble, I saw the Vayne, and I saw the Vayne what he playing. When he got the solo kill at the bot, I feel like he was saying,
no,
he's got to eat everything like this. he's like, I can do this all day. Come in, bro.
Maybe, yeah, you know.
Oh man, yes, I guess so. That's a good shout outs to the Avengers. Nice one. Ox going with ganks only make him more powerful. Absolutely. I mean,
absolutely, yes.
He won the POM by absorbing pressure.
Yeah.
Like the player of the series. It's crazy.
Like literally, I decided my POM after I see KRX Pike. My pomade was ban more support. And now I just changed it to see and like gank more top, you know. Like it's just that simple, man. Like you try to gank Q and he just absorb everything, and then like they.
Oh my!
He was the top laner.
Cloud Templar
top
going with the puns. Siwoo, I'm Hyunwoo. I respect you. There we go.
There goes a good respect. There goes a good respect.
BT, that was pretty good. I've got no words fighting Siwoo.
Was he in the restroom?
I can't believe that. Pony always has words, right? He's always teaching us about history or about culture. Speechless? Maybe that's how good Siwoo played today. Helios, Mr. Smash, which generation of the Shin family are you? We should get along. Again, Helios and Smash share the same
It's not working.
family name. And then the reason why DK started to beat the big dogs. Oh,
Fair enough.
Fair.
It's true.
True to say. Yeah.
In the LCK, Smash is undefeated against T1.
Yeah, I mean,
So his career.
every time when I see like Smash playing, like he's always like really stable. So even though like the game gets really crazy, like especially for game 3, like he didn't die that much, you know. So I think that was the reason why they could actually come back from that early game.
Now, you said earlier, you're like, oh, this is kind of how I feel like in my solo queue game. I've done everything. I'm roaming around different lanes. I'm making the plays here. We have a clip of Carria kind of showing that same level of feeling.
No.
Maybe you can copy it. Here it is.
So I don't understand what he's saying right now, but I can say, oh man, I ganked top, I ganked mid, I killed bot, and I can't still manage to win, man. I don't know. Like it's just frustrating, you know. Like it just reminds me one of my solo queue game. Like I don't know.
I mean, especially as a player, and it is a pro game, right?
Yeah.
And then he can't find something. What is actually wrong there? So he have to go back and
So do you actually rate Pike is a bad pick? No, I can't say that because he was the game changer for that game 3. So I'm not sure. Like it must be frustrating.
I will say, even at the draft, he actually sacrificed because
of course.
blinded Pike guys.
Like they banned so many supports and he still managed to get the correct pick to snowball. So
And this has happened multiple times. I know we're opening up a bigger conversation, but this has happened multiple times when Pike has been picked. Even Namgung, who picked it earlier in the year, this was the same draft. It was the Mel Pike. He got going all across the map, and then it didn't quite go.
I mean, just go on Twitter right now and open up your feed. It's full of Carria, by the way. Like Carria making plays, and now, I mean, I think if you didn't watch the game and only open up the social media, you might think T1 won it lost, but they couldn't.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a bummer for them.
Not only did T1 not win, it was D plus Kia winning. I think they were very proactive in it.
Yes.
They deserve it. As we take a look at the standings here, it is a bit of a shift here as D plus and T1 do the swap. And look at that, D+.
Oh, yeah?
Now in the western side of the standing.
Oh, my
Are they a
God.
legend team? Is T1 a Rise Group team?
I mean, it's not a shame to lose against the best team in the LCK, and they just beat Gen T1. So it doesn't matter, you know, like KT, they're just good. But other than that, I don't think so. Maybe DK crawling off for the second best team, but yeah, it feels like DK feels so much better. I feel saw such a huge confidence from their team right now, and it's looking really great.
Yeah, and the DK is actually, the game looks like they're just like growing and growing still. And then I didn't see the ceiling yet, so they will be better and better.
Yeah, well, currently now in 5th as T1 dropped to 6th with 1 game in hand.
Oh, man.
Now tomorrow's matchup is the Saturday Showdown. It's a big one, a rematch of the last 2 finals of the LCK. It's Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G, 2 teams packed with firepower and going in kind of opposite trending directions. And then afterwards, the DN Automotive Supers trying to get themselves back on the winning ways up against the KT Rolster roller coaster. We don't know if it's going up. We don't know if it's going down, but the only way to find out is to tune in. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow in less than 24 hours for Gen G versus Hanwha Life Esports. Bye-bye.
들립니다. 젠지가 일황임을 증명을 합니다.
호랑이가 사냥당했습니다.
Lots of dashes here on the Ambessa. Flash on in, and
카나비!
Canyon gets the double impale. Fickler is obliterated.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.